Chapter 1314. 1314 Chapter 1314 Descending to the Xianxia Academy. It's true that I have offended the Heaven's Pride expert of the Tianxian sect. However, I have already defeated him. I have also joined another major sect in the Yuanlu continent, Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming said. As expected. Xiao Wan's eyes shone with an astonishing light. General Lu has joined a major sect in the Yuanlu continent. The hearts of many other experts trembled, and their eyes also bloomed with a bright light. General Lu's talent has shocked the world. Someone shouted again, extremely excited. This time he was even more pious and respectful than before. Previously it was because of Lu Ming's ability. This time it was because of Lu Ming's identity. Lu Ming had already joined a major sect in Yunlu and was a disciple of a major sect. In the eyes of everyone, his status had suddenly become high and mighty, even surpassing that of Xiao Wan. All right, I'm done. Lu Ming pressed down with one hand and the scene immediately quieted down. I'll talk about the details later. Now, according to the original plan, I'll rush to the Xianxia Academy first and rescue it. Lu Ming said. No, General Lu will go with you. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. The barbarian emperor spoke. Yeah, we'll go with you. Yan Kuangtu said. No need. You guys stay here and guard. I know what I'm doing. I won't let myself be in danger. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he did not say anything more. He waved his hands in the air and the void split open. Lu Ming stepped in and disappeared. Even after Lu Ming had disappeared, the crowd's excitement had yet to calm down. The main reason was that the shock caused by Lu Ming was too shocking. When Lu Ming went to the Divine Ruins continent, his cultivation level was low. But now he was able to suppress emperors. This kind of progress was too amazing. No, we can't let Lu Ming take the risk alone. Moon Heart Sovereign, Sky Wind Sovereign, you two take some men and guard this place. Mo Yi Barbarian Emperor, you two follow me and secretly head to Xianxia Academy. If Lu Ming is in danger, we'll help him. Xiao Wan ordered. I'll go too. Fiend Ancestor, I'll go too. Yan Kuangtu and Chu Luo stepped out and said. Although Chu Luo had been injured by Lu Ming, his origin was not injured. At this moment, the effect of the spirit body was activated and he was rapidly recovering. Half of Chu Luo's body that had been damaged had already recovered. Of course, Lu Ming had been merciful. If his source was injured, it would be impossible for him to recover so quickly. Good, you all will set off with me. With that, Xiao Wan tore open space and led a group of experts to the Xianxia Academy. The Xianxia Academy was in a state of war. Most of the Xianxia Academy's territory had already been occupied by the Ditian Divine Palace. Only the White Jade Palace had not been broken through. The White Jade Palace was suspended in the air, emitting a brilliant light. The White Jade Palace was surrounded by an army. In the army there were people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, the Southern Underworld, and some from other overlord forces of the Central Continent. They had joined DE and fought for the world with him. Boom. Boom. At the top of the White Jade Palace, there were two majestic figures. They were shrouded in endless divine light and exuded a terrifying aura. It was the pressure of an emperor. The two figures were emperors and they were launching attacks at the White Jade Palace. Inside the White Jade Palace, there were two white-haired old men. They were also exuding the aura of emperors. They were working together to resist the attacks of the emperors outside. They attacked together. This White Jade Palace won't be able to hold on for long. In the crowd, a purple-robed middle-aged man was giving orders. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this man at a glance. He was the master of the Wang family, one of the 6 great ancient aristocratic families of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Wang Xingtian. Now he was in high spirits. He was one of the first group of people to follow Martial Emperor Di. He was Di Yi's trusted aide. Since Martial Emperor Di Yi showed his true strength, he had been invincible. The strength of the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace had become stronger and stronger as they grew older. However, those forces that joined later on and those experts naturally did not have a higher status than him. Only emperors had a higher status than him. Those supreme martial artists were a head lower than him and had to curry favor with him and listen to his orders. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. From all directions, countless attacks and light rays attacked the White Jade Palace. The White Jade Palace was completely submerged in the light rays. Block it. In the White Jade Palace, the disciples and elders of the Xianxia Academy shouted and attacked with the array of the White Jade Palace, trying to resist. Boom, boom, boom. However, there were too many attacks from the outside world. The White Jade Palace was rumbling and shaking. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Xianxia Academy, I advise you to surrender quickly. His Majesty Martial Emperor De is a hero of the ages. He has received the order of the heavens and will unify the divine wilderness continent. If you resist, you will only be seeking your own death. The voice of the Wang clan's patriarch spread far and wide. De is a wolf with wild ambitions. He wants to unify the divine wilderness continent? Dream on. Our Xianxia Academy would rather be destroyed than surrender. Voices came from the White Jade Palace. The master of the Wang family's face darkened and he snorted coldly. You really don't know what's good for you. I've given you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. Then die. Continue attacking. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. Tens of thousands of attacks and rays of light flew toward the White Jade Palace. The intense battle continued. At this moment, 1,000 miles to the north of Xianxia Academy, space cracked open and Lu Ming stepped out. It seems that I'm not too late. Lu Ming looked into the distance and muttered. Then he took a step forward and headed toward the battlefield. Lu Ming covered the distance of 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Who are you? Stop right there. As soon as Lu Ming approached, he was discovered. A group of black-robed martial artists with a sinister aura all over their bodies had their eyes on Lu Ming. The people of the southern nether. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he continued to move forward. The people of the southern nether were very easy to recognize. Brat, stop. You're looking for death. An expert in the third level of the spiritual god realm slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out a palm and clenched it in the air. Devouring power erupted from his palm and enveloped the third-level spiritual god realm southern nether expert. His body was directly fixed in the air and he could not move at all. Then to his horror he realized that the blood essence, fresh blood, vital essence, intent runes and other things in his body had all flown out of his body and into Lu Ming's palm. Such a strange scene scared him so much that he screamed. However, every few breaths his body would shrivel up and he would lose all signs of life. What evil technique! Let's attack together and kill this man. At the side, when the others saw this scene, they widened their eyes in shock. Then they roared and charged at Lu Ming. Devour! Lu Ming muttered. An even stronger devouring force erupted and enveloped the group of people. They were all turned into mummies and their corpses fell to the ground like raindrops. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Terrified screams rang out. More people noticed Lu Ming and attacked him. Lu Ming stepped into the void as if he was taking a stroll in a courtyard. The devouring power burst out, leaving a trail of dried corpses wherever he went. Chapter 1315. 1315 Chapter 1315 The Third Underworld Emperor. Regardless of whether they were below the spiritual god realm or a spiritual god realm powerhouse, the result was the same. Everything would be devoured and they would become a dried corpse. Retreat, retreat. Call the strong. The army was in chaos and many people retreated in shock. The army was thrown into chaos because of Lu Ming alone and a gap appeared. Who is so audacious, daring to attack my Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? A loud shout was heard. Then more than 10 figures flashed and appeared in front of Lu Ming. What a coincidence! The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. A few of them were Lu Ming's old acquaintances. The Wang clan's patriarch Wang Xingtian, the Jiang clan's patriarch and the Luan clan's patriarch. 3 of the clan heads of the 6 great ancient clans of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had come. More than 10 people followed behind the 3 clan heads. 3 of them were supreme-level experts, while the others were all at the 9th level of the spiritual god realm, at the great circle of the spiritual god realm. It's you. The masters of the Wang and Jiang families were stunned when they saw Lu Ming. They stared at him in disbelief. Lu Ming, it's you. Didn't you die? He died in the Divine Ruins continent, in the hands of the divine god Sex Paragon? After a long while the crowd finally recovered. The Wang family master pointed at Lu Ming and exclaimed in disbelief. The news of the experts from the Divine Gate's South God Palace coming to the Divine Wilderness continent and announcing Lu Ming's death had long spread throughout the Divine Wilderness continent. Almost all the powerful factions knew about it. Wang Xingtian and the others had thought that Lu Ming had died in the Divine Ruins continent. They were naturally surprised to see him now. You didn't die, so how could I die? Lu Ming smiled faintly. So you didn't die. You're really lucky. But you're really stupid. Since you didn't die, you should have hidden. Now you've come out and even come here. You're really seeking death. Then I'll fulfill your wish. The patriarch of the Wang family laughed out loud, revealing a ferocious killing intent. The aura on his body bloomed, locking onto Lu Ming, afraid that Lu Ming would escape. Last time in 9 Dragons you managed to escape with your life. This time I won't let you escape. Lu Ming smiled coldly. You're looking for death. The patriarch of the Wang clan shouted angrily. Previously in 9 Dragons, Lu Ming had almost killed the master of the Wang family with the divine 9-dragon cauldron. The master of the Wang family had regarded this incident as taboo. Now Lu Ming had brought it up again in front of everyone, and it had hit the master's sore spot. Boom. The patriarch of the Wang family exuded a cold killing intent. He stepped forward and purple flames emanated from his body, completely annihilating the void. The temperature was rising rapidly, and some of the weaker cultivators immediately backed away. I will burn you to ashes. The master of the Wang family said coldly. He pushed his hands forward and a large purple fireball flew toward Lu Ming. The purple fireball's temperature was terrifyingly high. Wherever it flew, space would be annihilated, revealing black spatial passageways. In an instant, it flew in front of Lu Ming. Die. The patriarch of the Wang clan laughed sinisterly. But the next moment his smile froze. Lu Ming stretched out a hand and grabbed at the purple fireball. The purple fireball shrank rapidly and finally turned into a wisp of fire, burning and jumping in Lu Ming's palm. This is your flame? You even want to burn me to ashes. In my opinion, it's not even enough to cook rice. Lu Ming sneered. He then blew and the flame in his palm was extinguished. It was a slap in the face. You. The master of the Wang family's face was flushed red. He glared at Lu Ming and wanted to bite him to death. Die. The master of the Wang family bellowed, and the flames on his body burned even more vigorously. A ball of purple flames appeared above his head. Moving his body, he performed the blood fusion and turned into flames. The flames twisted and finally turned into a purple flame sword, slashing toward Lu Ming. Boom. Lu Ming did not even look. He threw a punch at the purple sword. A miserable shriek was heard as the purple sword collapsed. The figure of the Wang family's patriarch appeared. Blood was spurting out of his mouth. His face was filled with fear as he retreated frantically. As soon as the master of the Wang family retreated, screams immediately rang out. The path he took was the army and he directly crashed into the army. At least 1,000 people were killed by him. Run. The others roared and began to flee in a frenzy. The battlefield of paragons was simply too dangerous. If you were too close, you wouldn't even know how you died. You're the one who's going to die today. Lu Ming stared at the Wang family master and strode forward. Save me, quickly save me. The patriarch of the Wang clan cried out in fear. At the side, the masters of the Jiang family, the Luan family and the others were stunned. When Lu Ming injured the master of the Wang family with one punch, they were really stunned and found it hard to believe. Now that the master of the Wang family had called out, they came back to their senses. Attack and kill this person. Kill. The masters of the Jiang and the Luan families shouted and attacked together. The 5 supreme beings attacked at the same time. 5 different beams of light cut through the void and shot toward Lu Ming. Get lost. Lu Ming spat out the word coldly and threw 5 punches in a row. 5 fist forces broke through the air. Boom, 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 boom. The force of the punch easily dispersed the attacks of the 5 supreme beings, and the masters of the Jiang and the Luan families grunted as they were sent flying backward, blood spurting from their mouths. He casually threw out 5 punches and severely injured 5 supreme martial artists. This caused countless people who had retreated to the distance to gasp. As for the Wang clan's clan master, he was scared half to death. He was so stunned that he thought he was dreaming. How long had it been? Lu Ming had only made a trip to the Divine Ruins continent. How did he become so powerful the moment he returned? His combat strength completely crushed his. Was he still a member of the younger generation? Lu Ming continued to charge at the Wang family's master. The Wang family's master roared in fear and retreated desperately into the crowd, hoping that someone else would help him block Lu Ming. You guys, stop him. Hurry up. Damn it. How dare you run away? I'm the confidant of His Majesty Martial Emperor De. You're courting death. I'll kill you all in the future. The Wang family and the Wang family roared, but the rest were not fools. When they saw the family head of the Wang family approaching, they all fled. No one stopped Lu Ming for him. What a joke. He injured 5 supreme martial artists with a single punch. If they went up, wouldn't they be courting death? The patriarch of the Wang clan was almost in despair. Buzz. At this moment, a black saber radiance burst out high in the sky, cutting through the void and slashing toward Lu Ming. Its power was extremely terrifying. The emperor had made his move. Boom. A dragon's roar came from within Lu Ming's body. He threw a punch and it collided with the saber radiance. Lu Ming successfully blocked the saber radiance. Buzz. A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. This person was an old man in a black robe. He was thin and his eyes were sunken like a skeleton. However, the aura that he exuded was extremely terrifying. This was an emperor. The third Hell Emperor. Seeing this person, the Wang clan master was ecstatic and almost laughed out loud. Chapter 1316. 1316 Wang Xingtian's despair. There were only 5 or 6 emperors in the southern nether region and they were all ranked. The first emperor of the underworld was the strongest, followed by the second and third. He was ranked 3rd among the emperors of the southern underworld and was extremely powerful. When the 3rd underworld emperor made his move, the head of the Wang family was ecstatic. He secretly rejoiced, thinking that he was saved. The 3rd emperor of the dead, this man is someone His Majesty De wants to take down. Hurry up and kill him. His Majesty will definitely reward you heavily. The patriarch of the Wang clan shouted. You're so young, but you already have such combat strength. It's rare since ancient times. Unfortunately, you don't know how to keep a low profile and actually came here. I'll send you on your way, hee hee. The 3rd underworld emperor laughed. His voice was dry and unpleasant like a skeleton. He was covered in a large black robe and looked like a piece of black cloth floating in the air. Netherworld domain, transform into my netherworld chi. The 3rd emperor of the dead grinned hideously. A black domain spread out and enveloped Lu Ming. The speed of the domain was extremely fast. The moment it appeared, it covered a radius of 100 miles. Lu Ming was also enveloped by it. Instantly he felt countless black shadows pouncing on him. Endless netherworld chi drilled into Lu Ming's skin, trying to corrode him and turn him into netherworld chi. Buzz. At the same time, a black saber appeared in the 3rd underworld emperor's hand and he slashed at Lu Ming. In his own territory, the 3rd underworld emperor's speed was extremely fast. The moment he slashed out, he was in front of Lu Ming immediately. Wind elemental technique. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He cast the wind elemental technique. His body moved without any wind. With a light sway, he dodged the 3rd underworld emperor's attack. At the same time, he threw a punch. Clang. The fist force hit the saber's side, making a loud boom. The 3rd underworld emperor's body trembled and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. As for Lu Ming, he also took a few steps back. Such a powerful force. The 3rd Hell Emperor was shocked. Netherworld body. The 3rd emperor of the dead's body trembled. His entire body collapsed and turned into a ball of netherworld chi. Together with his netherworld domain, it enveloped the entire world. Within a 100-mile radius, the netherworld domain covered the entire area with netherworld chi. A spirit body was formed from the bloodline and had some of the characteristics of the bloodline. Different spirit bodies had different mysteries and effects. Some spirit bodies leaned towards attack, some leaned towards defense, and some leaned towards speed. For example, the spirit body of the third underworld emperor could turn into the chi of the netherworld and attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming was enveloped in the netherworld chi. The sound of air being cut rang out in the surroundings. Countless saber lights were slashing toward Lu Ming from unknown directions. Fire elemental technique. Thunder elemental technique. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He transformed his chaos concept into the fire and thunder concepts. A long spear condensed from flames appeared in his right hand, and a long spear condensed from lightning appeared in his left hand. Buzz. The flaming long spear swept out in all directions with the power to sweep away thousands of troops. Fire and lightning were the nemesis of the netherworld chi. Moreover, the fire and lightning were condensed by the fire origin technique and the thunder origin technique. The power of the two intense was exerted to the extreme, and the power was even more shocking. The flaming spear swept across and the netherworld chi exploded. The saber gleams that were slashing at Lu Ming collapsed one by one. Even the netherworld domain shook violently as if it would explode at any moment. It's over there. Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on the front. The lightning spear in his left hand shot out like lightning. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came from that place. Then the third Hell Emperor appeared and retreated rapidly. There was a hole in his shoulder and lightning was flashing through it. Why would I? The masters of the Wang and Jiang families widened their eyes in disbelief. The third Emperor of the Dead was injured. One of the emperors was injured by Lu Ming. How was this possible? Lu Ming could even injure an emperor. Buzz. Lu Ming cast the wind element art. His body swayed as he approached the third Emperor of the Dead at high speed and threw a punch. This punch was a fusion of the Earth Origin Technique, Fire Origin Technique, and Thunder Origin Technique. The third Emperor of the Dead's domain shook violently. It only lasted for one breath before it exploded. The three martial techniques hit the third Emperor of the Dead, and he screamed as he was sent flying. Half of his body exploded and his aura became weak. Run, run. There was only one thought in the head of the Wang family, and that was to escape. Lu Ming was too freakish. He was so young, but his combat strength was unimaginably strong. Even the third underworld emperor was no match for him. After exchanging a few blows, he was beaten half to death. If he did not escape, he would die. Wang Xingtianev said it. You will die today. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. He activated the wind element technique and caught up with the master of the Wang family in a few flashes. No, spare me. As death descended upon him, the head of the Wang family broke down. He began to beg bitterly. Supreme martial artist? Face. He didn't want any of that. Compared to his life, these were nothing. Lu Ming looked at the master of the Wang family coldly. There was not a trace of pity in his eyes. Once upon a time, the master of the Wang family was an unparalleled existence in Lu Ming's eyes. He was a supreme being who could kill him with one finger. However, things had changed with the passage of time. Right now, the Wang clan's clan leader was nothing in front of him and could be easily killed by him. The world was unpredictable. Who could predict it? Lu Ming was growing and growing rapidly. Without realizing it, Lu Ming had become a peak figure in the divine wilderness continent. Those existences that he had to look up to in the past now looked up to him. Let's go. An indifferent voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. His palm was like a knife and he struck out. No, if I die, you'll die too. The Wang clan's clan leader roared in anger. He knew that he was going to die. Ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and the aura on his body became violent. He was going to self-destruct. Humph. Shut up. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He exerted force in his palm and a phantom of the prison-suppressing steel flashed, pressing down on the master of the Wang family. The patriarch of the Wang family didn't even have time to scream before he was crushed into pieces and died on the spot. He could not even self-destruct in front of Lu Ming. It's your turn. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the master of the Jiang family and the master of the Wan family. Back then, during the Battle of Nine Dragons, the masters of the 6 great ancient families had all attacked Lu Ming. Among them, the masters of the Jiang family, the Wan family, and the Wang family had all wanted to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming had always kept this grudge in his heart. Today he would kill them all. Run, run. The masters of the Jiang family and the Wan family desperately flew up into the sky because there was an emperor there. However, how fast was Lu Ming's speed? He took a step forward and appeared behind them. Circulating the prison suppressing heavenly art, he struck out 2 palm strikes in a row. The 2 clan heads were dead. The third Hell Emperor. After killing the 2 clan heads, Lu Ming set his eyes on the third Underworld Emperor. Chapter 1317. 1317 Chapter 1317 Fighting 2 Empresses Alone. The third Emperor of the Dead's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated to the sky. Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor attack together. The third Hell Emperor shouted. There was another emperor in the sky. He was an emperor of a dominant force in the central continent. He had joined DE and attacked the Xianxia Academy with the third Emperor of the Dead. On the surface, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had only sent the 2 of them this time. Kill. The Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor was a burly man who was more than 3 meters tall. He wielded a broadsword and slashed at Lu Ming. At the same time, the third Underworld Emperor launched an attack on Lu Ming while he was healing his body. The 2 sovereigns joined forces to attack Lu Ming. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming threw 2 consecutive punches. His fists were in a state of chaos. This was not the chaos concept, but Lu Ming's martial arts technique that combined 5 types of concepts. The first to bear the brunt were the 2 Emperor's domains. The 2 domains covered Lu Ming's entire body and continuously depleted Lu Ming's attacks. Invisible attacks were constantly attacking Lu Ming. Lu Ming's fist force blasted out and the domain trembled continuously. Lu Ming charged into the domain and fought with the 2 emperors. The Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor had a burly figure and was known for his offensive and physical strength. However, after exchanging a single blow with Lu Ming, he was still forced to retreat. If it were not for the third Hell Emperor's help, Lu Ming could have taken the opportunity to defeat the Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor. Even so, Lu Ming still had the upper hand at the beginning of the battle. Lu Ming. That's Lu Ming. A group of people stood in the White Jade Palace of the Xianxia Academy. Among them were figures that Lu Ming was familiar with, such as Kong Exin and Goddess Tan Xiang. The Valley of the Medicine Masters, without a sovereign, would find it difficult to protect themselves in this chaotic world. However, the Valley of the Medicine Masters had a good relationship with the Xianxia Academy, so the Valley of the Medicine Masters had long sought refuge with the Xianxia Academy and moved to the Xianxia Academy. It was Kong Exin who had just spoken. His voice was full of disbelief as he stared into the distance. It's Lu Ming. He's not dead. This is amazing. Lu Ming is able to suppress 2 emperors. Fairy Tan Xiang's eyes also widened and her voice was filled with shock. Originally, when the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace launched an attack on the Xianxia Academy, they had already defended for a few days. If this continued, it would be very early for them to be defeated. However, when they discovered that the army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was in chaos, they thought that it was the Heaven-suppressing Divine Army or Ciel Wan of the Northern Plains who had sent reinforcements. In the end, they discovered that there was only one person, a young man. They found out in disbelief that the young man was Lu Ming, the Lu Ming who was said to have died in the Divine Ruins continent. The combat strength that Lu Ming had displayed shocked them even more. He's truly a peerless genius, one of a kind. A white-haired old man beside Kong Exin's side. This white-haired old man was one of the 2 emperors of Xianxia Academy. Dean, this is a rare opportunity. I think we should rush out and cooperate with Lu Ming to defeat the army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Fairy Tan Xiang suggested. Wait a moment. The Emperor of the Xianxia Academy muttered. The Detian Divine Palace will not only send 2 emperors to attack our Xianxia Academy. Perhaps there are more emperors hiding in the dark. Now that Lu Ming has the upper hand, we are not in a hurry to attack. It will not be too late to attack after we have a clear view of the enemy. Kong Exin, Fairy Tan Xiang and the others nodded. Indeed, now that Lu Ming had the upper hand, the ones who should be anxious should be the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, not them. If the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace still had a sovereign hidden in the dark, they would not be able to hold it in for long and would attack. In the north, tens of thousands of miles away, Xiaoluan and the others were hiding in the void, looking into the distance. Even though Lu Ming had defeated Chu Luo before, they could not hide their shock when they saw Lu Ming's combat strength. Ancestor Devil, should we make our move now and annihilate this group of people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace in one fell swoop? Mo Yi asked. Wait a minute. There might be experts from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace hiding in the dark. We'll act according to the situation. Xiaoluan said. Boom, boom, boom. High up in the sky, 3 figures crisscrossed and engaged in an intense battle. Every time they crossed paths, there would be a muffled explosion between the sky and the earth. It was as if the sky and the earth had just been split open and the universe was rumbling. The terrifying fluctuations shook some people's eardrums, causing their bodies to tremble, and they spat out blood. The army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace retreated again and again, distancing themselves from the battlefield. Clang. Lu Ming combined 5 martial arts techniques of creation, and the power was shocking. He threw a punch and hit the saber of the Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor. The Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor's body trembled and he was sent flying. Then Lu Ming turned his left hand and struck down with his palm. The chi of the netherworld rolled and the 3rd Emperor of the Dead was sent flying. Kill. Lu Ming's body was as fast as lightning. In a flash he rushed toward the 3rd Underworld Emperor. Terrifying attacks poured down on the 3rd Underworld Emperor. The 3rd Emperor of the Dead tried his best, but it was difficult for him to resist. Wherever Lu Ming's fist passed, the netherworld chi was obliterated. The 3rd Emperor of the Dead screamed in pain as his body almost exploded. On the other side, the Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor came to the rescue. Buzz. The lightning cauldron appeared above Lu Ming's head and smashed toward Martial Emperor Mountain Breaker. As Lu Ming's cultivation level increased, the lightning cauldron's power increased when he controlled it. The thunder cauldron collided with the battle saber of Martial Emperor Pashan heavily. Although the thunder cauldron was sent flying away, it had also blocked the attack of Martial Emperor Pashan. That was enough. Kill. Lu Ming charged at the 3rd Emperor of the Dead and threw a punch. The chi of the netherworld exploded, and the 3rd Emperor of the Dead was sent flying with a scream. Half of his body exploded and his aura weakened. His injuries were even worse. And this was the 3rd Emperor of the Dead. His netherworld body was mysterious and ever-changing. If it had been any other emperor, they would have been more seriously injured after being hit by Lu Ming's attack. Even so, the 3rd Underworld Emperor was still terrified. He turned around and ran. He was afraid. If this went on, he would really be killed by Lu Ming. You can't escape. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent as he walked toward the 3rd Underworld Emperor. At the same time, he focused his mind and spread his spiritual sense in all directions, as if he was waiting for something. In a few steps, Lu Ming was close to the 3rd Underworld Emperor, and his terrifying attack was about to land on the 3rd Underworld Emperor. Evil beast, you dare. At this moment, a cold voice came from the endless void. As soon as the voice was heard, a golden sword light descended from the sky and cut down on Lu Ming's head. It's dangerous. Facing this golden sword light, Lu Ming's hair stood on end. His heart trembled as he felt a fatal danger. Roar. Without any hesitation, the 9-dragon bloodline emerged. Lu Ming performed the bloodline fusion and transformed into 9 dragons. Boom. Boom. Each of the 9 dragon claws was a fusion of 5 martial techniques of creation, and they were all aimed at the golden sword light. An ear-piercing sound resounded between heaven and earth. The golden sword light was so sharp that it could cut through everything. The attack formed by the 5 martial techniques of creation was broken by the golden sword light one by one. The 9 dragons' body trembled, and they couldn't help but retreat 1,000 miles before they could stabilize themselves. The result was that 3 of the 9 dragon claws were cut off. Fortunately, this was the body of Blood Meridian. Lu Ming circulated the power of Blood Meridian and his 3 dragon claws were rapidly recovering. Chapter 1318. 1318 Di Hongqing. What a powerful force. What a terrifying sword chi. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He transformed into 9 dragons and performed a martial technique that combined 5 types of concepts. Other than the chaos concept, this was Lu Ming's strongest combat power. However, he still could not withstand it. He was pushed back 1,000 miles by a sword gleam and 3 dragon claws were cut off. The power of the golden sword radiance was truly terrifying. Buzz. In the depths of the sky, a golden light flashed and a figure appeared. It was an old man with thick bone armor and a burly figure. He wore a long golden robe that fluttered in the wind, and his body exuded endless majesty. The golden-robed old man released a terrifying aura, causing the sky to shake. Peak Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and his eyes were extremely solemn. The golden-robed old man's cultivation was at the same level as Xiaowan and Di Yi's Martial Emperor. He was extremely powerful. There was a huge gap between each level of the Martial Royal Realm. The difference between the second level and the first level of the Martial Emperor realm was very obvious. It would not be too difficult for a second-level Martial Emperor to kill a first-level Martial Emperor. Not to mention the peak of the second-level Martial Monarch realm. Elder Di Hongqing, the third Underworld Emperor and the Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor were overjoyed to see the old man. Lu Ming frowned. Xiaowan had mentioned before that Di suddenly had 2 Peak Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm experts with Emperor spiritual weapons. Lu Ming had a lot of questions. It was not easy to find a Peak Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm expert. In the Divine Wilderness continent on the surface, there were only 2 people, Xiaowan and Di. Where did the 2 people at the peak of the second level of the Martial Royal Realm beside Di come from? Moreover, they both had King's spiritual weapons. And now he knew that one of them had the same surname as Di? What was going on? It was rumored that the Ditian Divine Palace was founded by Martial Emperor Dai. At that time there was only one Martial Emperor Dai, and no one had heard that he had any clansmen with the same surname. Later on, did Martial Emperor Di have descendants which led to the Di family? Could this old man be a descendant of Di? That was impossible. This was because Lu Ming felt that the old man was older than Di. Lu Ming had more questions in his heart. He felt that Di was more mysterious than he had imagined. Di Hongqing stood high up in the sky and looked down at Lu Ming. However, it was not difficult to see that there was a hint of surprise and disbelief in his eyes. He seemed to be in awe of Lu Ming's age and combat ability. So you're Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's not bad for you to have such cultivation and combat strength at your age. I think you're a talent. Join our Di family. As long as you perform well, the Di family will not treat you badly. Di Hongqing said in a condescending tone. This wasn't Di Hongqing's intention. It seemed that he was born with the ability to look down on others. Hee. Lu Ming chuckled but did not answer. He stared at Di Hongqing and said after a while, "You're not from the Divine Wilderness continent, are you? Or are you not from the continent of the Divine Ruins?" Lu Ming had seen all the paragons in the Divine Ruins continent group, and there was no one with the surname Di. Di Hongqing was slightly stunned as if he did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly ask this question. Then he sneered, "You don't have to worry about this question. Now just tell me, are you going to surrender or not?" "Surrender? That's fine, but I have a condition. Give me Di's head and I'll surrender." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Impudent." Di Hongqing's face darkened and his killing intent bloomed. He said in a cold voice, "Lu Ming, I see that you're quite talented. I wanted to give you a chance but you didn't grasp it. I can only send you on your way." Di Hongqing clenched his fist in the air, and a golden combat sword condensed in the air. The sword chi soared up into the sky. Slash. Die. Di Hongqing shouted. He swung his golden sword and a terrifying sword chi thousands of miles long, split the sky and went toward Lu Ming. It was even more powerful than the previous one. Chaos. The 9 dragons stomped in the air and chaos chi filled the air around them. The chaos will was unleashed. In the face of an expert like Di Hongqing, Lu Ming no longer hid his strength and unleashed it with all his might. Prison Suppressing Heaven Art. Lu Ming used the Prison Suppressing Heaven technique and a dragon claw swiped at the golden sword radiance. The dragon claw was covered in the chaos concept. Only when the chaos intent was combined with the Prison Suppressing Heavenly art could its power be unleashed to its maximum. Boom. The dragon claw collided with the golden sword radiance. It was as if the entire world was shaking, as if the end of the world had arrived. Half of the sky was filled with golden sword light, while the other half was in chaos. Di Hongqing and Lu Ming's figures were agitated by an invisible force, and they retreated at the same time. How is that possible? The Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor and the Third Hell Emperor were dumbfounded by this scene. They could hardly believe their eyes. Lu Ming had actually blocked Di Hongqing's attack. Not only that, but they seemed to be on par with each other as they both retreated at the same time. This meant that Lu Ming could compete with Di Hongqing. Lu Ming had not used his full strength when he was fighting with them. At the thought of this, the two of them felt a chill down their spines. If Lu Ming had used his full strength earlier, they would have been dead for sure. Gulu. Gulu. In the White Jade Palace of the Xianxia Academy, Kong Exin, Goddess Tan Xiang, the two emperors of the Xianxia Academy, and other masters all swallowed with difficulty. Their throats moved and their eyes were wide open as they stared into the distance. AI. The gap between us and Lu Ming is getting bigger and bigger. After a while, Kong Exin sighed, her voice full of helplessness. Lu Ming is not on the same level as us to begin with. He is destined to be more glorious and go further in the future. Fairy Tan Xiang's eyes were filled with excitement. Indeed, he is already standing at the peak of the divine wilderness continent at such a young age. I really do not know how high his future achievements will be. An emperor from the Xianxia Academy also sighed. In the northern sky, Xiaoluan and the others were also dumbfounded. This. Xiaolua's body trembled and he couldn't say a word. They had thought that Lu Ming's ability to defeat Xiaolua and crush ordinary sovereigns was already earth-shattering enough. However, they now realized that they had underestimated Lu Ming. Lu Ming could actually fight with a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert. In other words, Lu Ming's combat strength was already on par with Xiaoluan. Lu Ming. Among the crowd, Yan Kuangtu was the most excited. He clenched his fists tightly and was extremely excited. I didn't misjudge you. Xiaoluan's eyes lit up. He knew that he had made the right bet. Emperor's sword, break the world. Di Hongqing's angry voice was heard. He was actually forced to retreat by Lu Ming. This shocked him, but at the same time, it aroused his killing intent. The golden sword radiance surged. Di Hong became one with the sword and turned into a dazzling sword radiance, slashing toward Lu Ming. Chapter 1319. 1319 Chapter 1319 Intense Battle. A furious blow from a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert would definitely be earth-shattering and astonishingly powerful. The Third Hell Emperor, the mountain-breaking martial emperor, was terrified by this sword. They felt that they had no hope of being killed by this sword. Lu Ming. In the White Jade Palace, Kong Xian and the others, as well as Xiaoluan and the others in the north, were also on edge, especially Xiaoluan, who was ready to help at any time. The combat strength of a peak level 2 martial royal realm is indeed amazing. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The 9 dragons twisted their bodies, opened their mouths and roared. The devouring power burst forth, shrouding the front. At the same time, the dragon claws reached out, and the shadow of the prison-suppressing steel appeared. Boom. Once again it clashed with the golden sword light, and a terrifying explosion rang out in the sky. The shadow of the prison-suppressing steel was destroyed by the golden sword light, but the golden sword light also collapsed. Buzz. Buzz. The 9 dragons and Di Hongqing retreated at the same time. This time, Di Hongqing's retreat was shorter while Lu Ming's retreat was longer. The 9 dragons' bodies trembled slightly, and they were covered with sword marks. The bodies of the 9 dragons glowed with light. Their bodies seemed to no longer be solid and they seemed illusory. You haven't become an emperor and you haven't cultivated a spiritual body. There's still a limit to just relying on the power of your bloodline. Let's see how you're going to fight me. Di Hongqing sneered, his eyes cold. After all, there was a limit to the power of bloodline fusion. The more intense the resistance, the more terrifying the power of bloodline would be consumed. Once the power of bloodline was used up, he could no longer maintain the state of bloodline fusion. He could only wait for his power of bloodline to recover before he could use bloodline fusion again. It was obvious that Lu Ming's power of the 9 dragons' bloodline was about to be exhausted, so the bodies of the 9 dragons were somewhat illusory. This move will kill you. Di Hongqing stepped forward, and the golden sword light was even more dazzling. Emperor sword breaking the world. Buzz. The golden sword gleam slashed at Lu Ming again, full of murderous intent. Di Hongqing was going to kill Lu Ming with this sword. The bloodline of the 9 dragons burst like a bubble. However, Lu Ming's actual body did not appear. Instead, a stone tablet appeared. It was the prison-suppressing steel. The prison-suppressing steel turned into the size of a mountain, emitting a brilliant light. Below him, the word on the steel shone with a resplendent light. Buzz. The prison-guarding steel was covered in a layer of chaos intent, which made it seem even heavier and more suppressive. The prison-suppressing steel pressed toward the golden sword light. The second divine level 9th rank bloodline. Di Hongqing's eyes narrowed. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel clashed with the golden sword radiance. The lower part of the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was a physical body that was indestructible and firm. The prison-suppressing steel trembled and flew backward. The golden sword light also collapsed instantly. Di Hongqing also retreated rapidly under the impact of the counterattack. This time, Di Hongqing retreated even further than Lu Ming. This made Di Hongqing's face turn extremely ugly. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel contains the original body. It is indeed more powerful than the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Buzz. At this moment, Di Hongqing's body seemed to have turned into a golden sword light, breaking through the void and approaching Lu Ming at an extreme speed. Good. Lu Ming's voice came from the prison-guarding steel. The prison-guarding steel glowed and rushed toward Di Hongqing. Clang. Heaven and earth exploded. The 2 figures retreated and then charged together again. Between heaven and earth, only 2 light figures could be seen constantly attacking and fighting. In the sky there were constant explosions. The shockwaves formed by the 2's battle were getting more and more terrifying, causing the onlookers to retreat further and further away. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had exchanged more than 10 moves. Although Lu Ming had the upper hand, it was just a slight advantage. He could not win against his opponent in a short time. Damn it! Di Hongqing roared in his heart. He was a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert, but he couldn't even take down a young man in the spiritual god realm. He felt humiliated. Go to hell, Emperor Sword. Suddenly, Di Hongqing roared as a golden combat sword appeared above his head. This combat sword wasn't formed by true essence, but a real combat sword, a real spirit weapon. An Emperor's spiritual weapon. It was an Emperor's spiritual weapon. Di Hongqing held the golden combat sword in his hand, and a terrifying sword chi was slashed at Lu Ming. An Emperor's spiritual weapon. What a terrifying power. Facing this sword, Lu Ming's heart could not help but tremble. The Emperor's spiritual weapon was the Emperor of spiritual weapons. It was originally a weapon used by a peak emperor, and only a peak emperor could fully unleash the power of an emperor's spiritual weapon. Supreme martial artists and even low-level emperors could not unleash the full power of an emperor's spiritual weapon. Therefore, the higher one's cultivation was, the more powerful the emperor's spiritual weapon would be. A second-level martial emperor using an emperor's spiritual weapon would naturally be more powerful than a first-level martial emperor. This sword gave Lu Ming a feeling of extreme danger. Power, power. Lu Ming roared in his heart. More energy from his 3rd bloodline surged into his body, filling his heart with killing intent. However, he could not care less at this moment. The power of the 3rd bloodline and the chaos will covered the prison-guarding steel, making it more powerful than ever. Clang. The golden sword light hit the prison-suppressing steel. The steel shook violently and was sent flying like a meteorite, creating a big hole in the space. On it, the chaos will was almost shattered. The prison-suppressing steel kept buzzing and became transparent. One move and the bloodline power of the prison-suppressing steel was about to be exhausted. Di Hongqing's combat strength had skyrocketed with the addition of his king's spiritual weapon. Lu Ming was no match for him at all. Die. Di Hongqing charged at Lu Ming again. Not good attack. In the north, Xiao Wan's expression changed. He took a step forward and traveled 10,000 miles in an instant. Slash. A pitch-black demonic blade appeared in Xiao Wan's hand. Demonic chi shot up into the sky, and the blade radiance sliced through the air. A black blade light cut through the endless void and headed toward Di Hongqing. An emperor's spiritual weapon. The demonic blade in Xiaowan's hand was also an emperor's spiritual weapon. Xiaowan had created chaos in the world back then, so he naturally had an emperor's spiritual weapon. He had hidden it in a secret place and had only taken it out a while ago. Di Hongqing's expression changed when he saw Xiaowan's attack. He turned around and slashed his golden sword at Xiaowan, ignoring Lu Ming. Clang! The two of them exchanged a blow and were evenly matched. Kill! Xiaowan charged towards Di Hongqing. Di Hongqing had no choice but to fight Xiaowan. Who? Lu Ming let out a long breath. A peak second-level martial emperor with an emperor's spiritual weapon was too powerful. Lu Ming was not his match. Kill this bunch of dogs. Kill. At this moment Yen Kuangtu Tu Luo, the barbarian emperor, and the others had arrived, killing their way into the army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Not good. The mountain-breaking martial emperor and the third underworld emperor's expressions changed drastically. There were only two of them and they were completely outmatched. Go to hell. The barbarian emperor had his eyes on the mountain breaker martial emperor, while Tsilua had his eyes on the third underworld emperor. Both of them started fighting. Chapter 1320. 1320 Chapter 1320 Killing Another Emperor. As for Yen Kuangtu and Mo Yi, they slaughtered their way into the army of the Ditian Divine Palace as if they were entering a no-man's land. With a single move, a large number of experts were killed and large numbers of corpses fell from the sky. Now kill our way out. In the White Jade Palace of the Xianxia Academy, an emperor gave the order. Kill. The cultivators from the Xianxia Academy also rushed out and surrounded the army of the Ditian Divine Palace. Not good, run. Quickly run. The great army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was defeated in an instant and fled for their lives. They had no choice. The emperors of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were being held back. The Xianxia Academy, Mo Yi, and the others were all emperors. Killing those below the emperor realm was as easy as killing chickens. Even supremes would die with a single slap. Chaos. The army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was in complete chaos. They only cared about fleeing for their lives. Some supreme martial artists didn't have the heart to continue fighting and were fleeing frantically. You won't be able to escape. The emperor of the Xianxia Academy had been keeping an eye on these supremes, and they had been killed one by one. This was a one-sided massacre. Blood chi filled the air and the battle didn't last long. More than half of the army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had been killed, and the ground below was covered with corpses. Those who had escaped were those with weak cultivation. No one was interested in killing them. Those with weak cultivation would not affect the overall situation much. There were only 3 battlefields left in the sky above the Xianxia Academy. Xiaowan fought Di Hongqing. The barbarian emperor was up against the mountain breaker martial emperor, while Chu Luo was up against the third underworld emperor. Let's end this quickly. Let's attack together. Lu Ming's voice rang out as he charged at the third underworld emperor. Although Lu Ming's power of blood meridian had been exhausted and he could not perform the blood meridian fusion, the power of the chaos will that Lu Ming had cast was still terrifying. Boom. Lu Ming approached the third emperor of the dead and threw a punch. This punch carried the will of chaos and crushed the universe. No. The third emperor of the dead felt a fatal danger. He roared in fear and turned into the chi of the netherworld, trying to escape. But under the chaos will, everything was futile. As Lu Ming's fist landed, the third emperor of the dead let out a blood-curdling screech. The netherworld chi was obliterated, and the third emperor of the dead's body reappeared. However, it was already in pieces. His spiritual god had also vanished into thin air under the impact of the punch. Hiss hiss hiss. Tsilua and the other emperors gasped in horror. An ordinary first-level martial royal realm expert was so weak when facing Lu Ming that he was killed by a single punch. Get lost. The mountain-breaking martial emperor was almost scared to death at the sight of this, and he charged forward madly. However, the barbarian emperor blocked his way. Other than the barbarian emperor Mo Yi Yen Kuangtu, and the others had also made their moves, leaving the Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor with no way out. After Lu Ming killed the third Underworld Emperor, he walked toward the Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor. The Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor was extremely frightened. Di Hongqing, save me! Martial Emperor Mountain Breaker yelled to Di Hongqing for help. However, Di Hongqing couldn't free himself from the battle with Xiaowan, so he could only protect himself. Xiaowan had been at the third level of the martial royal realm at his peak. However, he had been suppressed by the prison-suppressing steel for 30,000 years and his essence had been injured, so he could not recover to his peak. However, he had rich combat experience. Although his realm was the same as Di Hongqing's, he was still more powerful than Di Hongqing. Di Hongqing could only protect himself. He couldn't free his divine body to save the Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor. If you dare to go against our Di family, you will all die. In the end, Di Hongqing roared and exchanged a blow with Xiaowan. Then he turned into a sword light and shot away. He had actually escaped. Xiaowan didn't pursue him. Although he was slightly stronger than Di Hongqing, there was a limit to his strength. He couldn't keep Di Hongqing here. No. Seeing Di Hongqing running away, Martial Emperor Mountain Breaker shouted in despair. As for Lu Ming, he was already not far away from the Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor, and his cold killing intent enveloped him. Don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender. The mountain-breaking Martial Emperor shouted. He had seen the third Underworld Emperor's fate clearly. If he didn't surrender, he would die. We can surrender, but give up resisting and let us seal our cultivation. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming did not necessarily have to kill the other party. After all, the other party was a martial royal realm expert. If they surrendered and helped them, it would be beneficial to them. Faced with such a situation, the Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor was helpless and could only give up on resisting. He understood that even if he resisted with all his might, he would only be killed in the end. He might as well trust Lu Ming this once. Seal his cultivation. Lu Ming ordered. Immediately, the barbarian emperor Chu Luo and Mo Yi joined forces to seal the Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor's cultivation base. The battle had finally come to an end. It ended with the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's defeat. Almost all the experts that were sent here had died in battle. Only Di Hongqing had escaped, the third Underworld Emperor had died in battle, and the Mountain Breaker Martial Emperor had surrendered. They had suffered heavy losses. Lu Ming, thank you. The two deans of the Xianxia Academy came to Lu Ming and cupped their fists to thank him. You're two kind deans. Brother Kong Xian and I are friends. How can Lu Ming sit by and do nothing when the Xianxia Academy is in trouble? Lu Ming said. Lu. Brother Lu. Kong Xian and Goddess Tan Xiang came together and saluted Lu Ming. They had mixed feelings. He still remembered that not long after the Battle of Providence had ended, Lu Ming had changed his name to Lu Shaoqing and arrived in the central continent. At that time, Lu Ming's combat strength was only about the same as theirs. In fact, his cultivation level was not even as high as theirs. However, it had only been a few years and there were already earth-shattering changes. Lu Ming's cultivation level and combat strength had far surpassed them. He stood at the peak of the divine wilderness continent. They might not be able to catch up to Lu Ming even if they spent their entire lives. Brother Kong Fairy, how have you been? Lu Ming smiled. Then he looked at the two deans of the Xianxia Academy and said, My two courtyards, the world is in chaos now. What are you planning to do? This. Sigh, we haven't thought it through yet. A director with a tall figure sighed. In Xianxia Academy, there were those who cultivated the martial path and those who cultivated the inscription path. Of the two deans, one cultivated the martial path and the other cultivated the inscription path. The taller dean cultivated martial arts, while the thinner dean cultivated the Tao of inscription. How about this? Why don't the Xianxia Academy form an alliance with us and head to the northern plains together? This way, our strength will be even stronger and we will have a greater chance of resisting the Ditian Divine Palace. Lu Ming suggested. The two deans of the Xianxia Academy looked at each other, then cupped their hands together and said, Lu Ming, we have the same intention. That's good, then let's not delay this any longer. We will set off for northern plains now. If we are late, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace will most likely come. Lu Ming said. Alright, we'll set off immediately. You may enter the White Jade Palace. It's a secret treasure. The tall director said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and the group flew into the White Jade Palace. Xiaowan didn't say anything during this process. Chapter 1321. 1321 The alliance between De and the Xia family. Ever since he saw Lu Ming's combat ability, he had a plan in mind. In the past, he had formed an alliance with Lu Ming because he saw Lu Ming's potential. The condition of the alliance was that Lu Ming would be able to guide him when he joined a major sect in the Yuanlu continent. He had been suppressed for 30,000 years and all his family and friends had turned into dust. He no longer had any worries about the divine wilderness continent. In his eyes, there was only cultivation, and the pursuit of higher martial arts. He had no interest in power. Therefore, after seeing Lu Ming's current combat level, he planned to slowly hand over the power to Lu Ming. He would just assist Lu Ming. Lu Ming had obviously thought of this as well. He glanced at Xiaowan but did not say anything. Lu Ming now had friends, family and loved ones. If he wanted to protect these people, he needed power and authority. Since Xiaowan had intentionally given in, he would not be polite either. The group entered the White Jade Palace. It shone and broke open the space, directly entering the alternate dimension and heading towards Northern Plains. Not long after. Northern Plains, in the sky above the 100 Beasts tribe, the space split open and the White Jade Palace appeared. After a while, the conference hall of the 100 Beasts tribe was filled with people. All the higher-ups of Northern Plains as well as the experts of Xianxia Academy were almost all present. Xiaowan and Lu Ming were still sitting at the very top. Many people looked at Lu Ming with respect and awe. The news of Lu Ming's battle at Xianxia Academy had spread. It was easy for him to defeat a peak second-level martial emperor and kill a first-level martial emperor. This level of combat strength was already at the peak of the divine wilderness continent, looking down on everyone. Moreover, Lu Ming was still so young and his cultivation level was only at the spiritual god stage. No one could predict Lu Ming's future and potential. They looked at Lu Ming with respect and awe. Everyone, we have received news that De of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace is going to form an alliance with the Xia family of the ancient Saint Dynasty. After everyone was seated, an emperor from the Xianxia Academy announced a shocking piece of news. Everyone gasped when they heard the news. What? The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace wants to form an alliance with the Xia clan? Is this true? We're in trouble. The discussion hall was instantly in an uproar. It's absolutely true. In a month's time, the two sides will hold an alliance ceremony in the Holy City. The burly emperor of the Xianxia Academy said. The scene fell silent again. Everyone frowned, their expressions grave. Now the strongest force in the divine wilderness continent was without a doubt the Detian Divine Palace, led by De. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace gathered the power of the Eastern Barren Territory and the Southern Netherworld. In addition, some of the hegemonic powers of the central continent had also surrendered, and their power was growing stronger and stronger. Most importantly, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had 3 peak experts. They were like 3 huge mountains that weighed down on everyone's hearts. Other than the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the other strongest forces were the Xia family of the ancient sacred dynasty and his allies. There was also the heaven-suppressing divine army and its allies. And then there was their northern plains. Western Desert had always stayed out of it, not participating in the battle meant that it was excluded. Out of the 4 great powers, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was the strongest. However, the Royal Xia clan had a history of over 1,000,000 years. In terms of their foundations, they were definitely the strongest. No one could see through them and they definitely couldn't be underestimated. Now these 2 giants were about to join forces. Could the other forces still compete with them? Originally, although the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was strong, their foundation was not strong enough, and the number of emperors they had was relatively small. Including De, there were still 2 experts at the peak of the second level of the martial royal realm, the Southern Underworld's emperor and some surrendered emperors. There were only a dozen of them. In this regard, the number of emperors from the Xia family and their allies, as well as the heaven-suppressing divine army and their allies, all surpassed that of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Even in northern plains, the number of emperors added up to more than 10. Although the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was powerful at its peak, they didn't have many emperors. The other powers could still contend against them. But now, the alliance between the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia clan could make up for this weakness. At that time, they would definitely be able to sweep across the world. Be it the heaven-suppressing divine army or northern plains, they would find it hard to contend against them. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts were extremely heavy. Why would the Xia clan and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace form an alliance? No one could figure it out. With the current momentum of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, what would happen to the Xia family if they unified the Divine Wilderness? There must be an unknown transaction in this. What should we do now? Someone asked. The scene was silent and no one spoke. Even Xiao Wan and Lu Ming were frowning. Let's talk about our own opinions and discuss it. Lu Ming spoke after a while. That's right, tell me. Xiao Wan said. Everyone chimed in, expressing their own opinions. Some people suggested taking the initiative to attack one side and fight with them to break the alliance. However, there were people who immediately rebutted. The strength of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was extremely strong, and those 3 peak experts were unrivaled. It wasn't a wise decision to attack the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. As for the Xia family, they were in charge of the Holy City and had a deep foundation. The Holy City had never been breached before, so it was very dangerous to attack the Xia family. These people advocated defense and held fast to northern plains. Everyone spoke one after another. They argued until they finally reached a consensus to defend northern plains and raise their strength. Their hopes were on Xiao Wan and Lu Ming. Xiao Wan was originally a Level 3 martial royal realm expert. He had only been injured to the core and needed time to recover. If they held their ground and did not come out, the situation would change when Xiao Wan recovered to the 3rd level of the martial royal realm. They would have the upper hand in terms of peak combat strength. The other person was Lu Ming. Lu Ming was still young and his cultivation level was only at the perfected spiritual god realm. If Lu Ming's cultivation level were to improve further, he would become even stronger and be able to change the outcome of the battle. Therefore, the final result of the discussion was to hold on, wait, and improve their strength. Lu Ming did not object to this. What he lacked now was time. As long as he had time, the pure spirit body would improve every day, and his strength would become stronger and stronger. Furthermore, if he broke through to the supreme level, his chaos intent would transform into the early stage of the chaos domain. His combat strength would increase dramatically, and he would not be afraid even if he faced a peak Level 2 martial royal realm expert with an emperor spiritual weapon. In the end, Lu Ming and Xiao Wan finalized this plan. That's right, big brother Yen. At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze turned to Yen Kuangtu. Senior Bai Shijin, where are Senior Du Songjue and the others? Why haven't I seen him? Logically speaking, with Lu Ming's return and such a major event happening in the Divine Wilderness continent, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue and the rest would definitely take the inter-territory teleportation array to come and discuss matters. However, ever since Lu Ming returned, they had not been seen. After Lu Ming spoke, Yen Kuangtu's expression changed. His gaze was complicated and he hesitated to speak. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. Sure enough, when Lu Ming's gaze swept across Xiao Wan, the barbarian emperor, Tu Luo and the others, he saw that they had complicated looks in their eyes and did not dare to look him in the eye. Lu Ming's bad premonition grew stronger. Chapter 1322. 1322 Chapter 1322 Shocking news, bringing forward the decisive battle. Big brother Yen, what's going on? Lu Ming looked at Yen Kuangtu and emphasized his words. His eyes were bright as he stared at Yen Kuangtu. Yen Kuangtu's expression changed. Finally, he let out a long sigh and said, Lu Ming, I didn't want to tell you at first, but since your combat strength has already reached such a level, there's no harm in telling you. The Yin and Yang formation of the Talisman Amulet sect has been broken by Martial Emperor De. What? Yen Kuangtu's words were like thunder, ringing in Lu Ming's heart. When Lu Ming returned, he heard a series of important news. Then he heard that the Xianxia Academy was attacked. He immediately rushed to the Xianxia Academy and did not have time to ask about the Talisman Amulet sect. He did not expect such an unforeseen event to happen. In Lu Ming's subconscious mind, the talisman amulet sect could still hold on for a while. Therefore Lu Ming did not ask much about it. A few months ago Martial Emperor De attacked. The first one was the Myriad Demon Valley, which was easily destroyed. The second one was the Talisman Sect. Although the Talisman Amulet Sect's Yin and Yang formation was powerful and could block De alone, the Yin and Yang formation could not block De and the other two peak lever 2 Martial Royal Realm experts, attacks together with the king's spiritual weapon. At that time Bai Shijin Du Songjue Master, and the others controlled the Yin and Yang formation in order to stall for time so that the others could move. In the end, most of the people moved to northern plains, but Master Bai Shijin and the others fell into De's hands. Yan Kuangtu explained in detail. Most of the Talisman Amulet Sect's disciples, Lu Ming's parents Hua Qi, and the others had all been transferred to the northern plains through the inter-territory teleportation array. However, the 9 Sons Supreme Bai Shijin Du Songjue, and the other higher-ups were in De's hands. General Lu, you don't have to worry too much. Since De didn't do anything at that time and kept them alive, I don't think he will kill them so quickly. Someone spoke and persuaded Lu Ming. Indeed. I didn't kill them but kept them alive. They must be useful. They shouldn't be in danger for the time being. The others also advised. At this moment, many people's expressions changed, and a jade voice transmission talisman appeared in their hands. There must have been some important news as some of the higher-ups had received the news at the same time. They all sent their holy senses to the jade voice transmission talismans. How did this happen? Yan Kuangtu saw the jade talisman and exclaimed. He was too excited to suppress the Jin Yuan in his body. A powerful aura burst out from his body, and a layer of burning flames spread out from his body, causing the temperature in the hall to rise sharply. Damn it! Detestable! The others also began to roar in rage, their faces extremely unsightly, including Xie Luan and the other emperors. What is it? What's going on? Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room and he had a bad feeling. He had just returned, so naturally no one had sent him any news. General Lu. Many people looked at Lu Ming wanting to say something but stopped. Lu Ming. Yan Kuangtu clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were red with anger. His body was trembling in anger. What's going on? Speak. Lu Ming shouted angrily. His eyes were like lightning and his body emitted a powerful aura. But everyone looked at each other and still no one spoke. I'll see for myself. Lu Ming moved and pounced on one of the Supreme Beings. The Supreme Being could not resist at all and the voice transmission jade talisman in his hand was snatched away by Lu Ming. After Lu Ming scanned the contents of the voice transmission jade talisman with his spiritual senses, his expression changed drastically. He became extremely ugly and a cold murderous intent burst out from his body. Xia family. Lu Ming spat out these words. They were so cold that they sent chills down one's spine. There was only one message in the jade talisman. Just now, the Xie clan and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace of the ancient Saint dynasty had sent out a joint message. A month later, the Xie clan and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace would hold an alliance ceremony in the sacred city. At that time they would kill the rebels including Xia Juyang Bai Shijin and Du Songjue, and use their blood as a sacrifice. The short message made Lu Ming's killing intent reach its peak. Everyone's gaze fell on Lu Ming. Everyone knew that Lu Ming was the Zongzi of the Talisman Amulet sect and had a close relationship with the 9 Sons Supreme. Lu Ming would definitely not sit by and do nothing. De of the Xie family in that case kill him. After uttering the last word, Lu Ming's body burst with a strong fighting spirit. His gaze seemed to penetrate the void and look at the holy city hundreds of millions of miles away. Lu Ming, you want to go to the holy city? Don't be impulsive. This must be a scheme of De and the Xie family. During the battle at the Xianxia Academy, De must have known your combat power. He was afraid of you, so he spread this news. His purpose is to lure you to the sacred city and then kill you. You can't be fooled. Xie Luan hurriedly said. In that case I'll do as they wish. I'll make a trip to the holy city in a month. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. You can't, General Lu. With our current strength, we're no match for the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie family. That's right. Moreover, it's in the holy city, which is even more dangerous. The others persuaded Lu Ming one after another. The holy city in a month's time was undoubtedly a dragon's pool and a tiger's denver. It would be extremely dangerous to head there. It's not impossible to fight. I wanted to wait for a while to make more preparations, but since that's the case, let's bring forward the decisive battle. Lu Ming's voice was cold and his eyes were filled with determination. He had to save 9 sons supreme by Shijin, Du Songjue and the others. Otherwise, what was the point of killing De and the others in the future? At this moment, outside the Xianxia Academy's Wanxiang Jade Wall, the space suddenly rippled. Then a figure stepped out of the space. If someone saw this, they would definitely exclaim. It was because he was Lu Ming. To be more precise, he was Lu Ming's second body. Lu Ming's second body had received the inheritance of the mysterious Sky Saint and had been cultivating the Tao of Inscription. Now Lu Ming had finally summoned it. Xia family, let's fight. Lu Ming whispered, his eyes cold. He took a step forward and the space cracked automatically. He then disappeared. 100 Beasts Tribe Meeting Hall. Bring forward the decisive battle? General Lu, you can't do that. We're not strong enough. Yes, we can't stop De and the 2 Level 2 Martial Royal Realm experts. General Lu, we need to plan this carefully. The others persuaded Lu Ming one after another. Most importantly, De and the 2 Peak Level 2 Martial Royal Realm experts both had king spiritual weapons. They were so powerful that ordinary kings could only be killed by them. How could it be blocked? A month later, all these experts would definitely be present in the holy city. They were waiting for Lu Ming. It would be unwise to fight a decisive battle with the other party at this moment. Lu Ming raised his hand and the hall fell silent. Since I'm going, I'll fight a battle that I'm confident in. Since I'm going to save people, how can I, Lu Ming, sacrifice your lives for nothing? Let's go, Lu Ming said. His glabella lit up and a figure appeared beside him, exuding a vast aura. Chapter 1323. 1323 Lu Ming's Trump Card. Greetings, young master. The figure saluted Lu Ming as soon as it appeared. An emperor. The sea-suppressing divine ape? It's indeed the sea-suppressing divine ape. In the hall there was a sound. Lu Ming was actually followed by an emperor and a sea-suppressing divine ape. From the looks of it, the sea-suppressing divine ape was very respectful beside Lu Ming. It was obvious that it had been subdued by Lu Ming. Although the crowd was amazed that even an existence like the sea-suppressing divine ape had been subdued by Lu Ming, the appearance of the sea-suppressing divine ape could not change the outcome of the battle. The sea-suppressing divine ape was only equivalent to an ordinary emperor. Lu Ming smiled faintly. His glabella glowed again and another figure appeared beside him. This time Tu Qian appeared. Everyone's gaze landed on Tu Qian. Boom. A terrifying aura burst out from Tu Qian's body. A puppet? It's really a puppet. What a terrifying aura. It's equivalent to the peak of Level 2 Martial Royal Realm. Heavens, it's really... The strength of his aura isn't any weaker than the chaotic Sky Emperor's. Tu Qian's appearance caused the entire place to go into an uproar. Everyone was shocked. When everyone looked at Lu Ming, the respect in their eyes grew. Not only was Lu Ming's combat strength strong, but he also had such a powerful expert by his side. When they added up, his strength was terrifying. He's Tu Qian. Everyone can see that he's a puppet with a cultivation equivalent to the peak of the 2nd level Martial Royal Realm. He's strong enough to resist an expert at the peak of the 2nd level Martial Royal Realm, Lu Ming said. But the other party has an Emperor's spiritual weapon. Someone said. Who said he doesn't have any? Lu Ming smiled. His palm glowed and a huge axe appeared in his hand. He then flew towards Tu Qian. An Emperor's spiritual weapon. Some people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Ming's methods were endless. First, he had experts like the sea-suppressing divine ape in Tu Qian. Now he could even take out an Emperor's spiritual weapon. Some of them knew that the Emperor's spirit tower in Yan Kuangtu's hands belonged to Lu Ming. Now Lu Ming had taken out another Emperor's spiritual weapon. Many people had nothing to say. It was normal for something unbelievable to happen to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Tu Qian can deal with a 2nd level martial emperor expert. I can deal with one, but there's still one left, he said. Xiaowan spoke, his eyes still somewhat grave. Leave the other one to me, Lu Ming said, his voice full of confidence. You? Xiaowan was slightly taken aback. The others were stunned as well. Although Lu Ming was strong and not weaker than a peak second-level martial emperor, he was no match for the other party after he had an emperor's spiritual weapon. Moreover, it was obvious that Lu Ming did not have a suitable emperor's spiritual weapon. An emperor's spiritual weapon had to be compatible with one's attribute in order to unleash its power. Most importantly, even if Lu Ming had a suitable emperor's spiritual weapon, it would be useless. The reason why the emperor's spiritual weapon was so powerful was that the user had activated the domain in it. In order to activate the domain of an emperor's spiritual weapon, one had to at least comprehend the early stage of the domain. Lu Ming's cultivation had not reached the supreme level, so even if he had a suitable emperor's spiritual weapon, he would not be able to unleash its power. Then how could Lu Ming block a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert? At this moment, Lu Ming raised his head and looked in the direction of the door. Buzz. At the entrance, a figure suddenly appeared. It was a young man with a slender figure and a handsome face. He was wearing a white robe with strange patterns. He had an ethereal temperament like a god. General Lu? What's going on? Most of the people were stunned as they looked at the figure at the gate. That's right. At the entrance was Lu Ming's Ming Lian clone. Everyone's spiritual sense swept over Ming Lian's body and they were even more shocked. That was because the aura of the Ming Lian clone was exactly the same as Lu Ming's. They were clearly the same person. Other than Yan Kuangtu and a few others, everyone else had a dumbstruck expression. Why were there two Lu Mings? Moreover, Lu Ming's aura was too shocking. A vast pressure filled the hall and put everyone under great pressure. An emperor, this was the pressure of an emperor. That's right, Lu Ming's inscription clone had received the inheritance of the mysterious Sky Saint. After cultivating hard every day, he had finally broken through to a 9th-level inscription master not long ago and became an emperor. The Ming Lian clone had just broken through not long ago. Lu Ming had planned to let the Ming Lian clone stabilize for a while, but now he had no choice but to recall the clone in advance. He's me, I'm him. Lu Ming's main body smiled. The clone nodded at Lu Ming and took a step forward. Its body shrunk rapidly and rushed into the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows. It sat cross-legged in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Many people were flabbergasted and had yet to react. Could this be Lu Ming's clone? Lu Ming actually had a clone that was equivalent to an emperor. Lu Ming was becoming more and more mysterious in everyone's hearts. Leave the other peak level 2 martial royal realm expert to me, Lu Ming said. However, Xiaowan and the others still looked solemn. Lu Ming, the holy city is the Xia family's base camp. They have a deep and unfathomable foundation. No one knows what tricks they have up their sleeves, but according to my speculation, there will definitely be a lot of king's spiritual weapons. There might even be people at the peak of the 2nd-level martial emperor realm. Xiaowan said. 30,000 years ago, Xiaowan had fought against the Xia clan, so he was well aware of the Xia clan's methods. Back then, Xiaowan had swept across the world with his cultivation at the peak of the 3rd-level martial royal realm. No one could defeat him. However, he was still suppressed by the Xia family in the end. Although the Xia family seemed to have declined, they could not be underestimated. Lu Ming nodded. This battle was of utmost importance. It concerned everyone's lives and the future of the divine wilderness continent. It had to be taken seriously. Moreover, even if we're not weak in terms of high-end combat strength, there are many emperors when the Xia family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace join forces. We're no match for them in this aspect. Xiaowan said. The others also fell into deep thought. That was indeed the case. Their overall combat strength was still far from that of the Xia clan and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. In terms of high-end combat strength, I still have a trump card. It's not a problem for me to fight against 2 peak level 2 martial royal realm experts. As for overall strength, we need to find allies. Don't forget that the heaven-suppressing divine army is more anxious than us. Lu Ming smiled and seemed to be very confident. Xiaowan's eyes lit up. That's right. If that's the case, we'll have a chance with the heaven-suppressing divine army. Alright Lu Ming, I'll go with you to the heaven-suppressing divine army after a while. We'll decide the outcome of this battle with one battle. We will definitely win this battle. Lu Ming's confident voice was heard. We will definitely win. The others were infected and also shouted. Next they discussed some specific details. After half a day the crowd dispersed. Chapter 1324. 1324 The divine wilderness trembled, seeing Fatty again. After the meeting ended, Lu Ming immediately went to meet his parents, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. The people who had retreated from the Talisman sect were all settled in the 100 Beasts tribe. Naturally Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were overjoyed to see Lu Ming. Li Ping's tears were flowing uncontrollably. When the experts of the Gate of God came and announced Lu Ming's death, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping naturally heard the news as well. It was as if they had been struck by lightning and the two old men almost could not take it. However, they had a feeling that Lu Ming was not dead. He should still be alive. Indeed, they had heard the news that Lu Ming had returned and that his cultivation had reached an unbelievable level. He could stand shoulder to shoulder with the top experts of the divine wilderness continent. The old couple was extremely confident and excited. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the two elders were fine. He chatted with them for a long time before he bade them farewell and left. In a secret room, Lu Ming's main body and secondary body sat opposite each other. Lu Ming's main body waved his hand and various mystical materials flew out. Fire's spiritual root, Emperor's bloodstone, Earth Emperor essence. They were all spirit herbs and rare treasures for refining nirvana pills. Lu Ming planned to let his second body refine the nirvana pill. Lu Ming had already collected all the supplementary spiritual herbs for the nirvana elixir. The most difficult ones to collect were the 7 main spiritual materials. When he was in the continent of the divine ruins, Lu Ming had already collected 6 of them. He was still short of the last one, the 8-pointed frozen grass. However, he did not expect that during the fight for the pure spirit body, Lu Ming would kill the purple and golden-robed elder from the sea-suppressing marshal's residence and find an 8-pointed frozen grass in his storage ring. With that, he had gathered all the 7 main spiritual ingredients and could start making the nirvana elixir. Ming Lian waved his hand and a pill furnace appeared. Then all the materials for the nirvana pill flew towards him. Lu Ming's main body moved and appeared at the side. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and began to cultivate. As his fingers moved rapidly, countless inscriptions appeared and wrapped all the mystical materials. He began to refine the body. The profound sky saint was a being who had become a saint through the Tao of inscription. He had profound attainments in formations, refining weapons and alchemy. Lu Ming had obtained the inheritance of the profound sky saint and became an emperor. Naturally, his alchemy skills were also profound. The golden flames of inscription appeared and wrapped around the various mystical materials, and the process began. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, the entire divine wilderness continent was in an uproar because of the 2 pieces of news. On the first day, Lu Ming, the unparalleled genius who was said to have died in the divine ruins, returned. The moment he returned, he participated in the Battle of Xianxia Academy. In this battle, Lu Ming had displayed shocking combat strength. With his spiritual god realm cultivation, he could easily kill an emperor and fight with a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert. This news was like a magnitude 10 earthquake causing a huge wave. In the divine wilderness continent, countless cultivators were dumbfounded. They could not believe it. Then another piece of news came out. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would form an alliance with the ancient Saint Dynasty's Xie clan in the sacred city a month later. At that time they would kill Supreme 9 Sons by Shijin and the others and use their blood as a sacrifice to the flag. Once this news spread, it also caused 1,000 waves. Some people who knew the inside story could even see that something was unusual. The 9 Sons Supreme by Shijin and the others had a close relationship with Lu Ming. Since the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie family had spread this news at this time, it was obviously related to Lu Ming. Some people speculated that this move was most likely to lure Lu Ming to the holy city and then kill him. This was an open conspiracy, not a conspiracy. Even if the whole world knew the motive of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie family, Lu Ming still had to go if he had to, unless he didn't care about the life and death of 9 Sons Supreme and the others. It looks like the divine wilderness continent is about to change. There's going to be an earth-shattering battle in the holy city. Someone sighed, paying attention to the situation. At this moment, Lu Ming received a voice transmission that someone was paying him a visit. Lu Ming came out of the secret chamber to meet the people who had come to visit him. They were Bai Qixue, Huan Zhen, Ji Mai, and the other paragons of the Talisman sect. Your subordinate greets you, Zhongzi. As soon as they saw Lu Ming, Huan Zhen, Bai Qixue, and the others, they bowed their heads and bowed respectfully. Qixue, brother Huan, what are you doing? We're all friends, there's no need to be so polite. Lu Ming waved his hand and an invisible force lifted Huan Zhen and the rest, making them unable to bow down. The few of them had complicated feelings. They knew that Lu Ming's current cultivation level had far surpassed theirs. The gap between them was huge. Among them, Huan Zhen, who had the strongest cultivation, was only a level 7 alchemist. He had yet to break through to level 8. Bai Qixue had received the inheritance of a level 9 alchemist and had made great progress in the past few years. However, she was still not as good as Huan Zhen. Lu Ming, we're here to beg you. You have to save Master and the others. Bai Qixue's eyes were filled with tears and her face looked miserable. Sai Lu Ming, we're useless. We can't save Master and the rest. We can only rely on you now. Huan Zhen sighed. Ever since the news that the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia family had formed an alliance to kill Bai Shijin and the others spread, Huan Zhen, Bai Qixue, and the others had panicked. At this critical moment they could only think of Lu Ming. That was why they had come to find him together. Although they knew that it would be dangerous to save Bai Shijin and the others, they had no choice. Qixue, brother Huan, don't worry. Lu Ming is greatly indebted to all the seniors. He will definitely not let anything happen to them. Lu Ming said with a determined look. Lu Ming's words seemed to be infectious. Bai Qixue and the others' anxious hearts calmed down a little. Soon Bai Qixue and the others left. Before leaving, Bai Qixue cast a glance at Lu Ming. Her heart was filled with complicated feelings. She used to have some feelings for Lu Ming, but now the distance between them was extremely far apart. They were people from 2 completely different worlds. She could only bury those feelings deep in her heart. After Bai Qixue and the rest left, Lu Ming received news that someone had come to visit him. Fatty Tingting, Senior Mo Tian. To Lu Ming's surprise, Fatty Kong Jin, Ruan Tingting, and the Devil Sky King were the ones who came. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Ever since the War of Providence ended and Fatty and Ruan Tingting left with the Devil Sky Emperor to cultivate, there had been no news from them for many years. Lu Ming did not expect that Fatty and the rest would come here to look for him. Pa Lu Ming, long time no see. I really missed you. Upon seeing Lu Ming, the Fatty laughed and gave Lu Ming a bear hug. Fatty, your figure is even more well developed. Lu Ming said with a smile. Fatty's figure was indeed fatter than before. Ha ha ha. Fatty laughed awkwardly. Lu Ming, you're amazing now. You can even kill an emperor. The gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. Fatty quickly changed the topic. You're not bad either. Lu Ming punched the Fatty. After not seeing each other for a few years, Fatty had also made great progress. He had already reached the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. His progress could be said to be divine. One had to know that Fatty had only awakened an 8th level divine rank bloodline. Lu Ming then greeted Ruan Tingting and the Devil Sky King. Oh right, Fatty, where have you been all these years? Lu Ming asked. Chapter 1325. 1325 Nirvana Pill complete. We followed Master to the ocean. Following that, Fatty gave a rough account of his experiences over the years. Back then, after the Battle of Providence had ended, they had followed the demonic Sky Sovereign overseas to cultivate. Fatty had already obtained some fortuitous encounters in the Battle of Providence. In addition, he had also obtained some fortuitous encounters overseas. Over the years, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. His rate of improvement was even faster than many of the heaven's favorites who had awakened to the 9th level of the divine level. Even Ruan Tingting had barely reached the peak of the spirit embryo realm. This time when they returned, they realized that the divine wilderness continent had been completely transformed. Moreover, they had also heard the news about Lu Ming and the alliance between the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia family. They deduced that Lu Ming would definitely have a battle with the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia family. Therefore, they rushed over to help Lu Ming. Lu Ming was very touched. He immediately arranged for the Fatty, the Devil Sky King, and the rest to stay in their rooms. The addition of the demonic Sky Sovereign meant that they had one more sovereign on their side, which was a great help. Then Lu Ming returned to the secret alchemy room. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. The Nirvana pill was finally about to be successfully refined. Lu Ming's main body ended its cultivation and opened his eyes. A strong medicinal fragrance came out of the pill furnace. Open. After a while he lightly drank it and opened the pill furnace. An even stronger medicinal fragrance rushed out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment the pill furnace was opened, 9 milky white rays of light flew out from it. Collect. The second body waved his hand and dense runes appeared in the sky, wrapping around the 9 rays of light. Within the light there were 9 milky white pills with strange patterns on them. The pill danced within the inscriptions as if it had a mind of its own. The second body took out a jade bottle and put away all 9 pills. It was a success. The Nirvana elixir had been successfully refined. Lu Ming was overjoyed to have obtained a total of 9 Nirvana elixir. Although the Nirvana elixir was of no use to him, it was a priceless treasure to other martialists who had not awakened a 9th-level divine bloodline. Buzz. The second body entered the main body's glabella and disappeared. Lu Ming kept the Nirvana pills and left the secret chamber. Not long after, Lu Ming invited Yan Kuangtu and Fatty Kongjin to his residence. Lu Ming, what good news do you have for me? He asked. The Fatty's small eyes were spinning. Lu Ming smiled. He had not seen this guy for a few years. He had not changed at all. This time there's indeed something good. Lu Ming smiled and a jade bottle appeared. 2 Nirvana pills flew out from the bottle and flew to Fatty and Yan Kuangtu. As soon as the 2 of them smelled the medicinal fragrance of the Nirvana pill, they knew that it was definitely not an ordinary pill. They quickly wrapped it with their true qi and grabbed it. Lu Ming, what kind of pill is this? Yan Kuangtu asked curiously. This pill is called the Nirvana pill. After consuming it, it will allow one's bloodline to achieve Nirvana. There is a certain chance that it can raise one's bloodline by 1 or even 2 levels. Lu Ming explained. What? Yan Kuangtu and Fatty were completely stunned. It could actually allow one's bloodline to achieve Nirvana and increase in level. This was too heaven-defying, right? Their hearts were beating fast. Both of their bloodlines were at the 8th level of the divine level. Although they seemed to be of a very high level, they were in fact not perfect. Only a 9th-ranked divine level expert would have a perfect bloodline. In the great sects of the Yuan continent, the minimum requirement for recruiting disciples was to awaken a 9th-level divine bloodline. The 2 of them naturally yearned for 9th-level divine level bloodlines. However, bloodlines were inborn. Unless they were like Lu Ming, who had awakened the heaven-defying 9-dragon bloodline, it would be difficult for them to improve. But now the pill in their hands could improve their bloodline and their breathing became heavier. Lu Ming, this pill is too precious. Yan Kuangtu took a deep breath and was the first to calm down. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Big brother Yan, just accept it. The Nirvana pill will be the most useful for you. Lu Ming smiled. That's good. Yan Kuangtu wasn't a wishy-washy person, so he immediately put them away. Kong Jin, on the other hand, wasn't polite at all. Most importantly, the Nirvana elixir was too useful for them. Once their bloodline reached divine level 9, it would not be difficult for them to break through to the emperor level. There were only 9 Nirvana pills. Lu Ming only planned to give them to Yan Kuangtu and Fatty for the time being. This was because their bloodlines were the closest to the 9th level of the divine level, so they were the most useful. Lu Ming wanted to give the rest to Lu Yuntian. Lu Ming also wanted to help Li Ping cultivate martial arts. Only by cultivating martial arts could one's lifespan be extended and Li Ping could live for a longer time. Although Li Ping did not have the talent for cultivation and she was old, it was not a problem for Lu Ming with his current means. With the help of the Nirvana elixir and the awakening of Li Ping's bloodline, It would not be a problem for her to cultivate to the martial king realm or even the spirit ocean realm. Also his two in-name disciples Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro. Ever since he had taken them in as his disciples, Lu Ming had not taught them well. As their master, Lu Ming was not very responsible. Therefore he had to leave 2 nirvana pills for them. In that case there were only 3 nirvana pills left. Lu Ming planned to keep them for now. Also, here's a secret technique that's suitable for you. 2 jade tokens flew out of Lu Ming's hands and flew towards Yan Kuangtu and the fatty. After the two of them took a look, they were stunned again. Their eyes widened and their mouths opened so wide that they could swallow 2 duck eggs. They were shocked. They were too shocked. This was because the secret skill in the jade token was the cultivation method for a pure spirit body. Lu Ming made a few copies. There's actually such a profound secret technique in the world. Yan Kuangtu sighed, and at the same time he was moved. He had been stuck at the supreme level for many years. Now that he had the nirvana elixir and the pure spirit body, he was confident that he could break through to the emperor realm in less than a year. Ah, Lu Ming, you're my lucky star. The fat man did not stand on ceremony and quickly kept the pure spirit body cultivation method. Lu Ming, thank you. Yan Kuangtu cupped his fists at Lu Ming solemnly. Big brother Yan, with our relationship, there's no need to thank me. Lu Ming smiled. After Yan Kuangtu and Fatty left, Lu Ming began to cultivate in seclusion with all his might. He was getting closer and closer to the 1-month deadline. Lu Ming wanted to improve his abilities as much as possible during this period of time. Only a pure spirit body could increase his strength in a short time. Therefore Lu Ming put all his effort into cultivating the pure spirit body. A huge amount of raw gemstones were refined by Lu Ming and turned into the strength of his physical body. Finally, after half a month, the pure spirit body made another breakthrough and reached 60%. Lu Ming's ability would increase with every 10% increase in his strength. At this time there was still a week left before the 1-month deadline. I should go to the heavens suppressing divine army. Lu Ming took a step out of the secret cultivation room. Not long after, Lu Ming and Xiaowan broke through the void and left the 100 Beasts tribe. Chapter 1326. 1326 Chapter 1326 Heaven Suppressing Divine Army. In Central Continent, near Northern Plains, there was a vast mountain range. This was where the Heaven Suppressing Divine Army was located. The headquarters of the Heaven Suppressing Divine Army was not originally here, but in the battle a few months ago, the headquarters of the Heaven Suppressing Divine Army was defeated by the joint forces of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia family. They suffered heavy losses and could only retreat to this place. In front of them there were mountains that looked like divine swords. They rose from the ground and formed a barrier. It was obvious that these mountains were pulled up from the ground by a peerless expert. Between each sword-shaped mountain peak, there were huge chains that connected them. On the chains and the mountain peaks, there were dense inscriptions. There were a few huge arrow towers on the peak of each mountain, and there were powerhouses guarding the towers. This kind of arrow tower was not an ordinary one. It needed a raw stone as a foundation and was activated by a martial arts master. When combined with a large array, it was extremely powerful and could even kill a spiritual god realm master. The space outside the sword-shaped mountain cracked open and 2 figures appeared. The heaven-suppressing divine army is indeed not simple. They can build such a huge project in just a few months. Lu Ming looked ahead and sighed. The heaven-suppressing divine army has been fighting against the Xia family for tens of thousands of years. They must have their own reasons. Xiaowan said. Who is it? At this moment, an explosive shout came from the sword-shaped mountain peak. Then the air was torn apart. A few figures appeared in front of Xiaowan and Lu Ming, exuding a powerful aura. Paragon. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The 3 figures that appeared were all supremes, and their powerful auras locked onto Lu Ming and Xiaowan. You are the chaotic heaven's divine warrior, Xiaowan. The 3 men's expressions changed drastically upon seeing Xiaolan, and they cried out in alarm. I have something to discuss with the 100 Battles Martial Emperor. Please inform him. Xiaowan said. Yes, please wait a moment. In the face of an overlord like Xiaowan, the supreme martial artist did not dare to show the slightest neglect. They quickly took out their voice transmission jade talismans and sent out a message. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a few beams of light shot out from the depths of the sword-shaped mountain peak and appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. Their auras were vast and unpredictable. They were all emperors. The person in the lead had an even more vast and powerful aura, far stronger than an ordinary martial emperor. It was the Baijian martial emperor that Lu Ming had met before. "Ha, Brother Xia, what brings you here?" The warring martial emperor laughed and looked at Xiaowan. Then he shifted his gaze away from Xiaowan and looked at Lu Ming. Then his face changed and he said, "You, Lu Ming?" His words shocked the other members of the heaven-suppressing divine army. The young man in front of him was Lu Ming. Now Lu Ming's reputation was like the sun in the sky. At such a young age he was able to kill an emperor and battle a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert. Such a prodigy had never appeared in the divine wilderness continent since ancient times. Lu Ming's current combat strength was already at the peak of the divine wilderness continent. He was the overlord of a region. How could the people of the heaven-suppressing divine army not be shocked? Junior Lu Ming greets the 100 battles martial emperor. Lu Ming cupped his fist slightly. You're welcome, you're welcome. Little brother Lu, you're welcome. The battle martial emperor quickly waved his hand and continued, It's rare for little brother Lu and brother Xia to come here today. It's really an honor. Please come in. Lu Ming and Xiaowan nodded and followed the warring martial emperor and the others into the sword-shaped mountain. So many experts. As soon as they entered the sword-shaped mountain peak, they saw that it was a mountain with rich spiritual qi and all kinds of buildings. In the vast mountains, Lu Ming could sense powerful auras. They were all experts. The heaven-suppressing divine legion and some of their allies gathered together, so naturally there were many experts. Furthermore, there were many soldiers in iron armor patrolling everywhere. The military was in high spirits. However, Lu Ming could see one thing in the strong and prosperous army. It was the low morale. Yes, their morale was low. Not long ago, the heaven-suppressing divine army had suffered a crushing defeat. Even a few emperors had fallen. Their morale was naturally not very good. Everyone came to a large hall and sat down in their respective positions. Soon more people came to the hall, all high-level figures of the heaven-suppressing divine army, at least supreme figures. There were even 9 emperors. The heaven-suppressing divine army itself did not have that many emperors. That was because some of the overlord forces had formed an alliance with the heaven-suppressing divine army. With the current situation in the divine wilderness, they would naturally gather together. I didn't expect that Brother Lu and Brother Xia would come here today. Come, let me toast to you too. The 100 battles martial emperor raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. He was quite forthright. Lu Ming and Xiaowan also took a sip symbolically. The warring martial emperor drank a cup of wine with a smile on his face. He then turned to Lu Ming and Xiaowan and said, If I'm not wrong, the two of you are here today for the holy city's matter that will happen in 7 days, right? Not bad. Lu Ming said. The warring martial emperor went straight to the point, and Lu Ming also spoke frankly. Oh, I wonder what's the purpose of you two coming to the heaven-suppressing divine legion? The battle martial emperor asked. Our purpose is simple. We invite the heaven-suppressing divine legion to fight against the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia family in the sacred city 7 days later. We will decide the winner in one battle. Lu Ming spoke in a sonorous and powerful voice. What? Hearing this, everyone in the heaven-suppressing divine army changed their expressions. The hall suddenly became silent. After a long while, someone finally spoke. Fight against the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia clan? It's really laughable. Even if you all join us, you're still far from being the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia family's match. You'll only be courting death if you go. An emperor in armor sneered. If we don't fight with them when the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and Xia clan form an alliance, they will attack the heaven-suppressing divine army and northern plains. At that time we will still die, we will only be able to survive for a few more days. Lu Ming sneered in response. But 7 days later when we go to the holy city, we will die immediately. If we delay for a while longer there might be a chance for us to turn things around. The armor emperor said. The other members of the heaven-suppressing divine army did not say anything, but their eyes told Lu Ming that they had the same thoughts as the Armor Emperor. You're just afraid of De and the two masters beside him. Let us deal with De and the two masters. You only need to deal with the Xia family. How about it? Lu Ming said. Are you going to deal with the three experts? The Battle Martial Emperor's eyes flickered with suspicion. He obviously didn't believe it. Can you deal with those three experts? Hehe, do you think we're fools? I believe that the chaotic heavens divine warrior can deal with one person, but who can deal with the other two? Lu Ming, you? The King of Armor looked at Lu Ming with disdain. Although it's rumored that you can fight a level 2 martial emperor, the opponent has an emperor spiritual weapon. Moreover, the rumors are exaggerated. Can you really fight a peak level 2 martial emperor? Or do you really have the combat strength of an emperor? The armored martial emperor said with a cold smile. The others, including the battle martial emperor, looked at Lu Ming with suspicion. Chapter 1327. 1327 Chapter 1327 Defeating the Emperor in 3 moves. It was rumored that Lu Ming's combat strength was unparalleled and he could fight against a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert. But in their hearts they didn't really believe it. This was especially so when they saw that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the great circle of the spiritual god realm. It was simply nonsense for a great circle of the spiritual god realm to be able to fight a peak second-level martial emperor. They felt that the rumor was too exaggerated. Indeed, who would believe such a thing without seeing it with their own eyes? What's wrong? Do you want to try? Lu Ming looked at the armored martial emperor with a faint smile. That's right. I have the same intention. I don't believe that a mere spirit god can defeat an emperor. The armored martial emperor suddenly stood up, and an extremely strong fighting spirit emanated from his body. This was a person who loved to battle. Most people in the heaven-suppressing divine army loved to fight. Alright, since that's the case, let's fight outside. Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward. He appeared in the sky outside the hall. Today he knew it would not be so simple. If he did not show some of his skills, the heaven-suppressing divine army would not dare to bet on him. The armored martial emperor also flew out of the hall and stood in the sky facing Lu Ming. Let's go out and take a look. The rest of the people left the hall and stood in the air. The cultivators in other places of the heaven-suppressing divine army also sensed the situation here. They rose into the air one after another and looked over. Lu Ming, make your move. Show me what you've got. The armored martial emperor's fighting spirit was getting stronger and stronger. If you want me to make the first move, sure, 3 moves. If you can take 3 of my moves and not be defeated, I admit defeat. Lu Ming extended 3 fingers and said. What? 3 moves? Lu Ming is so arrogant. Does he really have the combat strength of a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert? I don't believe it. Lu Ming's words caused a commotion and heated discussion. The warring martial emperor sneaked a glance at Xiaoluan, only to see him standing there with a calm smile on his face, as if he had already known the result. Could it be that Lu Ming is really as terrifying as the rumors say? Even now, the battle martial emperor still found it hard to believe. Good, I'll see how you're going to defeat me in 3 moves. The armored martial emperor's eyes flickered with anger. Boom. A powerful aura burst out of his body, and his genuine vitality burned like flames. His territory spread out and his muscles swelled. In an instant, the armored martial emperor's strength was raised to the extreme. Although he did not believe that Lu Ming was as exaggerated as the rumors, there was no smoke without fire. He would not be careless when he was facing Lu Ming. Buzz. Casting the wind elemental technique, Lu Ming's figure flickered and rushed toward the armored martial emperor like a phantom. At the same time, dragon roars were heard and 9 streams of dragon energy burst out. Boom. Lu Ming threw a punch and the prison-suppressing steel's shadow appeared on his fist. So strong. The armored martial emperor's expression changed drastically when he saw Lu Ming's punch. The power of this punch shocked him and made him feel great pressure. The heaven-suppressing divine army's expressions changed drastically. The power of this punch was too terrifying. It wasn't something a spirit god expert could release. It had reached the emperor level. Block it. The armored martial emperor roared and punched out. The two fists met in the air. Boom! Rings of shockwaves spread out in all directions. The realm covering the armored martial emperor's body trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Then his face turned pale and his body flew backward with a bang. The armored martial emperor was sent flying with one punch, which made the people of the heavens suppressing divine army gasp. The armored martial emperor only managed to stabilize himself after flying for 100 miles. The second move. Let's go, Lu Ming said calmly. He took a step forward and traveled 100 miles in an instant. At the same time, the third bloodline appeared above his head. A wave of energy surged into Lu Ming's body and his strength increased again. Boom! The second punch was thrown. Explosive army-shattering fist. The armored martial emperor roared and his hair stood up. He exerted all his combat strength and punched out. The two of them exchanged a second punch. But this time the armored martial emperor was even more miserable. His domain was instantly destroyed and his body and arms made cracking sounds. His body flew far away and blood spurted out of his mouth. The armored martial emperor was severely injured by the second move. Do you want another round? Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. Again. The armored martial emperor roared. He was an emperor. He would not allow himself to be unable to withstand 3 moves from Lu Ming. He had to survive 3 moves. Boom! The armored martial emperor's body swelled up. At the same time, a huge shield appeared in his hand. His territory covered the shield, giving it an indestructible feeling. This move he took a defensive stance. The third move. Let's go, Lu Ming shouted. He stepped into the air and threw his third punch. Lu Ming did not use the prison-suppressing heavenly art for this punch. Instead he used a martial technique of intent. The fusion of 5 martial techniques of intent. Right now, the fusion of 5 martial arts techniques had a might that surpassed the prison-suppressing heaven technique. The main thing was that with the upgrade of the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline, the level of the prison-suppressing heavenly technique had long surpassed the low-grade divine-level martial arts technique. With Lu Ming's current cultivation he could not unleash the full power of the prison-suppressing heavenly technique. When Lu Ming's cultivation level broke through to the martial royal realm and his essential core was strong, the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique would naturally increase. Clang! The punch hit the armored martial emperor's shield. The shield was covered with a realm, but under this punch the realm collapsed instantly like a blister. The shield let out a violent boom, forming a sound wave that spread out, tearing the space apart. Then a shocking scene appeared. The shield was changing its shape. The spot where Lu Ming's fist landed on the shield caved in. The armored martial emperor's expression changed drastically in an instant. Bang! The armored martial emperor couldn't hold the shield at all, and the heavy shield hit him like a mountain. Pili-pala! A series of bone-breaking sounds came from the armored martial emperor's body. His body flew far away and fell on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and couldn't move for a while. The armored martial emperor had been defeated. He had been completely defeated. Facing Lu Ming he was suppressed and had almost no power to resist. Gulp. Many people swallowed their saliva and looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of horror. They no longer had any doubts. Lu Ming's combat strength completely overpowered an ordinary martial emperor. It would not be too difficult for him to kill an armored martial emperor. Perhaps the rumors were not exaggerated and were true. The people of the heavens suppressing divine army changed their minds. Amazing, amazing. Little brother Lu is really unparalleled and the #1 in history. The battle martial emperor strode out with a look of admiration on his face. But then the Baijian martial emperor changed his tone and said, "However, I still want to learn from you. It's not that I doubt brother Lu, but I have to be responsible for all the members of the heavens suppressing divine legion." The warring martial emperor stood in front of Lu Ming. A powerful aura rose from his body, which was several times stronger than that of the armored martial emperor. He was right. For the sake of the heaven-suppressing divine legion, he had to know Lu Ming's combat strength clearly. Make your move. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the warring martial emperor. Chapter 1328. 1328 Chapter 1328 Unparalleled Combat Strength. Fight. Without saying anything else, Baijian Martial Emperor took a big step forward, and an invincible fighting will burst out of his body. With a wave of his hand, the sky and earth collapsed. His power was much stronger than that of the armored Martial Emperor. The combat strength of a Level 2 Martial Royal Realm expert far exceeded that of a Level 1 Martial Royal Realm expert. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He fused the 5 concepts and threw a punch. Boom! When the 2 fists collided, Lu Ming felt an immense force surge towards him. He could not help but be pushed back. The qi and blood in his body churned and he felt a sharp pain in his fist. Thump! Thump! The warring Martial Emperor stomped on the ground and continued to charge toward Lu Ming like an invincible god of war. The 100 Battles Martial Emperor was also known as the 100 Battles Martial Emperor. He had fought countless battles and had rich combat experience. His moves were simple but they were extremely powerful. He could kill with one strike. Roar! Lu Ming burst out the 9 Dragons bloodline and performed the bloodline fusion to fight against the warring Martial Emperor. Boom! 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 The 2 of them fought fiercely from the ground to the sky, from the sky to the ground, and even to the other dimension. Lu Ming was at a complete disadvantage. He was no match for the warring Martial Emperor. Although the Baijian Martial Emperor's cultivation had not reached the peak of the 2nd level Martial Emperor realm, he was still at the middle stage. When Lu Ming used the Chaos Will, he could fight with a peak 2nd level Martial Emperor if he used his full strength. However, when he did not use the Chaos Will, his combat strength was not as good as a Baijian Martial Emperor. In the blink of an eye, the 2 had exchanged dozens of moves. Lu Ming, is this your full combat strength? If that's the case, how can my heaven-suppressing divine army fight with you against the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia family? The Battle Martial Emperor's voice rang out. The Emperor Sky Divine Palace and the Xia clan had formed an alliance, so their next target would definitely be the heaven-suppressing divine army or northern plains. How could the Battle Martial Emperor not know this? However, if he wanted to fight with Lu Ming and the rest, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia family, he had to see hope. Lu Ming was the hope. If Lu Ming was really as powerful as the rumors said, what was the harm in making a bet? If you want to see my full battle strength, there's no hurry. You can't defeat me now. Lu Ming let out a long roar and kept stepping out with his 9 dragon claws. The power of the 5 martial arts techniques of creation was unleashed to the extreme, and there were even signs of a breakthrough. Yes, Lu Ming's 5 types of martial arts techniques were already at the peak of the 4th level. He was only a step away from the 5th level. A battle-hardened martial emperor was a good training partner. After the battle with the battle-hardened martial emperor, Lu Ming's 5 types of martial arts techniques seemed to show signs of a breakthrough. Then I'll see how long you can hide it for. Die! The warring martial emperor shouted coldly as a long spear appeared in his hand. The spear pierced through the air with even more astonishing power. An ordinary 1st level martial emperor would probably be killed in 2 moves. The 2 of them crossed paths and exchanged dozens of moves in the blink of an eye. Clang! All of a sudden, one of the 9 dragons' claws grabbed the spear's tip, producing a clanging sound. The 9 dragons retreated, but the battlefield's martial emperor's burly figure also trembled and retreated a few steps. You've made a breakthrough in your martial technique. The battle martial emperor's voice was filled with disbelief. Ah, thank you, martial emperor, for helping me make another breakthrough in my martial technique. Lu Ming laughed heartily, feeling extremely carefree. The others were dumbfounded. During the battle between Lu Ming and the warring martial emperor, he had a breakthrough in his martial arts technique. This talent was too abnormal, right? It's just a martial technique that has broken through to a new level. Its power is limited. The battle martial emperor's voice was heard and he continued to charge at Lu Ming. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly and stretched out his dragon claw. Clang! After another exchange of blows with the warring martial emperor, Lu Ming retreated, but the latter also retreated much more than before. How is that possible? How can its power increase so much? The battle martial emperor was in disbelief. Just now, Lu Ming was completely suppressed by the 100 battle martial emperor. He had to dodge most of the attacks and did not face them head-on. However, Lu Ming's martial technique had only been upgraded by one level. How could its power increase so much? Of course, he did not know that Lu Ming had not improved one martial arts technique but 5. Lu Ming had combined the 5 martial arts techniques. Therefore, when he broke through, he would break through with all 5 martial arts techniques at the same time. Naturally, his power would increase. He wasn't a match at all earlier, but now he could barely hold his ground. Thanks for your help, Martial Emperor. It's time to end this battle, Lu Ming said. As soon as he finished speaking, a chaotic aura emanated from the 9 dragons. Chaos intent. Boom. Die. The 9 dragons used the prison's suppressing heavenly art and swiped out with their claws, which were surrounded by chaos intent. 100 Battle God Fist. The warring martial emperor put away his spear and performed his strongest unique skill. In an instant, the Baijian martial emperor punched out 100 times. Each punch contained a monstrous combat power that could penetrate the earth and destroy mountains and rivers. 100 dazzling fist forces gathered in the air and merged into one fist force. Its power increased sharply. Boom. The fist force collided with the dragon claws of the 9 dragons. However, as soon as they came into contact, the battle martial emperor's fist force was instantly crushed and exploded like a firework. The dragon claw didn't stop, crushing the void. As if struck by lightning, Baijian martial emperor vomited blood and was sent flying thousands of miles away, leaving a long dark space tunnel in the space. He looked at Lu Ming in shock and then spat out another mouthful of blood. The others were not any better. Dumbfounded. The 100 battles martial emperor had been defeated. Was this Lu Ming's true strength? He was so powerful that he had injured 100 battles martial emperor with one move. With such combat strength, he could really fight with a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert. The rumors were not exaggerated at all. Martial Emperor, do you want to continue? Lu Ming's voice came out of the 9 dragons' mouths. No need. The battle martial emperor sighed and shook his head. Your combat strength is definitely comparable to the peak of the level 2 martial royal realm. If we continue fighting, I won't be your match. Why are you embarrassing yourself? After saying that, the aura of the 100 battles martial emperor was retracted. The 9 dragons' bodies shrank, and Lu Ming returned to his original form. Good, good, good. Suddenly, an old voice rang out saying good 3 times. In the distant sky, a hunched old man stepped through the air. The old man was very old. The white hair on his head was almost all gone. His skin was shriveled and his face was full of wrinkles. However, all the members of the heaven-suppressing divine army, including the battle martial emperor, hurriedly saluted the old man when they saw him. Greetings, General. General. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he sized up the old man with a hint of solemnness in his eyes. Although this old man looked very old, Lu Ming did not dare to underestimate him. That was because Lu Ming could sense a terrifying aura in the old man's body. Peak level 2 martial royal realm. The old man was actually a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert. I've long heard that there's an old general in the heaven-suppressing divine army who has unparalleled battle strength. I've never seen him before. Today I finally see him. Xiaowan walked out, a smile on his face. I pay my respects to the chaotic Sky Emperor. The old general saluted the chaotic Sky Emperor. Chapter 1329. 1329 Chapter 1329 Sneaking into Holy City. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. The heaven-suppressing divine legion was indeed not simple. There was such a powerful person hiding in the dark. He had not appeared in the previous conquests. If even the heaven-suppressing divine army was like this, how could the Xia family, which had a deeper foundation, not have any hidden cards? The old general of the heaven-suppressing divine army saluted Xiaowan first, then turned to Lu Ming with a warm smile. It's true that every generation has its own talents. This old man is impressed by little brother Lu's strength. You're too kind, old general. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Chaotic Sky Emperor, little brother Lu, I can give you a definite answer. The heaven-suppressing divine army will definitely participate in the battle 7 days later. The old general said. Lu Ming and Xiaowan were overjoyed. The old general's words meant that he had agreed to join forces with them 7 days later and head to the sacred city to fight the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia clan. The battle marshal emperor and the other experts of the heaven-suppressing divine army were surprised, but they didn't say anything. They also understood that the heaven-suppressing divine army could not stay out of this battle. If Northern Plains were defeated, heaven-suppressing divine army would not be able to escape the fate of being destroyed. This alliance with Northern Plains was their only chance. All right, old general. Everyone will meet in 7 days. See you in 7 days. Lu Ming and Xiao Wan said their goodbyes and left. The goal of this trip could be considered to be a complete success. After returning to the 100 Beasts tribe, Lu Ming continued to cultivate in seclusion. 4 days later, there were only 3 days left before the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia clan formed an alliance. In a secret room, Lu Ming's glabella glowed and he stepped out of Lu Ming's body. Then Lu Ming's main body waved his hand and the mountain and river diagram flew to his clone, which then kept it. Then the main body closed his eyes while the second body smiled. Let's go to the holy city first. The second body smiled, took a step forward and disappeared. After a while, the second body had already appeared hundreds of millions of li away from the 100 Beasts tribe. Lu Ming's plan was to let the second clone enter the holy city first to inquire about the 9 Sons Supreme by Shijin and the others. Lu Ming's mind sank into the clone. The clone was just like his main body. Let's change our appearance first. Lu Ming took out a long gray robe and put it on. At the same time his figure and face began to change. Finally he turned into a young man with a sallow face. His appearance was very ordinary, the kind of appearance and body that would not be easily discovered in a crowd. Then runes appeared on Lu Ming's body. He began to restrain his aura until he was only a 7th-rank alchemist. Then he took a step forward and space cracked open. Lu Ming disappeared from the place. He had refined his second body and reached the level of a 9th-grade emperor. His speed was extremely fast. In less than half a day the holy city appeared in front of him. There were experts guarding the city gates of the holy city. The checks were extremely strict. Everyone who entered had to go through a strict examination. However, Lu Ming had inherited the legacy of the mysterious Sky Saint and was proficient in the Tao of inscriptions. He had concealed himself with inscriptions and arrays, and even an emperor would not be able to detect him. Lu Ming entered the holy city easily. There are so many people. Walking on the streets of the holy city, Lu Ming realized that there were more people coming and going in the holy city than when he was in the past. It was normal to think about it. There were still a few days left before the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia clan would hold the alliance ceremony. Right now, the Xia clan and their allies had all entered the sacred city. Also, many of the powers that the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace belonged to had also come to the sacred city. Naturally, the sacred city would be very lively. This evening, the Xia families Xia Yan, Xia Zhen, and the other princes will be hosting a banquet at the drunken Immortal court to welcome the Southern Nether's peerless genius, Dark Child. At that time, all young geniuses are welcome to attend. Lu Ming had just entered the holy city when he heard this piece of news. Dark Child. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold glint. In the end, only Dark Child, the unscrupulous monk and the moonless female bodhisattva had returned from the trip to the divine ruins. However, Longchen had not returned and no one knew what had happened. Lu Ming really wanted to know. Then the drunken Immortal garden will definitely be very lively this evening. We can't miss such a grand scene. Indeed. Back then 12 top geniuses went to the divine ruins continent, but only 3 returned. 2 of them were from the Western Desert, and the Western Desert's Saint Monk has always stayed out of it. In other words, Dark Child is the top genius now. That's right. In the future, Dark Child is destined to roam the divine wilderness. That's why the prince of the Xia family specially invited Dark Child to a banquet to curry favor with him. Many people were discussing and Lu Ming had heard a lot of news. Lu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile and he strolled casually on the streets. Very soon, it was evening and Lu Ming headed towards the drunken Immortal garden. The drunken Immortal court was quite famous in the sacred city. The environment inside was elegant, and there was a place for experts to spar, so it became a gathering place for some martial arts experts. At the entrance of the drunken Immortal court, There were many young and outstanding people walking in and out. At the main entrance there were people checking, but they usually only checked casually before letting people in. They entered the drunken Immortal court and came to an empty space. The empty space was filled with tables and chairs, and many people had already taken their seats. Lu Ming swept his gaze and saw many familiar faces. Many of them were second- and third-class geniuses from the overlord forces. Lu Ming saw more familiar figures on the platform at the top. Xie Yan, Xie Zhen and the other princes of the Xie family, as well as Wu Qingkong, the heaven's favorite of the heavenly martial sword sect. Previously, Lu Ming knew that the heavenly martial sword sect had already submitted to the Ditian Divine Palace. Therefore Wu Qingkong and the others had also become members of the Ditian Divine Palace. "Dark Child is here," someone said. In the distance, a black-robed young man with his hands behind his back was walking in the air. He exuded a domineering aura that showed that he was the only one in the world. This person was Dark Child. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Xie Yan, Xie Zhen, Wu Qingkong, and the others quickly flew into the sky to welcome Dark Child. "Haha, it's my honor that Brother Ming is willing to come." Xie Yan laughed heartily. Not bad, not bad. Brother Ming's arrival is truly an honor," Xie Zhen said, unwilling to be outdone. Following that, the other heaven's favorites started to flatter him. Now, among the younger generation of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, including the Xie family, Mingzi was the number one and the only giant-level Heaven's Pride expert. His future achievements would be limitless, so they naturally had to firmly establish a relationship with him. And everyone is too polite. Dark Child put his hands behind his back and spoke indifferently, looking like he was above everyone. Xie Zhen and the others didn't mind. They welcomed Dark Child to the platform and continued to flatter him. Mingzi pursed his lips and pretended to be calm, but he was actually enjoying it. He enjoyed this feeling very much. He was intoxicated by the feeling of being surrounded by a myriad of stars. In the past he had been the center of attention, a giant-level prodigy of the divine wilderness continent, standing at the peak. But after all, there were more than 10 people who could compete with him. His presence had undoubtedly weakened a lot. But now it was different. Everything was centered around him and he was enjoying it too much. Chapter 1330. 1330 Xie Zhen's Dirty Methods. Right now, in the entire divine wilderness, the Western Desert does not care about worldly affairs. Among the younger generation other than Lu Ming, Brother Ming is the most powerful. A voice suddenly rang out among the compliments. The scene suddenly became quiet. Lu Ming. It was as if Lu Ming's name had a magical power that made everyone shut up. Everyone looked at each other but no one spoke. Lu Ming's name was like a huge mountain, pressing down on everyone's hearts. He was of the same generation as them, but with his current combat strength he was able to kill an emperor. He was able to fight against a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert. He was already standing at the peak of the divine wilderness continent, looking down on the world. Among his peers no one could compare to Lu Ming. The so-called geniuses here were far too inferior when compared to Lu Ming. The difference was too great. Dark Child's face also darkened, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The young man who had just spoken turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that he had said the wrong thing. He had wanted to flatter Mingzi, but he subconsciously added Lu Ming's name. "Brother Ming, please forgive me, I didn't mean to." The young man quickly apologized and stuttered. It would have been better if he didn't explain. The moment he did, Dark Child's face turned even gloomier. "What an idiot, get lost." Xie Zhen berated, and the young man hurriedly took his leave. Lu Ming may be strong, but he doesn't know how to judge the situation. He won't live for long. He'll die eventually. When that time comes, who in the world can compete with Brother Ming? Xie Zhen continued. Hearing this, Dark Child's face looked a little better. That's right. Lu Ming won't be able to live for long. He still wants to go against the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie clan. He's simply courting death. Even if such a brainless person has some combat strength temporarily, he's still a brainless bore. In my opinion, he's far inferior to Brother Dark Child. The others immediately followed suit and started to flatter him. Dark Child's face revealed a smile again. You're right. Lu Ming's talent is average. It's just that he's lucky, so his combat power is slightly stronger than mine. However, because of this, he's arrogant and condescending. Back in the Divine Ruins continent, he even dared to offend the pride of the Yuan continent's big sect, the Xianxia sect. Such a brainless person will definitely have limited achievements. Even if he doesn't die in the Divine Wilderness continent, he will be killed by the experts of the Xianxia sect. Darkchild said disdainfully. Brother Darkchild is right. Brother Ming is right. The others were full of compliments. Brother Ming, how about I invite you to watch a good show? Xianxia said with a smile. Oh, what good show? Darkchild revealed an interested expression. Brother Ming, please wait. Xianxia laughed, and then his voice spread far and wide. Bring the person up. Yes. Yes. Someone replied in the distance. Not long after, a group of Imperial Dragon Guards led a dozen people over. Sun Lin Taixing. In the crowd, Lu Ming's eyes gleamed coldly. The dozen or so people who were brought here were actually the law enforcement officers that Lu Ming had met when he joined the law enforcement army in the Holy City. Tai Xing, the black gorilla man, Sun Lin, the middle-aged man who had been transferred to the law enforcement army from the Imperial Dragon Guard with him by Xianxia. At this moment, Tai Xing and the others were in a sorry state. Their breathing was shallow and their faces were pale. It was obvious that they had suffered heavy injuries. Very quickly, Tai Xing and the rest were brought to Xianxia and the others. Who are they? Mingzi was slightly stunned. He didn't understand why Xianxia had brought more than a dozen burly men here. Brother Ming, these people are on very good terms with Lu Ming. They were his subordinates in the past. Xianxia said. Xianxia, you're despicable and shameless. You actually want us to slander the commander. You're dreaming. Tai Xing roared. Shut up, what slander? Xianxia berated. His eyes were cold as he said, I'll give you one more chance. Tell me, did Lu Ming use despicable means to kill others to cultivate his martial arts? Also, did he specifically harm young girls and take their yin to supplement yang? That's why his cultivation improved so quickly. You're his subordinates, so you should be very clear about it. Let me remind you before you speak, you'd better think carefully. Don't forget the fate of your companions. Xianxia said coldly as he scanned Tai Xing's body with his cold eyes. The expressions of Tai Xing and the others were ugly, and a few of them looked terrified. Bullshit. Don't even think about slandering the commander. The commander is a man of indomitable spirit. Why would he do such a thing? Tai Xing roared. That's right. The commander would never do such a thing. Don't even think about using us to ruin the commander's reputation. You've killed so many of our brothers. The commander will definitely come back to avenge us. Someone else also shouted. In the crowd, Lu Ming's gaze turned colder. He roughly knew what was going on. Back then, Lu Ming was on good terms with the law enforcement army. It was obvious that Xianxia had taken down the law enforcement army and wanted to force them to slander Lu Ming, saying that Lu Ming had done evil things like gathering yin to supplement yang. That was why his cultivation level had progressed so quickly. In that case, not only could he ruin Lu Ming's reputation, but he could also enrage Lu Ming. There would be a higher chance of Lu Ming appearing at the alliance ceremony in a few days' time, and he could then kill him. However, the law enforcement army did not obey. Furthermore, from the conversation of the crowd, the other members of the law enforcement army had already been killed by Xianxia. There were only a dozen or so people left. Damn it. The killing intent in Lu Ming's heart was as cold as a knife. Xianxia's expression was extremely gloomy as he berated, I'll give you one more chance. Tell me or not. If you don't die. Don't even think about it, I'd rather die than do such a despicable thing. Tai Xing roared. The others also glared at him angrily as if they were not afraid of death. The law enforcement army had a low status in the imperial city and lived a miserable life. In order to survive, they had to please both sides and lived without dignity. It was Lu Ming. Lu Ming was the one who made them hold their heads high and puffed out their chest. After Lu Ming joined the law enforcement army, they could finally hold their heads up high and enforce the law on behalf of the Sage Emperor. They returned to the time 30,000 years ago when the law enforcement army dominated the world. Therefore they were very grateful to Lu Ming. They could not slander Lu Ming. Xianxia, as a prince, you did such a dirty thing. You're really a disgrace to the imperial family and the Xia family. Tai Xing continued to shout. Shut up. You're looking for death. Xiezhen was furious. A saber appeared in his hand and he slashed at Tai Xing's neck. He had brought Tai Xing and the others over to curry favor with Dark Child, but he had not expected them to bite him back and damage his reputation. He wanted nothing more than to cut them into pieces. The blade light was cold and as fast as lightning as it slashed towards Tai Xing. At this moment Tai Xing's cultivation was sealed and his breathing was shallow. It was impossible for him to dodge. In a moment Tai Xing's blood was about to splatter and he would die under Xiezhen's saber. Whoosh! At that moment, a wine cup flew out from the crowd and hit Xiezhen's saber. Clang! An inscription flashed on the wine cup and it collided with the saber. Buzz! The battle saber trembled and hummed as it flew far away. Xiezhen's expression changed drastically as he retreated 7 or 8 steps and fell on his butt. Chapter 1331. 1331 Chapter 1331 Wanna be abused again. Who is it? Xiayan berated. At this moment Xiezhen also reacted. His face was flushed red as he crawled up from the ground. His eyes flickered with a surging killing intent as he looked around and roared, Who is it? Who is it? If you dare to attack me, come out and face your death. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Xiezhen's battle blade was hit by a wine cup and he fell to the ground. This was undoubtedly an embarrassing matter, and it made Xiezhen's killing intent reach its peak. Hee hee. A chuckle came from the crowd and a young man with a sallow face stepped out. This young man was Lu Ming. Even though he did not have a particularly deep relationship with Tai Xing and the others, they had worked together for a while and had gotten along for a period of time. Moreover, Tai Xing and the others were implicated because of him. How could Lu Ming sit by and do nothing? Lu Ming was the one who threw the wine glass just now. You are a prince, yet you are doing such a despicable thing. You are a despicable man. The ancient Saint dynasty only has them Slaviers to blame for what they have done. Lu Ming sneered and walked towards Xiezhen. How audacious. Impudent. You're looking for death. Some of the Xia family's princes present berated him and stared at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Brat, you dare to interfere in my business? Since you're here today, don't leave. Xiezhen's voice was cold. He waved his hand and said, Attack and cripple his cultivation. Yes. 7 or 8 Imperial Dragon Guards flew out, unsheathing all kinds of weapons as they charged at Lu Ming. However, the cultivation of these Imperial Dragon Guards was only at the 9th level of the Spirit Embryo realm. They were not worth mentioning in Lu Ming's eyes. Buzz. Inscriptions suddenly glowed on the ground and a great formation appeared. In the formation, more than a dozen long sticks condensed and smashed toward the Imperial Dragon Guards. Bang. Ah. Instantly, the sounds of whipping and screams of pain joined together. The Imperial Dragon Guards didn't have the slightest strength to fight back under the long staff strikes. In the blink of an eye, they were all whipped to the ground. Each of them had been hit more than a dozen times, their skin and flesh split open. It was a terrible sight. You. Xiezhen's face turned pale as he retreated. His cultivation was only at the 9th level of the Spirit Embryo realm, not much stronger than those Imperial Dragon Guards. Lu Ming could easily beat up 7 to 8 Imperial Dragon Guards, so he was naturally not a match for him. Humph, so you're an inscription master. Xiayan coldly snorted, a powerful aura exuding from his body. Xiayan was a second-grade heaven's favorite. His cultivation had long broken through to the spiritual god realm, and his combat strength was powerful, much stronger than Xiezhen's. 10th Prince, this person is extremely daring. Since he dares to attack us here, I think he must have been sent by Lu Ming. Let me kill him. A voice rang out from behind Xiayan. A young figure stepped out and appeared in front of Xiayan. Wu Qingkong. He was Wu Qingkong, the #1 genius of the Heavenly Sword faction. Wu Qingkong is going to attack. This man is dead. In recent years, Wu Qingkong's cultivation has become more and more terrifying. This man is dead for sure. This person is also stupid. He dared to make a move in such an occasion. It would be strange if he didn't die. The scene was filled with discussions. Now there were only a few big shots left in the Divine Wilderness continent. Wu Qingkong was one of the strongest people below the big shots. His status was naturally not ordinary, second only to Mingzi. With Brother Wu here, I can rest assured, Xie Yan said as he took 2 steps back. Brat, are you going to surrender or wait for me to make a move? Wu Qingkong's eyes were as sharp as 2 swords. Wu Qingkong, back then you were repeatedly abused by Lu Ming. Instead of hiding and cultivating, you dared to come out and bark. Aren't you afraid of being abused again? Lu Ming curled his lips and said sarcastically. Shut up, you're looking for death. Wu Qingkong was furious. Back then he had been ruthlessly abused by Lu Ming time and time again. That was his dark history and a disgrace to him. He would be furious whenever anyone mentioned it in front of him. I'll cut off your 4 limbs and make you wish you were dead. Wu Qingkong bellowed. He unsheathed his sword and slashed at Lu Ming with terrifying sword qi. So strong. 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. This is the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. Wu Qingkong has broken through to the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. Wu Qingkong's attack caused a wave of exclamations. At the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm, apart from those big shots and geniuses, who else could compete with him? In their hearts, Lu Ming was dead for sure. After all, Lu Ming did not look very old. He was very young and belonged to the younger generation. But he had never seen him before, so he was obviously not famous. How powerful could an unknown young man be to be able to fight with Wu Qingkong? Buzz. An inscription appeared in front of Lu Ming once again. A formation emerged. It was exactly the same as the one that had brutally tortured the Imperial Dragon Guards earlier. More than a dozen long sticks appeared and struck toward Wu Qingkong. Buzz. The sword qi whistled through the air, and with a single slash, the dozen or so staves were all cut in half. The sword qi did not stop and continued to slash at Lu Ming. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Ming took a few steps and dense runes appeared on the ground. Another array appeared. It was the same as the previous one with more than 10 long rods. However, as the sword qi swept past, the dozen or so long staves were cut into 2 again. But immediately, another formation appeared and the long stick formed again. He's using such a formation against Wu Qingkong. He's dead for sure. This is all this person has. He dares to be so arrogant here. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Someone sneered in disdain. Whoosh, whoosh. The sword qi whistled and the long sticks were cut in half. Let's end this. Wu Qingkong roared and shook his sword. The sword radiance flashed and dozens of sword qi were sent toward Lu Ming. Each beam of sword qi was extremely powerful. That kid is dead for sure, everyone thought. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm as if he did not see the sword aura. He took another light step. Buzz, buzz, whoosh. This time more than a dozen formations appeared on the ground. All of them were identical and formed a long stick. In total, hundreds of long staffs were thrown at Wu Qingkong. So what if there are many? Break! Wu Qingkong shouted and his sword qi became stronger. However, the next moment his expression changed drastically. Originally, those long sticks were no different from dead branches in his eyes. He could easily cut them with his sword. But this time when the sword qi hit the long sticks, there were clanking sounds and sparks, but the long sticks were intact. On the contrary, the sword qi that he had released was destroyed by the long stick. Break! Wu Qingkong's expression changed. He raised his cultivation to the extreme and slashed out with his sword. Clang, clang, clang. However, his sword qi was completely useless against those long staffs. As the long staff struck down, his sword qi dispersed. How did this happen? Wu Qingkong panicked. Chapter 1332. 1332 Searching Your Soul. Wu Qingkong panicked and was shocked. Without any hesitation, Wu Qingkong used the bloodline fusion and turned into a sword. He slashed at the long sticks. Clang, clang. The staff hit Wu Qingkong's sword, which shook violently. In a few seconds the sword collapsed and turned back into a human. No! Run! Wu Qingkong shouted in fear. He kept spitting out blood and tried to escape. However, the long staff surrounded him from all directions, sealing off all his escape routes. A few hundred sticks were thrown at Wu Qingkong. Wu Qingkong was completely drowned in the shadows of the sticks. Ah! Ah! A shrill scream reverberated throughout the drunken Immortal garden. Everyone who was watching the battle looked at each other. How did this happen? This result was completely different from what they had expected. Wu Qingkong was the strongest Heaven's favorite below the big shot Heaven's favorites. His cultivation had even reached the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. How many people in the younger generation of the divine wilderness continent could be his match? Furthermore, it was Lu Ming, a kid that she did not know at all. It was a matter of killing him in one move. However, the result was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Lu Ming had cast the same array. But wasn't the formation weak at the beginning? Couldn't stop Wu Qingkong at all. Why did it suddenly become so powerful? The staff became so powerful that even Wu Qingkong couldn't stop it. The shrill screams were still echoing. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the hundreds of sticks disappeared, revealing Wu Qingkong's figure. Tragic, it was really too tragic. Everyone who saw Wu Qingkong's figure could not help but think of the word tragic. Wu Qingkong was lying on the ground like a dead dog. He had been hit so many times that his clothes were in tatters. His body was covered with rod marks. His face was like a pig's head, his nose was broken and his teeth were all gone. If no one had said that it was Wu Qingkong, no one would have recognized him. Most importantly, Wu Qingkong's aura was extremely weak. His cultivation had been crippled. The attack had destroyed Wu Qingkong's cultivation. He was now a cripple. Many people gasped and shivered. In particular, some 2nd and 3rd grade geniuses could not help but step back. They looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. Who was this person? Where did he come from? How could he be so strong? Furthermore, this person cultivated in the Tao of Inscription. In the divine wilderness continent, there were countless geniuses in the Tao of Inscription. There was no one who could defeat Wu Qingkong. They racked their brains but couldn't figure out who this person was. Could this person be Lu Ming? He had never heard of Lu Ming having such deep attainments in the Tao of Inscription. Who are you? Dark Child's gaze was sinister as he stared at Lu Ming, trying to figure out something from Lu Ming's expression. However, he was disappointed. Lu Ming's expression was very calm and he could not figure out anything at all. Who am I? You don't have the right to know. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Hee, how arrogant. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you defeated Wu Qingkong. I can kill him with a snap of my fingers. Dark Child glanced at Wu Qingkong and smiled disdainfully. Bang. Then Dark Child stepped forward, his aura rising crazily. Today was a banquet that was specially held for him, but Lu Ming had continuously attacked him, injured Xie Zhen and crippled Wu Qingkong. This was a complete slap to his face. He could not let Lu Ming leave alive. The aura on his body was getting stronger and stronger. 3rd level spiritual god realm, 4th level spiritual god realm, peak 4th level spiritual god realm. Even at the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm, he still did not stop. Boom. Dark Child's aura had reached the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. Gasps could be heard at the scene. Dark Child, as expected of a giant level prodigy. Your cultivation has actually reached the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. Dark Child has awakened a 9th level divine rank bloodline. His combat strength is unparalleled. At the 5th level of the spiritual god realm, he should be able to kill a high-level spiritual god. This is too shocking. Dark Child's body was filled with dark chi. He smiled confidently and said, "Kid, I don't care who you are. Today I will die without a doubt." Buzz. A pitch-black scimitar appeared in Dark Child's hand. He moved and pounced at Lu Ming, slashing at him. Lu Ming stood there unmoving. This time, no inscriptions or formations appeared. In an instant, Dark Child's scimitar was about to slash Lu Ming's head. At this moment, Lu Ming stretched out 2 fingers and gently cut at Dark Child. Whoosh! A beam of sword aura appeared between Lu Ming's fingers. Puchi! The saber in Dark Child's hand was easily cut in half. The sword chi didn't stop and continued to cut toward Dark Child. Not good. Dark Child's expression changed drastically. He could feel the threat of death from Lu Ming's sword aura. At this moment his heart was trembling and even his soul was trembling. Retreat, retreat, retreat. He roared in his heart and retreated like crazy. At the same time he used all his techniques to defend. However, he immediately fell into despair. The sword aura on Lu Ming's finger could break through anything. All of his defenses were cut open like tofu. Then he felt a chill between his eyebrows. The next moment he fell into boundless darkness and lost consciousness. What's going on? The surrounding onlookers were baffled. At first they saw Dark Child attacking Lu Ming. Then they saw a sword chi burst out from Lu Ming's finger. Then they saw Dark Child retreating frantically. However, he had only retreated a few meters when his body stopped. He stood there motionless. Many people were confused and didn't understand what had happened. But immediately, everyone's pupils enlarged. Because at that moment, a blood mark appeared on Dark Child's glabella. The blood mark quickly grew longer, and then everyone saw Dark Child's body split into 2 and 2 hollow ears. He was dead. Dark Child was dead. He had been cut in half by a sword. How was this possible? Dark Child's cultivation was at the 5th level of the spiritual god realm, and he was also a big shot's pride. With his combat strength, killing an existence at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm would be easy. How could such a prodigy be killed by Lu Ming's sword chi as easily as killing a chicken? How could Lu Ming be so powerful? Who are you? Who the hell are you? Xian and Xianxia were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they started to roar madly. Lu Ming pursed his lips slightly and the sword aura on his fingers disappeared. This was a formation carved with his own body. With his emperor cultivation, the formation he carved was naturally terrifying. Using it against Dark Child was really overkill. Buzz. An inscription flashed beneath Lu Ming's feet. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared in front of Xianxia. "Ah, what do you want to do? This is the holy city, what do you want to do?" Xianxia was so frightened that he shouted, "I'll search your soul." Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. He stretched out a finger and pointed at Xianxia's glabella. In front of Lu Ming, Xianxia felt as if he was being crushed by 10,000 mountains. He could not move at all. Chapter 1333. 1333 Chapter 1333 Abyss Demon Territory again. Lu Ming's finger touched the space between Xianxia's eyebrows. An inscription flashed and Xianxia's expression froze. His gaze was unfocused as if he was in a daze. Lu Ming was using powerful means to search Xianxia's soul. Compared to warriors, there were some techniques of an inscriber that were more mysterious and profound. He had obtained the soul-searching technique from the mysterious Sky Saint. Lu Ming wanted to find out the whereabouts of the 9 Sons Supreme by Shijin and the others from Xianxia. Evil creature, stop. Kill. A few angry shouts were heard as a few figures crossed the sky. As soon as the voices fell, a few terrifying attacks were directed at Lu Ming. The Xia clan's experts had arrived. These people were all at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's figure did not move, but a large array suddenly appeared in the sky. The large array glowed and condensed into a few combat swords. With a slash, a few 7th level spiritual god realm experts were killed in the air. So strong. In the drunken immortal garden, many of the young geniuses trembled in their hearts. Lu Ming was too powerful. Killing a 7th level spiritual god was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. This person shouldn't be someone from the younger generation. He must be someone from the older generation. Someone guessed. Other than Lu Ming, he could not think of anyone else in the younger generation who was so powerful. However, this person was obviously an alchemist and should not be Lu Ming. Therefore many people guessed that he was an elder. No, I didn't. At this moment Lu Ming frowned. He realized that in Xianxia's memories he did not know the whereabouts of the 9 Sons Supreme by Shijin and the others. Perhaps Xianxia's cultivation is too low and he doesn't have the right to know about this. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the next moment he turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia was a second-class heaven's favorite. Other than Xianxia, he was the highest-ranking person in the younger generation of the Xia family. Perhaps he knew. Under Lu Ming's gaze, Xianxia's expression changed. Without a second thought he soared into the sky wanting to leave this place. However, Lu Ming waved his palm gently in the air. Dense runes suddenly appeared above Xianxia. A large array appeared and condensed into chains that wrapped around Xianxia. Xianxia's cultivation was at the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. However, no matter how much he erupted, he was completely useless against the chains. He was bound tightly. Lu Ming let go of Xie Zhen and walked towards Xie Yan. Xie Zhen's eyes were still unfocused, as if he had gone dumb. Yes, Xie Zhen was already an idiot. Earlier, when Lu Ming searched his soul, he did not control it at all. He used the most direct, violent and brutal way to search for what Lu Ming wanted. Therefore, Xie Zhen's soul suffered an indelible injury and he was already dumbfounded. Save me, save me. When Xie Yan saw Lu Ming walking towards him, he was so frightened that he screamed madly. You're looking for death. How dare you be so impudent in the holy city? 9 generations of your family will be executed. Roars of anger could be heard from afar. More experts from the Xie family had arrived. Buzz, buzz, whoosh. At least a dozen experts rushed over and terrifying auras rushed up like smoke. The weakest aura was at the 9th level of the spiritual god realm, and there were even perfected spiritual gods. The strongest person was surprisingly a supreme being. In an instant, more than a dozen experts appeared in the sky above the drunken immortal garden and launched attacks at Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and dense runes appeared in the sky. They swam as if they had a life of their own and many large arrays were formed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The formation glowed, forming dozens of thick chains that wrapped around the dozen experts. After that, Lu Ming did not even look at these people. He appeared in front of Xie Yan and pointed his finger between Xie Yan's eyebrows. Soul search. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky there were continuous rumbles. More than a dozen powerhouses joined forces, but it was impossible to break through the defense. Dozens of chains seemed to be alive, constantly waving and winding, making the dozen or so experts tired of dealing with them. Lu Ming pointed his finger at Xie Yan's glabella. After about 10 breaths, his eyes suddenly lit up. He found it. He found the whereabouts of the Supreme Master of 9 Sons and the others. In Xie Yan's memory, the 9 Sons Supreme by Shijin, and the others were imprisoned in the Abyss Demon realm. The Abyss Demon territory again. Xianxia had been imprisoned in the Abyss Demon territory, and Xiaowan had been rescued from there. It seems that I have to go to the Abyss Demon territory again. Lu Ming muttered, his finger leaving Xie Yan's glabella. Xie Yan collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, gasping for breath. His entire body was drenched in sweat. He did not turn into an idiot like Xie Zhen. His cultivation was much stronger than Xie Zhen's, having reached the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. His soul was stable, so the damage to his soul was not great. Whoosh. Lu Ming waved his hand and an inscription flashed on his arm. A sword aura cut through the void. The dozen or so powerhouses didn't even have time to scream before they were killed by the sword chi. Haha, let's go. Lu Ming laughed heartily. He took a step forward and his figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. In the drunken immortal garden, many young heaven's favorites looked at each other with shock in their eyes. He was too powerful. No matter what cultivation level he was at, he was killed in a single move. Even supreme martial artists were killed in the same way. A word appeared in everyone's mind. An emperor. Lu Ming was most likely an impersonator of the emperor. An emperor had infiltrated the holy city. Boom, boom. In the depths of the sacred city, a terrifying aura shot up into the sky. A few figures appeared above the drunken immortal garden. The vast pressure made all the young people tremble as if they were about to kneel down. Emperor. The people who appeared later were all emperors. The few sovereigns spread out their spiritual senses to search for Lu Ming, but they could not find any trace of him. Search the entire city, don't let off any suspicious people. An emperor ordered. Unfortunately, there was still no news of Lu Ming after half a day. And everything that happened in the drunken immortal garden had also spread throughout the sacred city. An unfamiliar young man had first crippled Wu Qingkong, then killed Dark Child. What was even more terrifying was that even a supreme being could not fight back. One of the emperors, Xie Zhen, had even become an idiot because of this person. The news shocked the sacred city. Many people knew that Northern Plains or the heaven-suppressing divine army had started to move. Everyone started to guess who this young man was. Some people guessed that it was Lu Ming, because Lu Ming was most likely to have sneaked into the holy city to save Supreme 9 Sons and the others. However, someone immediately retorted that this person cultivated the inscription Dao and could not be Lu Ming. Activate the Heaven's Secrets instrument. In the end, the higher-ups of the Xie family issued an order. The Xie family activated the Heaven's Secrets instrument. Their target was Lu Ming. In the end, they activated the Heaven's Secrets instrument and realized that Lu Ming was not in the Holy City. He was still in Northern Plains. In a secret room in the 100 Beasts tribe in the Northern Plains, the projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument appeared above Lu Ming's head. It seems that the Heaven's Secrets device also has a weakness. It can only find my main body, but not my secondary body. Lu Ming's main body ended its cultivation. He opened his eyes and smiled. Seal. Then Lu Ming shouted softly. 4 sealing gates appeared above his head and sealed the Heaven's Secrets instrument projection. The Heaven's Secrets instrument projection disappeared. Chapter 1334. 1334 Chapter 1334 Using the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron again. Just as the Xie family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were searching for Lu Ming with all their might, Lu Ming had already changed his appearance. Even his aura had changed. The Xie family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace could not find him at all. Not far from the entrance of the Abyss Demon Realm, a dark-faced young man came. The dark-faced teenager was Lu Ming. The security is even tighter now. Lu Ming was watching from afar. The entrance to the Abyss Demon Realm was more heavily guarded than before. Not only were there more inscription formations, but there were also more experts guarding it. Lu Ming sensed carefully and sensed the auras of many supremes. If I barge in now, I'll only alert the enemy. At that time, the Xie family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace will attack with all their might and block me inside. Not only will I not be able to save Senior Zhuyang and the others, but I'll also be in danger. Lu Ming frowned, thinking of countermeasures in his mind. On the day of the alliance, they will definitely send someone to bring Senior Zhuyang and the others out. That will be the best time. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming had an idea. His figure flashed and he left the place. Time passed by very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the day the Xie clan and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would form an alliance. The sacred city was extremely lively. The experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Xie clan had all gathered here. In the East Baron outside Nine Dragons, the space suddenly cracked open and a figure stepped out. It was Lu Ming. After a few years, Lu Ming was back in Nine Dragons again. Buzz. Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure disappeared. The next moment he appeared in Nine Dragons. The defense of Nine Dragons was meaningless to Lu Ming. Lu Ming strode in the void, the endless mountains and rivers of Nine Dragons flitting beneath his feet. Soon he appeared in the depths of Nine Dragons where the head of one of the dragon veins was. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Lu Ming looked at the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron that was as tall as a mountain. The purpose of his trip was the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron would definitely play a decisive role in this battle. Roar. The bloodline of the Nine Dragons emerged, and they let out a long roar that shook the heavens. Buzz. As soon as the bloodline of the Nine Dragons appeared, the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron began to shake. A buzzing sound could be heard for hundreds of thousands of miles. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron is moving. What's going on? Why is the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, which hasn't moved since the ancient times, moving again? The unusual movement of the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron attracted the attention of the people nearby. One after another, figures crossed the void and flew over at high speed. What's that? A dragon? Arg. That's the Nine Dragons. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. What? Lu Ming dares to come here? When many people saw the Nine Dragons, they roared in shock. Some of them had experienced the war in Nine Dragons and were very familiar with Lu Ming's Nine Dragon bloodline. They recognized it at a glance and screamed in fear. Rise. Lu Ming could not be bothered with those people. He controlled the Nine Dragon bloodline with all his might and resonated with the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Buzz. Whoosh. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron shook more and more violently. In the end, it rose from the ground and flew toward Lu Ming, hovering above his head. Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, come. Lu Ming shouted. The 9 dragons wrapped around the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, and a mysterious aura rushed out in all directions. Clang. The other dragon's vein trembled violently. The second Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron moved and floated in the air, flying toward Lu Ming. Then the third Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron also moved. Buzz. Buzz. The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron broke through the air. In the blink of an eye, 3 Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldrons were suspended above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming, you dare. Put down the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. In the distance, a few howls sounded out as a few figures broke through the air. His speed was extremely fast, and as soon as his voice fell, his figure had already appeared above the dragon vein. The head of the Dongfang family, the head of the Kong family. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. A few supreme martial artists had come, and some of them were old acquaintances. They were the other family heads of the 6 great ancient families. Lu Ming ignored him and continued to control the 9-dragon bloodline to summon the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Being ignored by Lu Ming, the few supreme beings' faces turned ugly. Let's attack together. The supreme martial artists looked at each other and reached a consensus. Boom. 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 A few rays of dazzling light burst out and shot towards Lu Ming. The light was beautiful, but it was filled with killing intent. Get lost. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and he stepped into the air. Boom. A terrifying power crushed the space and surged toward the supreme beings. The attacks of the supreme martial artists were as fragile as tofu in the face of this power. 2 of the supreme martial artists' bodies even exploded and died on the spot. As for the family heads of the 3 families, they were sent flying thousands of miles and crashed into a dozen mountains. Blood spurted from their mouths and their breathing became weak. With a single strike, he had killed 2 supreme martial artists and seriously injured the other 3. Such battle prowess was extremely terrifying. In the distance there was silence. No one dared to open their mouths. Today all the experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had gone to the sacred city. Not even a single emperor was left behind. No one could stop Lu Ming. Is this Lu Ming's combat strength? Among the crowd, there were some young sovereigns who were on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. Some of them had even competed with Lu Ming. At this moment, they were full of dejection and shock when they saw the figure on the dragon vein. Back then they were of the same generation and they were competing with each other. However, in just a few years the gap between them and Lu Ming was already huge. They could not be compared at all. They knew that they would never be able to catch up to Lu Ming in this lifetime. Roar. The roars of the 9 dragons shook the heavens. Clang. Clang. The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron shook continuously. One after another, the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron flew toward Lu Ming. More and more Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldrons appeared above Lu Ming's head. 4, 5, 6. Quick, spread the news. Someone in 9 dragons gave the order. Whoosh. Whoosh. One after another voice transmission jade talismans flew out. However, as soon as they arrived outside 9 dragons, a light screen rose up and blocked all the voice transmission jade talismans. A few figures were standing in the void outside 9 dragons. Among them, there was a dean of the Xianxia Academy who cultivated the Tao of Inscription. There were also 7 or 8 supreme martial artists who cultivated the Tao of Inscription. They had set up a wizardry barrier outside 9 dragons to specifically intercept the voice transmission jade talisman. More and more divine 9-dragon cauldrons were summoned by Lu Ming. In the end, all 9 divine cauldrons were gathered and suspended above Lu Ming's head. I'll lend it to you for a few days. After a few days, I'll let you return to your original place. Lu Ming said softly. The 9 dragons opened their mouths and swallowed. The 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons flew into the big mouth of the 9-dragon bloodline and disappeared. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the 9 dragon veins in 9 dragons were stirred up. Like 9 real dragons, they were about to break through the sky and soar into the sky with dragon chi. Lu Ming's expression was calm as if he had expected this. He waved his hand and 9 inscription talismans flew out from his storage ring. The 9 inscription scrolls flew through the air, each flying towards a dragon vein. Then the scroll expanded rapidly to the size of a mountain. On it there were countless inscriptions shining. Chapter 1335. 1335 Chapter 1335 Setting off to the Holy City. Suppress. Lu Ming said softly. The 9 inscription scrolls landed on the 9 dragon veins. The endless inscriptions seemed to be alive as they filled the dragon veins, temporarily suppressing them. The 9 dragon veins were temporarily calm. According to the ancient legends, the divine 9-dragon cauldron was refined by an ancient expert to suppress the 9 dragon veins. If the divine 9-dragon cauldron had been gone for too long, the 9 dragon veins would definitely go berserk. Lu Ming had already expected this. Hence he had asked his clone to refine 9 inscription scrolls to suppress the 9 dragon veins. Although it could only be suppressed for a few days was enough. After the dragon veins had calmed down, Lu Ming kept the 9 dragons' bloodline. He took a step forward and appeared outside 9 dragons in the next moment. Rise! The old dean of the Xianxia Academy shouted. With the help of the other supreme martial artists, a wizardry barrier appeared outside 9 dragons. This layer of enchantment was used to block the voice transmission jade talisman, so that DE would not know that Lu Ming had come here to take the divine 9-dragon cauldron. After setting up the barrier, they set off with Lu Ming. Not long after, they used the inter-territory teleportation formation and returned to northern plains. Let's go to the holy city. With an order, one figure after another tore through space and headed for the sacred city. At the same time, the cultivators of the heaven-suppressing divine army also set off for the sacred city. The sacred city was bustling with noise and excitement. In the sky above the sacred city, multicolored light shone for tens of thousands of zhang. A platform emerged from the void. On it, real dragons, divine phoenixes and qilin were dancing. This was the platform that the Xie clan had used during their million-year sacrificial ceremony. Now that it was being used again, it was clear how much importance the Xie clan placed on this alliance ceremony. The Sage Emperor has arrived. A voice spread out, spreading throughout the entire sacred city. From the depths of the palace, figures flew out. The one leading them was the current Sage Emperor Xianxia. Beside Xianxia was a white-haired old man. He was the previous generation's old divine emperor. In addition, there were more than a dozen people, all of whom had powerful auras. They were all emperors. A small portion belonged to the Xie family, while the rest belonged to the Xie family's alliance and the emperors of other overlords. Many experts descended onto the platform. Martial Emperor De and the other sovereigns of the Detian Divine Palace have arrived. Another shout rang out. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. A group of experts flew over from afar and landed on the platform. The one in the lead was De and Martial Emperor. Beside him were 2 elders. One of them was wearing a golden robe. He was the peak lever 2 Martial Emperor realm expert who had appeared in the Xianxia Academy last time. The other old man was wearing a long red robe. His aura was not any weaker than the golden-robed old man. Behind them were a group of emperors, more than 10 of them. Welcome, Brother De. Xianxia laughed and stepped forward to salute De. Thank you, brother. De returned the bow. All right, since everyone is here, let's begin the ceremony. First, we'll pay our respects to the flag. Someone bring Xia Zhiyang by Shijin and the others here. Xianxia ordered. Yes. Yes, Your Majesty. An emperor received the order and led a group of people, about 50 of them, towards the north. Dao. In the crowd, Lu Ming silently followed the group of people and headed north. The entrance to the Abyss Demon Realm was to the north of the Holy City, which was a distance away. After a while, they left the center of the Holy City and were about to reach the entrance of the Abyss Demon Realm. At this moment, runes appeared on Lu Ming's body. His figure seemed to have disappeared and there was no aura at all. Without a sound, Lu Ming appeared next to the person at the back. With a wave of his hand, the person did not even have time to react before he was stored into Lu Ming's mountain and river diagram. Following that, Lu Ming's body squirmed rapidly and became exactly the same as the person. What? The emperor at the front seemed to have sensed something and turned around. However, he did not discover anything after a quick glance. Strange, there was clearly some fluctuation just now. The emperor frowned and scanned the crowd with his spiritual sense, but he found nothing in the end. He could only give up and continue flying forward. Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally sneaked in without anyone knowing. This was also the Tao of inscription that Lu Ming had mastered. It was extremely mysterious. At the same time, he had the help of the mountain and river diagram, a treasure. Otherwise he would not have succeeded. It wasn't easy to secretly replace a pillar under the eyes of an emperor. Soon they arrived at the entrance of the Abyss Demon Realm. With the emperor leading the way, they naturally entered the Abyss Demon Realm smoothly. Looking at the familiar environment, Lu Ming sighed. He did not expect to come to the Abyss Demonic Realm again not long after. Xianxia and the others have been suppressed by the 9 underworlds demon flame, and their cultivation has been sealed. They can't fight back, but we still have to be careful. These people are not simple. The leader warned. He had a horse-like face and Lu Ming had never seen him before. However, he was obviously the leader of the Xia family. The Xia family indeed had a deep foundation. In the beginning, the Xia family had only announced 3 sovereigns to the public. However, it was obvious that they had more than that. No one knew how many more sovereigns they had hidden in secret. Yes. The others responded. N. The horse-faced emperor nodded and led the group toward the depths of the Abyss Demon Realm. Along the way, the horse-faced emperor's emperor aura was released. When the Fiend clan members sensed it, they were almost scared to death and fled far away. Soon they were hundreds of millions of miles deep into the Abyss Demon Realm. In front of him, a blazing heat spread out. It was a volcano. This wasn't an ordinary volcano or flame. It wasn't an ordinary flame. It was the 9 underworlds demon flame. When they stopped above the volcano, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a strong murderous intent. That was because Lu Ming noticed a figure in every volcano. Lu Ming was familiar with the figures of the 9 Suns Supreme by Shijin Du Songjue. There were a total of 5 people. Besides the 9 Suns Supreme, the other 4 were all supreme martial artists of the Talisman sect. The 5 of them were each suppressed in a volcano. Their bodies were bound by chains and suspended in mid-air. Within the volcano, the pitch-black 9 nether demonic flame danced and burned the 5 of them at all times. This kind of 9 underworlds demon flame wouldn't burn people to death immediately, but it could bring them endless pain. Furthermore, the cultivation of the 5 of them had been sealed, and they could not use their cultivation to resist. Lu Ming's eyes were as cold as a knife. Xiaozhuyang, today is the day you die. The horse-faced emperor looked down at Xiaozhuyang and the others with a disdainful expression. Oh really? The Xia family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace won't be arrogant for long. When Lu Ming returns, it will be the time of your death. In a volcano, Xiaozhuyang raised his head and looked at the sky. His cold voice came out. Lu Ming? Hee. The horse-faced emperor sneered and said in a disdainful voice, I might as well tell you that Lu Ming has returned. What? Lu Ming is back? Really? Zhongzi is back? From the other volcanoes there were sounds of surprise. It was the voices of Bai Shijin Du Songjue and the others. Chapter 1336. 1336 Chapter 1336 Emperor of 9 Suns. Don't be happy too soon. Today is not only the day of your death, but also the day of Lu Ming's death. Horse-faced emperor sneered. Lu Ming is also in your hands. Xiaozhuyang said in a deep voice, a little worried. Not really, but it'll be soon. Of course. The horse-faced emperor smiled and continued. I heard that Lu Ming is a man who values friendship and loyalty. If he knows that you will be executed today, will he come to the holy city to save you? As long as he comes, he'll be dead. You guys. Despicable. Despicable. You're using us. Don't even think about it. When Xiaozhuyang, Bai Shijin and the rest heard the horse-faced emperor's words, how could they not know the plot of the Xia family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? They were clearly using them to lure Lu Ming here. They roared in anger. Scream, no matter how loudly you scream, it's useless. The horse-faced emperor sneered. Seeing the anxious looks on Xiaozhuyang and the others' faces, he felt extremely comfortable. At this moment, whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, a series of violent air-rending sounds came from the distance. Before the sound even faded, figures had already appeared around them. They were all from the Fiend clan. Their demonic chi soared to the sky as they glared at horse-faced Emperor and the others with cold eyes. The aura of these Masha clan members was very terrifying. They were more powerful than any Masha clan that Lu Ming had encountered before. The one in the lead had a particularly burly body. His demonic chi soared to the sky, and his vast demonic might was unfathomable. The Demon Emperor. The leader of the group was a Demon Emperor, the Emperor of the Demon clan. Horse-faced Emperor's expression also changed. Emo Sha clan, what are you trying to do? Horse-faced Emperor shouted. To kill you, of course. The Demon Emperor said coldly. You dare? Do you want to exterminate the entire clan? Horse-faced Emperor shouted. Annihilate the entire clan? If your Xia clan could do it, my Emo Sha clan would have been exterminated a long time ago. Would you still be so kind as to spare us? The Emperor mocked. Clang, clang. At this time the sound of chains breaking came from under the volcanoes. Then 5 powerful auras rushed out of 5 of the volcanoes. Then 5 people rushed out of the volcanoes. It was Xia Zhuyang and the others. Xia Zhuyang's body was burning like a sun. The terrifying power of flames caused the temperature in the surrounding tens of thousands of miles to rise rapidly. The Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The supreme being of 9 suns had actually broken through to the position of the Emperor. Now he should be called the Emperor of 9 suns. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It seemed that they were not trapped at all. They had rushed out of the volcano on their own. You guys, how did you escape? Horse-faced Emperor was shocked. Of course it's because of my help. Now you can stay here. The Emperor's voice was filled with killing intent. Let's go quickly and spread the news. Horse-faced Emperor suddenly shouted and turned to leave. Stay. The Emperor had been staring at the horse-faced Emperor for a long time. As soon as the horse-faced Emperor moved, the Devil Emperor moved as well. He clawed at the horse-faced Emperor with his sharp claws. Kill. The rest of the Emo Sha clansmen also charged towards the Xia clan. Boom. On the other side, Xia Zhuyang and the others also made their moves. Xia Zhuyang threw a punch and his fist force was like a sun, blasting toward horse-faced Emperor. The horse-faced Emperor was shocked and tried his best to dodge. He did not dare to take it head-on. Xia Zhuyang's punch made him tremble in fear. At the same time, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue and the other 2 also launched an attack on the Xia family. Inscriptions appeared and killing formations glowed. Bai Shijin and the other 3 attacked, and the void was filled with terrifying killing formations. A few people were killed in an instant. Lu Ming did not reveal his true face immediately. Anyway, Xia Zhuyang and the others had the upper hand now. He was not in a hurry. His figure swayed randomly in the void and he dodged some attacks silently. 9 Yang Divine Fist. The flames on Xia Zhuyang's body became more and more turbulent. Vaguely, there were even the shadows of 9 suns that appeared around his body. He threw a punch that was like the explosion of the sun, blocking all the horse-faced Emperor's escape routes. Horse-faced Emperor had no choice but to fight back. Boom. The 2 of them exchanged a blow. The horse-faced Emperor's body trembled and he retreated. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was no match for Xia Zhuyang. As soon as he retreated, the Emperor's attack arrived. He could only try his best to resist. As for the people that horse-faced Emperor had brought, they were constantly being killed and none of them could escape. Escape, I must escape. Horse-faced Emperor roared in his heart. His Zhenyuan seemed to be burning. His domain covered his whole body, blocking Xia Zhuyang's attack. Although he was hit and spat out a large mouthful of blood and his body was almost burned, he successfully broke out of the encirclement with this attack, and flew crazily toward the exit of Abyss Demon Realm. Not good, we can't let him escape. Xia Zhuyang hurriedly chased after him. The Demon Emperor of the Masha clan also gave chase. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. His figure flashed and he disappeared from the crowd. Not good, one of them ran away. Bai Shijin and Du Songjue's faces changed. The horse-faced Emperor's speed was astonishing. He was running for his life, so it could be said that he was performing exceptionally well. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled 1,000 miles. However, before he could run 100,000 miles, Inscriptions suddenly flashed in front of him. A large array appeared and 8 huge chains appeared in the array, winding around the horse-faced emperor. Break. The horse-faced emperor's expression changed. He struck at the chain, but when his attack landed on the chain, it only caused a vibration. Did not break the chain. Why would I? Horse-faced emperor was shocked. Even he could not break it. This formation was clearly set up by an emperor. Why would another emperor stop him? The next moment, a figure appeared in front of horse-faced emperor. Zhao, is that you? No, you're not Zhao. The horse-faced emperor was stunned for a moment before he roared. He was very familiar with Zhao. It was impossible for him to set up a formation that even he could not break. This person was not Zhao at all. Buzz. Buzz. Behind them, Xianxia and the emperor of the Wuxia clan had already caught up. Get lost. The horse-faced emperor roared and wanted to rush over from the other side, but there was also a large array there. Chains crossed the sky and blocked the horse-faced emperor. At that moment, Xianxia and the emperor of the Wuxia clan had caught up and surrounded the horse-faced emperor. Damn it! Who are you? The horse-faced emperor bellowed and glared at Lu Ming with murderous intent. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. If Lu Ming had not stopped him, he would definitely have been able to escape. Xianxia and the emperor of the Wuxia clan looked at Lu Ming curiously. Wasn't Lu Ming with Horse-Faced Emperor? He didn't expect to be able to stop Horse-Faced Emperor. More surprisingly, he was able to block it. He was obviously an emperor. If they were enemies, it would not be good. Didn't you just mention me? Lu Ming smiled. Then the shape of his face started to change and he returned to his original appearance. You're Lu Ming? Horseface Emperor shouted in disbelief. Chapter 1337. 1337 Chapter 1337 Inviting the Devil Clan. The horse-faced emperor's eyes widened and he stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming, it was actually Lu Ming. When did Lu Ming sneak in? You were at that time. The horse-faced emperor recalled that when they were about to reach the entrance of the Abyss Demon Realm, he felt a slight fluctuation. When he checked, he could not find any trace. He thought that he was hallucinating. Now it seemed that Lu Ming had sneaked in at that time. Lu Ming waved his hand and a corpse flew out. It was Zhao Pe. Lu Ming, what are you doing here? Xia Zhiyang was the most surprised. He looked at Lu Ming in surprise and disbelief. He could not believe that Lu Ming would appear here. What was even more unbelievable was Lu Ming's cultivation level. Lu Ming's aura was that of a 9th-level alchemist and an emperor. Lu Ming had already broken through to the emperor realm. No matter how much he valued Lu Ming, he still found it hard to believe. It had only been a short while and Lu Ming had broken through to the emperor realm. Senior Zhiyang, how have you been? Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming, you should not have come. Xia Zhiyang seemed to have thought of something inside. Let's just kill this person first. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the horse-faced emperor. You want to kill me? Don't even think about it. Lu Ming, you're going deep into the holy city today. You're dead for sure. The horse-faced emperor roared and soared into the sky, trying to escape. You can't escape. Lu Ming said softly. At the same time, his body glowed and a large array appeared. Lu Ming stretched out 2 fingers, put them together like a sword and slashed. A beam of sword chi appeared out of thin air and soared into the sky in an instant, slashing at the horse-faced man. Horse-faced emperor was shocked and tried his best to block, but his domain couldn't withstand a single blow from the sword chi. The sword chi didn't stop and continued to slash at horse-faced emperor. The horse-faced emperor screamed as his body was cut in half. The horse-faced emperor had fallen. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others who happened to catch up to them as well as some other powerhouses from the Fiend clan saw this scene. They immediately gasped. He killed an emperor with a single strike. What kind of battle prowess was this? Not only Bai Shijin and the others, but even Xia Zhiyang and the emperor of the Wuxia clan were dumbfounded. Lu Ming himself looked very calm. Although he had just broken through to the emperor realm, his battle power couldn't be calculated with common sense. The second body of inscription was the cultivation of the Tao of inscription. Every level was perfect and they all had 10 spirit lamps lit. Not to mention this, the second body had also inherited the inheritance of the profound sky saint, who was a saint. Lu Ming took a second look. Regardless of whether it was his control of mental energy or the inscription formation, the power was shocking. The killing formation that he had carved into his body was even more powerful. Therefore, although the second clone had just broken through to the martial royal realm, its combat strength was not weaker than the main body's. It could fight with a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert. With such combat strength, it was easy for him to kill an ordinary level 1 martial emperor. Sect. Zhongzi? Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the rest stammered as they looked at Lu Ming. They were completely speechless and thought that they were dreaming. It was already unbelievable enough to see Lu Ming here all of a sudden. The combat strength that Lu Ming had displayed was even more unbelievable. It was no wonder that they were stunned for a while. Senior White, Senior Du. Lu Ming smiled and gave them a fist salute. Zhongzi, it's really you. You've broken through to become a 9th rank alchemist? Ah, great. Our talisman amulet sect has finally given birth to a 9th grade alchemist. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others trembled with excitement and almost burst into tears. Lu Ming, what are you doing here? De and the Xia family were trying to lure you here. Xia Zhuyang's sudden words made Bai Shijin and the others' hearts skip a beat. Their expressions changed drastically, and the joy in their hearts disappeared without a trace. What was left was only worry. Of course I know that. However, it's still unknown who will win today. Lu Ming briefly explained his plan. All right, seniors, let's go out. Lu Ming said. No. Suddenly a voice rang out. It was the emperor of the Masha clan. Why? Lu Ming looked at the emperor of the Masha clan, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The emperor's expression changed. He was a little frightened by Lu Ming, but he still gritted his teeth and pointed at Xia Zhuyang and the others. They can't leave. This is the condition they promised me. What are your conditions? Lu Ming frowned. Lu Ming, it's like this. Xia Zhuyang started to explain. It turned out that Xia Zhuyang and the others had been able to escape because of the conditions they had reached with the Devil clan. Xia Zhuyang, Bai Shijin, and the others had agreed to join the Fiend clan and help the Fiend clan fight against the Xia clan for 500 years. In return, the Fiend clan would release the seal on Xia Zhuyang and the others. That was the reason for the earlier scene. Lu Ming roughly understood after listening to it. The Devil clan was trapped here by the Xia clan, and they were constantly being hunted down. The overall strength of the Devil clan was far inferior to the Xia clan, so they could only hide in the Abyss Demon domain. Every second, a Devil clan member was killed. They had their eyes on the strength of Xia Zhuyang and the others. As long as they joined, their strength would increase greatly. In the future they would have some confidence to fight against the Xia family, and the days of the Devil clan would be better. Lu Ming smiled and said, so it's because of this. Your Devil clan is so passive that you'll never be able to regain your freedom. You've heard it just now. I'm going to fight the Xia family. This is a chance for your Devil clan. Why don't you fight with me? As long as we destroy the Xia family, you'll be free forever. Lu Ming's voice was full of temptation. The emperor's eyes flickered as if he was moved, but in the end he gritted his teeth and said, although your combat strength is strong, the Xia family has a deep foundation. You will die if you fight the Xia family. It was obvious that the emperor of the Masha clan did not believe that Lu Ming could fight the Xia family. Xie Luan, the Chaotic Heavens divine warrior. I believe you know him. He's my ally. I was the one who saved him from the Abyss Demon territory. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. What? Xie Luan is your ally? Will you also participate in the battle this time? The emperor's eyes lit up. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. Why should I believe you? The emperor said. He had to be careful because this concerned the life and death of the entire clan. If they followed Lu Ming to the final battle, it would be equivalent to putting the fate of the Masha clan on the line. Do you believe her? Lu Ming's glabella glowed and Xianxia walked out. Lu Ming. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xianxia and explained the general situation. Chapter 1338. 1338 The confrontation between the emperors. I am the inheritor of Xie Luan. The heavenly demon bloodline appeared above Xianxia's head, and its shocking demonic power spread in all directions. The Xia family's mutant bloodline and this, such dense demonic qi, such pure demonic Dao aura. The emperor was shocked. How is it now? Wu Ming asked. All right, we, the Devil Clan, will take this bet. We'll follow you out and fight to the death with the Xia family. The emperor gritted his teeth and agreed. All right then. Let's not delay any further. Let's go. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The strength of the Masha clan was not weak. They had become stronger out of thin air. Buzz. 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 The group quickly flew toward the exit of the Abyss Demon Realm. Soon the city at the exit of the Abyss Demon Realm was in sight. Above the city, there was a light barrier that enveloped the entire city. Buzz. Lu Ming's fingers were like a sword and he slashed out. A beam of sword light cut through the void and slashed toward the city. The light shield on the city could not withstand Lu Ming's sword aura at all. It was split open and the remaining power of the sword aura did not stop. It almost split the entire city in half. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. The city was in an uproar as countless powerful auras surged. Kill. Lu Ming and the rest charged toward the city. Above the sacred city on the platform, Xianxia and the others had already taken their seats. To the north of the platform, there was a huge flag that was tens of thousands of feet tall. The huge flag was fluttering in the wind. This was the flag of their alliance. Xianxia and the others were drinking and waiting. They were waiting for Xia Zhuyang and the others to be brought over and killed as a sacrifice. At the same time, they were also waiting for Lu Ming's arrival. All of a sudden, a voice transmission jade talisman appeared in Xianxia's hand. His expression changed as he picked it up. What's going on? Di asked. Someone has rescued Xia Zhuyang and the others, and they are now attacking the passage to the Abyss Demon Realm. Brother Di, please wait here for a moment. I will go and capture Xia Zhuyang and the others. Xianxia stood up and was about to lead the experts of the Xia family to the entrance of the Abyss Demon Realm. At this moment, many figures appeared in the void outside the sacred city. Lu Ming, Xiaowan Yen Kuangtu, the barbarian emperor, and the other cultivators of the heaven-suppressing divine army also appeared on the other side. Dao. Lu Ming suddenly spoke. Boom. Lu Ming took a step forward. The world rumbled and the void exploded. A pitch-black void passageway extended toward the holy city. A light screen appeared above the sacred city, but upon being struck by the spatial passage, it began to shake. Boom. On the other side, Xiao Wan threw a punch and a fist force hit the light barrier. Attack. The other sovereigns also made their moves at the same time, including the cultivators of the heaven-suppressing divine army. At the same time, more than 20 sovereigns made their moves. It was an earth-shaking scene. Buzz. 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 Such a terrifying attack landed on the light screen, causing it to shake violently. Gotcha. In the end, the light barrier couldn't take it anymore and cracks appeared like a spider web. Finally, it exploded with a bang. In the sacred city, just as Xianxia was about to lead his men to the Abyss Demon territory, an earth-shaking roar suddenly rang out in the sky. It was like thousands of heavenly thunder, as if the sky was going to fall and the earth was going to split apart, and the end of the world was coming. What's going on? In the sacred city, countless people looked up at the sky in fear. In the sky, there was an irresistible and vast pressure, making everyone feel that a great disaster was coming. It's finally here. Di looked up at the sky. You've come at the right time. Xianxia also looked up at the sky, his eyes cold. Boom. Suddenly there was a violent roar in the sky. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the sky, and the scene was spectacular and terrifying. Then one figure after another stepped out of these cracks. Each of them exuded an earth-shattering aura, as if they were the rulers of the world. Lu Ming. That's Lu Ming. And Xiao Wan. Someone in the sacred city shouted. The two people in the lead were Lu Ming and Xiao Wan. Lu Ming was the most powerful heaven's favorite among the younger generation. At such a young age he could kill a martial emperor and fight with a peak level 2 martial emperor. He was an unprecedented heaven's favorite. Xie Wan was a peerless expert from the Xie clan of the ancient Saint dynasty. 30,000 years ago he had single-handedly caused the Xie clan of the ancient Saint dynasty, which had been at its peak, to suffer a disastrous decline, losing control over the world. It created a situation where the world's powerhouses fought for hegemony. The two of them were the pinnacle figures of the divine wilderness continent. At that moment the two of them had come together. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying auras soared into the sky. De and the other emperors of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace released their auras and rose into the sky, standing in the air with Lu Ming, Xie Wan and the others. Among them, De and the two elders beside him had the most terrifying auras, as if they were the masters of the world. The auras of the three of them alone surpassed that of Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, Xie Wan, since you're here today, stay here forever, he said. The golden-robed old man said, his killing intent cold. Not necessarily. Boom. On the other side an old voice came out of a spatial crack. Then more than 10 figures stepped out. They were the powerhouses of the heaven-suppressing divine army. As soon as the powerhouses of the heaven-suppressing divine army appeared, their auras converged with Lu Ming and the others. All right, since they're all here, I'll settle them all today. Xie Qitian shouted. The experts of the Xie family also rose to the sky and joined De and the others. Boom. There were about 50 emperors from both sides. Their auras clashed, shaking the entire sacred city. Below, in the sacred city, countless people could not resist this pressure. It was as if they were facing the ruler of the world. They could not help but kneel down and tremble. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, the entire sacred city buzzed and countless lights lit up. In the sacred city, countless buildings and streets were covered in inscriptions, forming a large array that protected the sacred city. The sacred city had been passed down for millions of years. After the blessings of the past sacred emperors, it could be said that the entire sacred city was covered with inscription formations and was indestructible. Inscriptions filled the air and the formation appeared. Only then did the people in the sacred city feel less pressured. Hoo. Many people heaved a long sigh of relief and found that they were all drenched in cold sweat. A confrontation between dozens of emperors was too terrifying. This had only happened a few times in the history of the divine wilderness continent. I'm afraid the heavens will fall today. Some people sighed, knowing that an earth-shaking battle would happen today. Lu Ming, even if you come, you can't save Xia Zhuyang today. He must die today. De's voice was heard. He looked at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Is that so? A clear voice was heard. However, it did not come from Lu Ming's main body. It came from another direction. The sound of air being torn could be heard as figures flew over and revealed themselves. It's Lu Ming, another Lu Ming. Someone exclaimed. Chapter 1339. 1339 Xianxia's combat strength. There were actually 2 Lu Mings. Everyone was dumbfounded. Some of them used their spiritual senses to scan the surroundings and realized that the 2 Lu Mings had the same aura. The only difference was that one of the Lu Mings had a martial aura. The other one was the Tao of inscription. 2 Lu Mings. What was going on? How was this possible? Many people were dumbfounded. They looked at this and that. Lu Ming, it's you. It seems like you were the one who caused a ruckus in the drunken Immortal garden last time. Xie Qitian's eyes narrowed as he spoke. There were countless wonderful techniques in the world. Perhaps Lu Ming had cultivated some kind of wonderful technique, which was why he had 2 of them. It was similar to a clone technique. De was the calmest. He had long guessed that Lu Ming had a similar secret skill. Back then he had clearly sensed that Lu Ming was in the Talisman Amulet sect. However, in the end, Lu Ming had appeared in the central continent's celestial capital. It was also because of this that he made the wrong judgment and gave Lu Ming a few more years to cultivate. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not have grown to this stage. Who else could it be besides me? Lu Ming smiled faintly. A murderous look flashed in Xie Qitian's eyes. Many elites had died in the drunken Immortal garden. Even Xie Zhen had become an idiot. He had been hunting for the murderer for the past few days, but he did not expect that the murderer was Lu Ming. He had even sneaked into the Abyss Demon territory and saved Xia Zhuyang and the others. His gaze swept past Lu Ming and landed on Xianxia. Xie Qitian's gaze turned even colder. Xianxia, you still dare to appear here? You're a traitor of the Xie family, yet you still dare to help outsiders to deal with the Xie family. A person walked out from the platform and shouted at Xianxia. This person was Xie Qitian's younger brother, Xie Qiyu. He rebellious? Help outsiders. It's ridiculous, the Xie family has treated me like this. I have no relationship with the Xie family. In my opinion, the Xie family is an outsider. Xianxia sneered and looked at Xie Qiyu with a hint of mockery. How dare you, Xianxia? Let me tell you, you are a member of the Xie family and you will be a ghost of the Xie family in your death. You will obey the orders of the Xie family for all eternity. If you don't, you will be betraying your ancestors. Everyone will punish you. Xie Qiyu shouted. Ah, this is ridiculous, ridiculous and shameless. Xiaowan laughed from the side. He glanced disdainfully at the people of the Xie clan and said, according to your logic, even if you are bullied you can't resist? And be obedient? That's because you have a slave nature in you. When you meet a strong person you can only be a slave. Such a family is rotten to the core. What do you want them for? Why don't we just destroy it? You. Many members of the Xie clan changed their expressions and glared at Xiaowan, but no one dared to speak. Xie Qiyu's face was cold, but he didn't dare to speak in front of Xiaowan. He could only turn his attention to Xianxia and shout, Xianxia, your father is right here and your elders. If you don't kowtow and admit your mistake now, maybe I can spare your life. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Xie Qiyu finished speaking, Xianxia stepped forward. Her lotus-like feet stepped in the air, making a loud sound. Xianxia landed on the platform and said, I'm right here. If you have the ability you can send people to capture me. This could be considered a challenge. Xianxia is challenging the Xie family. Everyone from the Xie clan was silent. Send someone to take down Xianxia, but who? Xianxia was a member of the younger generation. They couldn't just send an old man who had cultivated for thousands of years. However, among the younger generation of the Xie family, who could be a match for Xianxia? In the past there was Xianxia, but now Xianxia was not here. After a long time no one made a move. There's no need for the younger generation. No matter who they are, they can attack. Xianxia's voice was heard. No matter what generation they were, they could attack. His words were like a slap to the faces of the Xie family. This was undoubtedly a form of irony. A person who was regarded as an outsider and a traitor by the Xie family was invincible among the younger generation. There was not even a single person who could be sent out. This caused the faces of many people from the Xie clan to burn. This stinky girl, she's doing this on purpose. She's deliberately embarrassing the Xie family. Xie Qiyu roared in his heart. Xianxia, I'm here to get you. A tall and strong man stepped out. This person looked like he was almost 40 years old. In fact, he was already in his 50s or 60s, 2 generations older than Lu Ming and the rest. Bang! The man landed in front of Xianxia and a powerful aura burst out of his body. 8th level spiritual god realm. Xianxia, surrender. The brawny man reached out his hand, and his vast vital essence condensed into a huge hand that grabbed at Xianxia. Since you've made a move, you should be prepared to be killed. Xianxia's voice was as cold as her eyes. She pressed forward with her jade-like hand. The sky demon force field pressed down on the brawny man. Boom! The brawny man didn't even have time to scream before his body suddenly exploded. Then in the sky demon power field he turned into ashes and dust. So strong. Many people's hearts trembled. One move and he had instantly killed an 8th level spiritual god realm expert. He had turned an 8th level spiritual god realm expert into ashes in one move. What powerful strength. The scene was filled with powerhouses. Any supreme being or emperor could easily do this, but Xianxia was only in his 20s. Xianxia had always been with Lu Ming. Lu Ming's performance was too dazzling, causing everyone to ignore Xianxia's existence. However, at this moment, everyone had to re-examine Xianxia. There were only a few people in ancient times who could turn an 8th level spiritual god realm expert into ashes with one move at this age. How can he be so strong? He's just a mutant. In the crowd, Xie Yan, Xian Yanlin and the other Xie clan elites were all pale. Xianxia's move dealt the biggest blow to the younger generation of the Xie family. In the past, Xianxia was just an anomaly in their eyes. But now he had far surpassed them. They found it hard to bear. Xie clan, who else wants to make a move? Xianxia's cold voice sounded. The Xie family was silent. Who else is going to make a move? To be able to turn an 8th-level spiritual god into ashes in one move, Xianxia's combat strength was at least at the perfected spiritual god realm. Could it be that the Xie clan had to send out a supreme martial artist to deal with the junior? How audacious, impudent and ruthless. You killed your own kind. I must teach you a good lesson today. With a loud shout, Xie stepped forward and his supreme aura pressed down on Xianxia. He, a supreme martial artist who has cultivated for thousands of years, attacked a junior. And he even said it so arrogantly. How shameless. Lu Ming sneered, his voice was heard from afar. Xieqiu's face was burning. He could not be bothered with Lu Ming's words and walked towards Xianxia step by step. Kneel down. Suddenly, Xieqiu shouted as his aura burst out, forming a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Xianxia. This was the pressure of a supreme martial artist. Not many people in the younger generation could resist it. They had to kneel down under this pressure. Chapter 1340. 1340 Chapter 1340 triggered. However, Xianxia didn't feel anything. Even his clothes didn't move. You're the one kneeling. Xianxia pressed her hand forward, and the sky demon force field burst out, enveloping Xieqiu. The sky demon power field's powerful force field and terrifying destructive power instantly pressed down on Xieqiu. Gotcha. Xieqiu's expression changed drastically. It was as if hundreds of mountains were pressing down on his body. His body trembled and he almost knelt down. Break. Xieqiu roared and used his domain to resist the sky demon force field. The demonic qi around Xianxia grew thicker. A bead appeared between her brows. At this moment, the power of her sky demon power field was raised to the extreme. Xianxia's jade-like hand pressed down in the air again. Boom. Xieqiu's domain crumbled as he roared and knelt down in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Bang. Xieqiu knelt down on the platform in front of Xianxia. Ah. Xieqiu howled madly and struggled madly, his face turning the color of pig liver. As a supreme martial artist, it was already embarrassing for him to deal with a junior. However, in the end, not only did he fail to take down Xianxia, but he was forced to kneel in front of her before the official battle even began. This was a great humiliation and it was worse than killing him. He was angry, he roared, he struggled, but it was useless against Xianxia's sky demon force field. Xianxia had obtained the inheritance of a supreme figure in the demonic path. His demonic cultivation was extremely pure and powerful. Moreover, Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the great circle of the spirit god realm. Killing an ordinary supreme being was a piece of cake for him. In front of Xianxia, Xieqiu didn't have much power to resist. Kill. Die. Xianxia shouted, his eyes cold. He took a step forward and pointed his fingers at Xieqiu like a sword. Some black lotus petals appeared on her fingertips and condensed into a lotus sword. Impudent, you dare? In the sky, a white-haired old man roared and stepped towards Xianxia. His emperor's aura pressed down on Xianxia. This was an emperor of the Xie clan. Boom. At the same time, the white-haired emperor sent out a palm print as large as a mountain towards Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. With her strength, she could easily kill an ordinary supreme being, but there was still a gap between her and an emperor. Just as Xianxia was about to leave Xieqiu behind to block the attack, a voice rang in her ear. Then the lotus sword in her hand did not stop and slashed towards Xieqiu. No. Xieqiu shouted in fear. Evil creature. Impudent. Xieqiu and the white-haired emperor roared from above. The white-haired emperor's palm print shone with a brilliant light, and its power was even more terrifying than Xianxia's. A dignified emperor actually joined forces with others to deal with a junior. How shameless. I'll be your opponent. A clear voice was heard. A young figure suddenly appeared in front of the white-haired elder. It was Lu Ming's clone. Lu Ming put his fingers together like a sword. A ray of sword light appeared and he slashed. The sword light easily split the white-haired elder's palm print in half. The sword light did not stop and continued to slash at the white-haired emperor. Ah! Below him, a scream was heard and then it stopped abruptly. Fresh blood spurted out as Xiaqiu's head flew far away. His spiritual god flew out, but was also annihilated by the destructive power of the sky demon power field. Ah! Before Xiaqiu's body could fall, a scream came from above. The white-haired emperor retreated in a frenzy. His face was pale and one of his arms had already disappeared. His eyes were filled with shock. If he had not retreated quickly, he would have been split in half by Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming stepped forward, his long robe fluttering in the wind. His killing intent was like the tide. Sword chi pulsed from his fingers as he slashed at the white-haired elder again. This sword was so powerful that it shook the sky and earth. The entire sky was split open by this sword. The terrifying sword power not only shocked the white-haired old man, but also the other emperors of the Xia family. It was too late for them to save him. Buzz! All of a sudden, a milky white holy light condensed into a long spear. It pierced through the void and shot toward Lu Ming. The terrifying power made Lu Ming's eyes narrow. The sword chi in his hand also changed direction and slashed at the holy light spear. Clang! With a deafening collision sound, the sword chi and the long spear both disappeared. Lu Ming's gaze turned to the sky. A gray-haired old man walked out from the dozen or so Xia family sovereigns. In his hand, holy light flickered and another long spear was formed. Peak Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm. An emperor from the heavens suppressing divine army spoke in a grave voice. The gray-haired old man was actually a Peak Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm expert. Xianxia, he's Xianxia. Someone exclaimed as they recognized this person. So it's him. Everyone who had heard of this person's name felt a chill in their hearts. Xianxia, the younger brother of the previous generation's old divine emperor, and the uncle of Xiaqian. This person was shockingly talented, and his talent was even above the old divine emperor's. However, it was rumored that after he broke through to the emperor level, he went overseas in search of the great Tao. Many people thought that he had long died overseas, but they didn't expect that he was still alive, guarding the sacred city. The Xia clan's hidden strength was indeed astonishing. It's true that there are talents in every generation. Lu Ming, your talent is unprecedented. Let me be your opponent. The spear of holy light in Xianxia's hand grew brighter and brighter, piercing the sky. Ah, Xianxia, I should be your opponent. At this moment, the old general of the heaven-suppressing divine army laughed. His aura burst out and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He stepped into the void and locked his aura on Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. The old general's cultivation was also at the peak of the second-level martial royal realm, which was not weaker than his. He did not dare to be careless. Traitors of the heaven-suppressing divine army will be executed today. Die! Xiaqian shouted coldly as he released his aura. Boom! 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 Over a dozen sovereigns from the Xia family released their auras and pressed down on the heaven-suppressing divine army. The heaven-suppressing divine army didn't show any weakness either. More than 10 emperors released their auras and confronted the Xia family. The atmosphere was tense and a battle was about to break out. Buzz! A golden sword light shot up into the sky. Even among the auras of so many emperors, it was still brilliant and dazzling. It was De. He looked at Lu Ming's main body with killing intent. Lu Ming, it's time to deal with you. De's powerful aura pressed toward Lu Ming. Bang! Xiaowan stepped forward, his demonic qi like a rainbow. De, I am your opponent. But a golden figure appeared in front of Xiaowan, blocking his path. Xiaowan, the previous battle was undecided. Let's continue today. The man said coldly. He was Di Hongqing. Chapter 1341. 1341 Zhuyang and Di. All the experts confronted each other and a great battle was about to break out. At this moment, A voice rang out from afar. You and I will fight. Buzz. A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming and confronted De. It was the supreme master of the Nine Suns, Xiaojiang. Xiaojiang's entire body was bathed in flames. He was burning like a sun. Xiaojiang, do you want to fight with me? Although you've reached the martial royal realm, you're still far from being able to fight me. De smiled indifferently. De, the moment you killed me we had nothing to do with each other. I have paid you back but you haven't paid me back. We must fight. If we don't fight today we won't have a chance in the future. Xiaojiang said. No more chances in the future? Xiaojiang, you know your own limits. You know that you will die today. He sneered. Xiaojiang shook his head. What I mean is that you are the one who will die today. That's why we won't have a chance to fight in the future. He said. I'm the one who's going to die. What a joke. Xiaojiang, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. De laughed and stepped forward. Golden light burst out from his body, and the golden sword qi was even more powerful. Lu Ming did not stop him. He knew that there was a knot in Xiaojiang's heart, which was De. He and De had to fight no matter if they won or lost. Otherwise, Xiaojiang's knot in his heart would not be broken, and it would be difficult for him to make any further progress in his cultivation. Master, take the tower. Yan Kuang waved his hand, and the Emperor Spirit Tower flew toward Xiaojiang. Xiaojiang raised his hand and held the Emperor Spirit Tower in his hand. The Emperor Spirit Tower vibrated slightly, as if it had resonated with Xiaojiang. A circle of territory bloomed and combined with Xiaojiang. The Emperor Spirit Tower was a fire attribute Emperor Spirit weapon. Xiaojiang had awakened the Nine Yang bloodline. Now that he had broken through to the Emperor level and cultivated the Nine Yang divine body, his entire body was covered in the divine fire of the sun. As soon as the Emperor Spirit Tower was in Xiaojiang's hands, it was connected to his mind and was controlled by him. Of course, this was because Yan Kuangtu could not control it. After all, the Emperor Spirit Tower was refined by Yan Kuangtu first. If Yan Kuangtu deliberately controlled it, Xiaojiang would not be able to use it. Xiaojiang, so what if you have another Emperor spiritual weapon? Do you think you can fight me? Kill. De shouted coldly. His palm was like a sword. He struck down and a golden sword light slashed toward Xiaojiang. Nine Yang divine fist. An even more shocking flame burst out from Xiaojiang's body, as if the sun was burning. Boom, boom, boom. Xiaojiang punched 9 times in a row. 9 fist forces like 9 suns shot toward De. The golden sword light slashed down, and the 9 sun-like fist forces were shattered one by one. Buzz. The Emperor Spirit Tower shook and grew to the size of a mountain, crashing down on De. Boom. De's sword qi hit the Emperor Spirit Tower and collapsed. Again. Xiaojiang roared. His territory spread out and merged with the territory of the Emperor Spirit Tower. The power of the Emperor Spirit Tower was even stronger than when it was in Yan Kuangtu's hands. It smashed toward De again. The Emperor Sword. De's eyes were cold and his sword qi whistled. A golden sword qi like an emperor's sword was released. It was filled with supreme majesty as if everyone had to kneel down. The power of this sword was shocking. De began to show his strength at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial royal realm. Clang. The sword hit the Emperor Spirit Tower. The Emperor Spirit Tower shook violently and was sent flying by the sword radiance. Xiaojiang's body also trembled and he took 9 steps back. After all, Xiaojiang's cultivation was only at the 1st level of the martial royal realm, and he had just broken through. He was far from De's level. Even with the king's spiritual weapon he was no match for him. Emperor Sword, break the world. The sword qi soared into the sky and slashed down at Xiaojiang again. Xiaojiang continued to block with the Emperor Spirit Tower. Clang. The sword qi struck the Emperor Spirit Tower, which shook even more violently and was sent flying. This sword will kill you. De's cold voice rang out. He swung his sword at Xiaojiang's head. Master. Yan Kuangtu turned pale with fright. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn but he did not help. Just as De's sword qi was about to hit Xiaojiang, a stone flew out from between Xiaojiang's eyebrows. As soon as the stone flew out Xia Zhiyang's aura soared. He threw a punch and hit Di Yi's sword light. Boom. With an earth-shattering boom the sword light was destroyed. That is, the Divine Sun Stone? It's really the Divine Sun Stone. Many sovereigns stared at the stone between Xia Zhiyang's eyebrows and exclaimed in surprise. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Yes, the stone between Xia Zhiyang's eyebrows was the Divine Sun Stone. Lu Ming had cut it out of the Divine Ruins, ancient mine during the Mu family's stone gambling event back in the Divine Ruins continent. The Divine Sun Stone was produced from the core of the sun, and it was seamless with Xia Zhiyang's body. Lu Ming had given the Divine Sun Stone to Xia Zhiyang when they broke out of the Abyss demonic realm. Xia Zhiyang was very shocked. He wanted to reject it as it was too valuable. However, Lu Ming said that he would only accept it after this battle. The Divine Sun Stone was indeed a perfect match for Xia Zhiyang's body constitution. Xia Zhiyang refined it slightly and it fused perfectly with him. As soon as the Divine Sun Stone appeared, Xia Zhiyang's cultivation temporarily skyrocketed with the help of the Divine Sun Stone's power, reaching the second level of the Martial Emperor realm. Di Yi's eyes shone with a cold light. Like two sword lights he stabbed at Xia Zhiyang. So what if you have the Divine Sun Stone? You'll still die. Di Yi's voice rang out and the sword chi whistled, rushing towards Xia Zhiyang. Xia Zhiyang controlled the Emperor Spirit Tower and smashed it at Di. 9 Yang Divine Fist. Xia Zhiyang roared. His body glowed and then 9 suns emerged from his body. Kill. Xia Zhiyang rushed toward Di, his fists constantly bombarding Di. Boom. Boom. The sky was boiling as the two of them began a great battle. The scene was extremely shocking and for a time there was no clear winner. Heavens, he's really too strong. With such power, if it were to land on the ground, it would be able to pierce through the earth, right? In the sacred city, countless martial artists looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with deep shock. The power of a martial royal realm expert was already terrifying enough, not to mention a battle of Di Yi's level. The entire sacred city was glowing. Inscriptions appeared in every corner, forming a light screen. Occasionally, a powerful chi would fall from above, but it would be blocked by the light screen. Otherwise, the entire holy city would be destroyed. Xia Zhiyang can actually fight with Martial Emperor Di? Some of the spectating sovereigns revealed expressions of shock. Xia Zhiyang's combat power was beyond imagination. Even if Xia Zhiyang had an Emperor spiritual weapon, his cultivation was only at the early stage of the first-level Martial Emperor realm. An ordinary Martial Emperor could not fight with Di even if he controlled an Emperor spiritual weapon. But Xia Zhiyang had done it. Chapter 1342. 1342 The Battle of the Emperors. Xia Zhiyang's spirit body is very powerful. It's not an ordinary spirit body. Yes, Xia Zhiyang's spiritual body is the rare 9 Yang divine body. It's not an ordinary spiritual body. Some of the emperors were discussing. In the sky, Martial Emperor Di and Xia Zhiyang had exchanged dozens of moves in the blink of an eye. It was difficult to determine the winner. The more Martial Emperor Di fought, the colder his eyes became and the stronger his killing intent became. Evil disciple, die. Suddenly Di roared. A golden combat sword appeared in his hand, and the sword chi suddenly soared. An emperor's spiritual weapon. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted. The sword in Di Yi's hand was undoubtedly an emperor's spiritual weapon. Di finally took out his king's spiritual weapon. What shocked Lu Ming was that the emperor's spiritual weapon in Di Yi's hand was very similar to the one Di Hongqing had taken out. They seemed to be the same type of emperor spiritual weapon. Clang. Di Yi's sword hit the royal spirit tower and sent it flying. Then the sword slashed towards Xia Zhiyang. After all, Xia Zhiyang's cultivation was far inferior to Di Yi's. After Di Yi took out his king's spiritual weapon, he was no match for him at all. He was sent flying by the sword and spat out a large mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured. Master. Yan Kuangtu was shocked. Kill. Di Yi held the emperor's spiritual weapon sword in his hand. His killing intent was as cold as a knife as he charged towards Xia Zhiyang. He wanted to take Xia Zhiyang's life. Buzz. At this moment Lu Ming rushed out. As he rushed out, the 9 streams of dragon energy in his body exploded. At the same time, the 9 dragon bloodlines and the 3rd bloodline appeared at the same time. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. He twisted his body and pounced at De, clawing at him. The dragon claw was covered in chaos intent. Lu Ming almost used all his strength in this move. Lu Ming, if you want to save him, I'll have to kill you first. De shouted coldly. His combat sword did not stop and slashed toward Lu Ming. Boom. Lu Ming's dragon claw grabbed the combat sword. Lu Ming could sense a terrifying sword aura. It was extremely sharp and seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. The chaos will of the dragon claw shook violently and was finally cut open. The terrifying sword chi pierced through the chaos will and landed on the 9 dragons. Buzz. The 9 dragons' huge bodies were sent flying hundreds of miles away. They stopped and their bodies were covered with sword marks. De controlled the king's spiritual weapon and wielded it with all his strength. The power was really terrifying. Lu Ming could barely hold it down with all his strength, but his body with the 9 dragon bloodline was covered with wounds and almost collapsed. The power of the bloodline circulated, and the wounds on the 9 dragons' bodies quickly healed. Lu Ming, I told you. You can't save him. De's eyes were cold. He held his sword and continued to attack Xianxia. Roar. The 9 dragons roared and wanted to save him again. Buzz. A red-robed elder appeared in front of Lu Ming and slashed his sword at him. I'm your opponent. The red-robed old man was another expert at the peak of Level 2 martial royal realm beside De. His first move was extremely powerful. If you want to win by numbers, kill. On the other side, the barbarian emperor Tu Luo and the others shouted as they charged toward the red-robed elder. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Kill. The emperors of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace also moved, charging towards the barbarian emperor and the others. Damn it, let's go and fight. Fight. Boom. 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 A chaotic battle broke out. The emperors of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and Northern Plains started fighting. Each of them chose an opponent and flew into the sky, fighting. Clang. Xiaowan and Di Hongqing also made their moves. A blade light and a sword light almost tore the sky apart. The 2 of them fought high up in the sky while the others stayed far away. Attack. On the other side, the emperor of the Xia family and the heaven-suppressing divine army also started to fight. The old general and Xia Zongqiong engaged in a fierce confrontation. As for the 100 battles martial emperor, he was fighting the old sage emperor. Boom. 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 The sky above the sacred city was in chaos. Dozens of emperors attacked and their destructive auras spread out for millions of miles. In the sacred city, if it wasn't for the protection of the endless inscription formation, and those emperors flying into the sky to fight, deliberately avoiding the sacred city would have long been reduced to ashes. Even so, the destructive aura was too terrifying. It made countless people in the sacred city tremble and kneel down. Even some of the supreme martial artists' faces turned pale. This kind of battle was too shocking. Even a supreme martial artist couldn't interfere. Once they were envelevered, they would be instantly turned into ashes. Yan Kuangtu, Xian Yanqing and the others looked up with worried expressions. They wanted to interfere, but they realized that they couldn't do so at all. They could only watch. The supreme beings from all sides didn't make a move. They just looked up into the sky. They understood that the battle between the emperors in the sky was the battle that would determine the situation in the divine wilderness continent. Whichever emperor won would be the winner. Boom. The 9 dragons, dragon claws, struck out and exchanged a blow with the red-robed old man. They were evenly matched. Lu Ming, I'll kill Xiaojiang first, then you. No one can save you today. He sneered. The situation was clear. Their peak combat strength had the advantage. He and the red-robed old man were invincible. Di took a step forward and charged towards Xiaojiang. A battle to the death. Xiaojiang shouted. He intended to fight De with his injured body. Zhou Xian. At this moment, Lu Ming's glabella glowed. A burly figure appeared, holding a huge battle-axe and chopped at De and martial emperor. The power was shocking. De's pupils shrank. He had no time to deal with Xiaojiang. He waved his sword and hit the giant axe. Clang. Zhou Xian and Di's bodies trembled and they retreated. Peak Lever 2 Martial Royal Realm? An Emperor's spiritual weapon? No, it's a puppet. Lu Ming, how do you have such a powerful puppet? Di's spiritual sense swept over Zhou Xian and he roared in disbelief. Lu Ming actually had such a powerful puppet with him. Without a word, Zhou Xian raised his battle axe and charged at Di. Clang. Di could only fight with Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian also controlled an Emperor's spiritual weapon and was no weaker than Di. The two strong people engaged in an intense battle. Xia Zhuyang's entire body was covered in flames. The power of the divine sunstone continued to flow into his body, and his injuries were quickly recovering. Damn it, I'll kill you first. The red-robed elder shouted as a golden combat sword appeared in his hand. It was an Emperor's spiritual weapon, and this sword was almost exactly the same as the one in Di Yi's and Di Hongqing's hands. This kind of Emperor's spiritual weapon seemed to come in a set. Lu Ming was even more certain that Di Yi's background was extraordinary. Di Yi's origin had always been mysterious. It seemed that he had suddenly appeared 10,000 years ago. Who can you kill? Just as the red-robed elder took out his Emperor's spiritual weapon and was about to attack Lu Ming, a clear voice came from behind him. A terrifying sword chi slashed at the red-robed elder. The red-robed old man was shocked. He turned around quickly and slashed out with his sword, dispersing the sword chi. Lu Ming. The red-robed old man's eyes narrowed and his expression changed. Lu Ming was also behind him. Lu Ming's second body. Chapter 1343. 1343 The First Hell Emperor. Old man, our battle has only just begun. Lu Ming's voice came out of the 9 dragons' mouths. Then a lightning cauldron appeared and enlarged rapidly, smashing toward the red-robed elder. Roar. The 9 dragons twisted their bodies and chaos intent permeated the air. They used the prison-suppressing heavenly art, and their 9 dragon claws clawed at the red-robed elder. At the same time Ming Lian moved. He took a step forward and countless inscriptions appeared in the air. More than a dozen formations appeared at the same time. More than 100 giant chains formed and wrapped around the red-robed elder. Break. The red-robed elder struck out with his palm and sent the lightning cauldron flying. At the same time he slashed horizontally with his golden sword, cutting off more than 100 chains. But at this moment the 9 dragons attacked. The 9 dragon claws were suffused with a chaotic light and crushed the space. The red-robed elder was shocked by the power. Whoosh. Whoosh. The sword chi whistled and mysterious runes appeared on Minglian's body, forming a terrifying killing formation. In a flash he shot out 9 rays of sword chi. Each ray of sword chi was terrifyingly powerful, causing the red-robed old man to be afraid. Lu Ming's main body and secondary body had the same consciousness. When they worked together it was seamless. The red-robed elder's pupils contracted as he controlled his Emperor's spiritual weapon to release dozens of sword chi that covered his entire body. Although the power of the Emperor's spiritual weapon was strong, the power of the dozens of sword chi was greatly reduced after the energy was dispersed. Boom. The 9 dragons' dragon claws slashed down, and more than a dozen sword chi were destroyed. On the other side, the sword chi that the second body slashed out also collided with the dozen sword chi and dissipated. However, as soon as the sword chi disappeared, another formation appeared in the sky. This time there were both trapping and attacking formations. The dense light flooded towards the red-robed elder. The red-robed elder could only counterattack with all his might. For a moment the red-robed elder was completely passive. The combat strength of Lu Ming's main body and secondary body was equivalent to the peak of the second-level martial royal realm, which was on par with the red-robed elder. However, when the main body and secondary body worked together, it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The combination of the two, one martial Dao and the other inscription Dao, was seamless. All kinds of trapping and attacking techniques poured down on the enemy like a storm, leaving the enemy no chance to breathe. Even though the red-robed elder was controlling the Emperor's spiritual weapon, he could not form an effective counterattack at the moment. Under Lu Ming's storm-like attacks he could only protect himself. This caused many of the spectators to be shocked. The two Lu Mings had joined forces to suppress a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert who had an emperor's spiritual weapon. On the other side, Zhou Xian completely disregarded his life and launched a crazy attack, firmly entangling D. At this time, Xia Zhuyang's injury had almost recovered. He joined the battle and attacked De with Zhou Xian. The battle had entered a state of anxiety. The two sides fought intensely and it was hard to tell who would win. Buzz. Just as Lu Ming and the red-robed elder were engaged in an intense battle, a faint air-piercing sound was heard behind Lu Ming. Then a black sword light broke through the space and suddenly appeared behind the 9 dragons, stabbing at them. This time it was very sudden. When the sword light stabbed, there was almost no fluctuation and its speed was amazing. The 9 dragons wanted to dodge but it was too late. The black sword light pierced into the bodies of the 9 dragons, and the terrifying sword chi surged wantonly. At the same time a black-robed figure appeared. This person was skinny and his face was pale. His face was filled with ferocity. Die Lu Ming. Die. How dare you kill my son, dark child? Die. The man roared with a ferocious expression. Bang. The bodies of the 9 dragons collapsed. But before the black-robed man could celebrate, a stone steel appeared, and an aura even more powerful than the 9 dragon bloodline exploded. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. Boom. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline shook and hit the black-robed man. At the critical moment, the black-robed man blocked it with the black sword in his hand, but his body was still shaken and he was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. First Hell Emperor, you're looking for death. Lu Ming's murderous voice came from the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline. The black-robed man was the first underworld emperor of the southern underworld. He was very powerful and had reached the 2nd level of the martial royal realm. However, he was only at the early phase of the 2nd level of the martial royal realm and did not have an emperor's spiritual weapon. Lu Ming did not take it to heart. Buzz. At this moment, the red-robed old man finally seized the opportunity and slashed out with his sword. The sword chi slashed at the bottom of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. There was the remnant body of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline, which was indestructible. Clang. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel vibrated. With the help of the power of the red-robed old man, it flew far away in the direction of the first emperor of the dead. The first Hell Emperor was shocked and wanted to escape. However, a formation suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. Hundreds of chains wrapped around him. Minglian made his move. Open it. The first emperor of the dead shouted as he slashed out with his thin black sword, trying to cut the chains apart. However, his cultivation was far inferior to the red-robed elders, and he didn't have an emperor's spiritual weapon. He only managed to cut off a few chains and more chains wrapped around him. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel had already arrived. It was filled with the chaotic will and was about to suppress the first emperor of the dead. He dares to be distracted. Just in time to get rid of one. Kill. On the other side, the red-robed old man was overjoyed, and his eyes emitted a ferocious light. The sword chi of the combat sword in his hand surged and he attacked Minglian's second body. In his opinion, Lu Ming's decision to kill the first emperor of the dead was foolish. This way he could kill the second one first. As long as he killed one, the other one would not be a threat. A terrifying sword light slashed towards the second body. However, the second figure's expression was calm. He took a few steps back and wherever he passed by, a formation appeared. Break, break, break. The red-robed elder slashed out with his combat sword. It was as if he was breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He split apart the great formations and attacked them one after another. The killing formation on the second body glowed even brighter. Sword chi shot out, but they were all split apart by the red-robed elder's combat sword. The red-robed elder approached Lu Ming's side rapidly. At this moment, Ming Lian's clone's glabella lit up. 2 sword lights suddenly appeared and shot toward the red-robed elder at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, the cry of a phoenix could be heard from the 2 sword lights. Not good. The red-robed elder's heart trembled. These 2 sword lights gave him a sense of danger and all the hair on his body stood up. At the critical moment he could not be bothered to chase after Lu Ming. He retracted his combat sword to defend and slashed at the two sword gleams. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew in all directions as the two sword radiances were sent flying by the red-robed elder. However, his arm was also slightly numb. What a powerful force this is! The red-robed old man was secretly shocked. When he saw the true body of the two sword lights, his eyes slightly narrowed. They were two small swords about the length of a palm, and they looked like two feathers. The faint cry of a phoenix could be heard. That's right, these two small swords were made from phoenix feathers. Chapter 1344. 1344 Chapter 1344 Turning the Tide. Back then, Lu Ming had obtained 5 phoenix feathers when he first followed the ancient city of desolation to an island in the heaven realm. After that, when Ming Lian's clone entered the secret realm of the Saint Mansion and received the inheritance of the mysterious Sky Saint, Lu Ming gave him some things related to the Tao of Inscription, including most of the forging materials. Over the years, Ming Lian had refined the 5 phoenix feathers into 5 flying swords with the improvement of his cultivation. Lu Ming called them the Phoenix Feather Flying Swords. The Phoenix Feather Flying Sword was incomparably sharp and indestructible. Its power was astonishing. Just now he had used 2 swords to force the red-robed old man to defend himself. Ah! On the other side a scream was heard. The first emperor of the dead was no match for Lu Ming. Under the suppression of the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline, the first emperor of the dead's body cracked and blood spurted out. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel pressed down for the second time. The first emperor of the dead's body was torn into pieces, and his spiritual spirit was also blown apart. His body and spirit were destroyed. The strongest emperor of the southern underworld became the first emperor to be killed after the battle began. The one who killed him was Lu Ming. In the sacred city, countless martial artists who saw this scene could not help but gasp. The number 1 emperor of the underworld of the southern underworld. In the past he was definitely an unrivaled figure who could move unhindered in the world. With a stomp of his foot, not just the southern underworld, but the entire divine wilderness continent would be shaken by him. In the past, such a figure was like a legend, weighing down on the hearts of countless warriors. He was a figure that made everyone tremble with fear when mentioned. However, such a peerless figure had died just like that. He had been killed by an even stronger expert. Buzz. After killing the first emperor of the dead, the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel trembled and suppressed the red-robed elder. Detestable! The red-robed old man roared in his heart. His sword chi madly slashed towards the second body. However, his second body cultivated the Tao of Inscriptions and had many methods. All kinds of formations appeared continuously, some to trap the enemy, some to disturb the enemy, some to defend, some to attack, and all sorts of attacks. At the same time, the second body's killing formation and the 2 phoenix feather flying swords were shockingly powerful. The red-robed elder did not dare to be careless. For a moment, although he forced the second body to retreat, he could not do anything to the second body. Boom! The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel had arrived and was pressing down on the red-robed old man. Above it, the chaos will crushed over and the void was collapsing, making it difficult for the red-robed old man to breathe. Clang! The red-robed old man held the sword with both hands and slashed at the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline trembled and it was sent flying. However, the terrifying power of the prison-suppressing steel also made the red-robed old man's expression change. It was as if he had been hit by hundreds of mountains, and his body was forced to take a few steps back. On the other side, the second body had also arrived. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 phoenix feather flying swords were extremely sharp and as fast as lightning. They were almost invisible to the naked eye as they stabbed at the red-robed elder. The red-robed elder used 120% of his energy to block them. The space fluctuated and the second body walked in the air, approaching the red-robed elder step by step. With every step, a large array appeared in the void. He's too difficult to deal with. The red-robed old man's heart was trembling. His eyes were filled with anger and he felt extremely aggrieved. Lu Ming was too difficult to deal with. In terms of combat strength, he had an emperor spiritual weapon and was definitely stronger than Lu Ming. Lu Ming's main body and secondary body were no match for him. He would be suppressed or even killed. However, when the two of them were used together, their power would increase by several times and they would have endless means. Even if he had combat strength, he would not be able to use it. If he was not careful, he would be in danger. Die! He roared and burst with genuine vitality. He madly slashed out with the combat sword in his hand. Golden sword light kept slashing out in all directions, forming a terrible storm of sword chi. Boom! Boom! One after another, the formations were broken and destroyed. Lu Ming's main body and secondary body sneered coldly. They did not attack. Instead, their secondary body inscribed arrays and bombarded the red-robed elder. Controlling an emperor weapon was an extremely taxing task, and his true essence would not last long under the red-robed elder's ferocious attacks. Sure enough, a moment later, the red-robed old man began to pant heavily as his true essence was severely consumed. No, we can't go on like this. I'll meet up with Dee first. We'll work together and cooperate. The situation will be much better. The red-robed elder thought to himself. He realized that he would be too passive if he were to fight Lu Ming alone. He would not be able to unleash his full power. If he were to cooperate with the others, he would be able to kill Lu Ming with lightning speed. Thinking of this, he was about to rush toward Martial Emperor Di. At this moment, Lu Ming's main body and secondary body had cold glints in their eyes. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel that Lu Ming's main body had transformed into glowed brightly. It was as large as a mountain and was surrounded by a chaotic artistic conception. A powerful force surged into his third bloodline. The prison-suppressing steel unleashed the prison-suppressing heavenly art and launched a powerful attack at the red-robed elder. At the same time, he shouted and two phoenix feather flying swords flew toward the red-robed elder. As for the second body, the patterns on its body formed a terrifying killing formation. The second body was the core of the killing formation, and endless sword chi surged and gathered into one. The second body turned into a beam of sword chi and attacked the second body. Lu Ming launched his most powerful attack at the red-robed elder. Emperor Sword, destroy the firmament. The red-robed elder madly circulated his true essence and slashed out 2 times. 2 sword chi as large as mountains slashed at the main body and the second body. Clang! The prison-guarding steel collided with the sword chi. The sword chi dissipated and the prison-guarding steel flew out. On the other side, it was a battle of sword chi. Sword chi whistled and shot out in all directions. The 2 phoenix feather flying swords in the second body were also blocked. However, at this moment, 3 more sword lights shot out from the second body's glabella. There were 3 more phoenix feather flying swords. The 3 phoenix feather flying swords were beyond the red-robed elder's expectations. The 2 sword strikes just now were at the moment when he was exhausted and needed time to catch his breath. However, Lu Ming had long calculated the timing and grasped it perfectly. At this moment he launched a fatal blow. The red-robed elder's pupils rapidly contracted as he roared in his heart, "No!" The 3 phoenix feather flying swords pierced through the red-robed elder's body. One was from his glabella, one was from his heart, and the other was from his dantian. All 3 places were vital points. The red-robed elder's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not believe that he would die in this battle, killed by Lu Ming. Then the red-robed old man's corpse fell to the ground. A peak emperor at the 2nd level of the martial royal realm with an emperor's spiritual weapon had been killed. The sacred city was in an uproar. This was a battle that could turn the tide of the battle. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had lost a peak expert in battle. Who could stop Lu Ming next? High up in the sky, the battle between the sovereigns was getting more and more intense. There were also casualties among the emperors. Some of the sovereigns were injured and there were even sovereigns who died on the spot, their blood spraying through the sky. The battle was extremely tragic. The usually high and mighty emperor was going to be bathed in blood and killed today. If he was not careful, he would die. Chapter 1345. 1345 Lu Ming Battle God 1. However, even though the emperors were fighting, they were also paying attention to the battlefield. At this moment, when they saw that Lu Ming had killed the red-robed elder, the emperor of the northern plains and the heaven-suppressing divine army, their morale was greatly boosted and they attacked like a rainbow. On the other hand, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was the complete opposite of the Xie clan. Everyone was shocked. How is that possible? Someone shouted. A peak second-level martial royal realm expert with an emperor's spiritual weapon had been killed by Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming be so powerful? Would this battle be turned around because of Lu Ming? Boom. On the battlefield closest to Lu Ming, Zhou Xian, Xia Zhuyang and Martial Emperor Di exchanged a blow and both parties retreated. Buzz. Buzz. Lu Ming's main body and secondary body broke through the void and appeared beside Martial Emperor Di, forming a pincer attack. Join forces to besiege me. Skid. We'll kill them all. At this moment, Martial Emperor Di was still very powerful and his eyes were like swords. Di, I don't need to gang up on you to kill you. Today I'm going to settle the score with you. Lu Ming said, locking his aura on Martial Emperor Di. Senior Jiang Zhou Xian, you go help the others. Leave Di to me. Lu Ming's voice was heard. Yes. Zhou Xian listened to Lu Ming's instructions. He would do whatever Lu Ming said. He nodded and flew away to join the other battle groups. With a swing of the axe, an emperor was immediately cut in half. Not good. Let's join forces and form a battle formation. An emperor roared. Zhou Qian's participation had undoubtedly broken the balance. Some emperors roared and some of them gathered together to form a battlefield and defend with all their might. This way he could barely deal with Zhou Qian. Lu Ming, said Xia Zhuyang. He was a little worried for Lu Ming. Senior Zhuyang, it doesn't matter. Di and I must make a decision today. Lu Ming said. Then be careful. Xia Zhuyang warned before he also charged towards the other emperors. Lu Ming's team started to gain the upper hand. In the beginning they had fewer emperors on their side and were at a slight disadvantage. However, the situation had now reversed. After Xia Zhuyang left, only Martial Emperor Di and Lu Ming were left. Boom. The two sides stood opposite each other, their killing intent rumbling. After many years, Lu Ming finally stood in front of Di and fought him. Along the way, Lu Ming had experienced endless dangers and hardships. He had finally reached this point and reached his current combat strength, which was enough to fight with Di. Because of the blood essence of the 9 dragons, the two of them had become enemies and there was bound to be a battle. Buzz. Heat waves spread out from Lu Ming's spine and a blood-red light permeated the air. It was the abnormal movement of the 9-dragon bloodline. At the same time, a blood-red light spread out from Martial Emperor Di's body, and a faint dragon roar could be heard. 9-dragon blood essence. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Through the 9-dragon bloodline he could sense the 9-dragon blood essence in Martial Emperor Di's body. Unlike Lu Ming, Di's blood essence of 9 dragons was not awakened. Instead it was integrated into the body. When Di got the blood essence of 9 dragons he was already in the Martial Emperor realm. He couldn't use it to awaken his bloodline. He could only use it to refine. Kill. Di did not want to delay any longer. He rose up and rushed toward Lu Ming. Bang. 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 The second body stepped into the void and large formations appeared one after another. All kinds of trapping and attacking formations emitted all kinds of light and blasted toward Martial Emperor Di. At the same time the sword chi whistled and 5 phoenix feather flying swords stabbed toward Di. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel, carrying the chaos concept, also attacked Di. Di's combat strength was very strong, even slightly stronger than the red-robed elder. However, he was also caught up in the situation of the red-robed elder. He was embarrassed by the joint attack of Lu Ming's main body and second body. He could not exert his strength at all. After fighting for a while, Lu Ming began to gain the upper hand. Lu Ming, I'll show you my strongest combat power today. Martial Emperor Di let out a furious roar. His body began to glow. All kinds of light emitted from Di's body. These rays of light condensed into all sorts of strange phenomena. There were true dragons dancing in the air, phoenixes screeching, even qilin stepping in the air, divine birds flying in the sky and iron swords flying in all directions. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared on Di's body. Lu Ming even saw 9 dragons among them. 10,000 meridians spirit body. Di let out a long roar and his body exuded a terrible fluctuation. Buzz. Buzz. Di's combat power was greatly enhanced. His golden sword swept across the sky and sword chi cut through everything. The formation set up by the Minglian clone was instantly destroyed by the sword chi. Clang! The combat sword hit the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. The bloodline shook violently and flew far away. Fortunately, he had the fragment of the prison-guarding steel's original body, which greatly increased his defense. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not dare to fight it head-on. His blood meridian would have been scattered. Ding, 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 ding. The 5 phoenix feather flying swords were sent flying, and the second body was the same, retreating continuously. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Di's combat power suddenly increased greatly, all because of the strange phenomenon of his body. Lu Ming guessed that Di must have cultivated a powerful spirit body. The spirit body that he cultivated with the blood essence of 10,000 spirits was far more powerful than ordinary spirit bodies when it exploded. Spirits of all living things kill. Di shouted. The various creatures in his body suddenly roared and turned into a rainbow light, rushing toward Lu Ming. Roar! Lu Ming saw the shadows of a 9 dragon, a true dragon and a qilin among them. They exuded a shocking aura as they charged toward Lu Ming. The prison-suppressing steel trembled as it unleashed the prison-suppressing heavenly art. It was infused with the chaos intent and was constantly bombarded. Bang! 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 The rumbling sounds continued. Di, holding his sword, attacked Ming Lian's clone. "I'll kill you first," Di said coldly. In his eyes, the secondary body was even more difficult to deal with. It had many tricks up its sleeve. As long as he killed the secondary body first, Lu Ming's main body would not be a threat. "Do you think you can kill me? Today I'll show you something." Ming Lian's face was calm and he smiled. Buzz. Ming Lian waved his hand and a scroll flew out. It then grew rapidly and enveloped Martial Emperor Di. All Formation Illustration, Lian Song's All Formation Illustration. Martial Emperor Di shouted angrily. "Then I'll let you have a taste of the power of the All Formation Illustration again." As he refined his second body, the golden mental energy fire between his eyebrows jumped. On the All Formation picture, endless light shone. It was a large formation, a dense large formation. The arrays lit up and countless terrible attacks flew out to attack Di. Whoosh! Whoosh! Di held the battle sword in his hand. The sword chi whistled and madly slashed out, destroying the attacks one after another. However, the million array diagram had endless arrays and endless attacks. It seemed to be endless and kept attacking Di. Without a doubt, the All Formation Illustration was also an Emperor's spiritual weapon. Back then, Lian Song's cultivation was only at level 1 Martial Royal Realm, while Di was at level 2 Martial Royal Realm. If it were not for the magic of the Million Formation Illustration, how could Lian Song have the chance to leave a trace of imprint and rush into the deep underground when Di sneaked an attack on him? Chapter 1346. 1346 The 9 Heavens Bronze Man. Back then, Lian Song was an alchemist and controlled the Emperor's spiritual weapon, the All Formation Illustration. He had many mysterious and unpredictable techniques. That was why Di had launched a sneak attack. Even so, Lian Song had left a trace of his imprint and escaped into the ground. The All Formation Illustration was severely damaged. Over the years, Ming Lian's clone had been cultivating hard in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. At the same time, with the improvement of his cultivation, he had also repaired the All Formation diagram. Now, the All Formation diagram had been repaired by 80 to 90%. Under the control of the clone, its power was amazing. Ming Lian's second body already had the combat strength of a peak level 2 Martial Royal Realm expert. With the 5 phoenix feather flying swords, it was even more powerful. Now that he had taken out the All Formation picture, his combat strength was almost the same as Di's. Di could only focus all his attention on dealing with Ming Lian's clone. Buzz. At this time, the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel shook and suppressed Di. Damn it! Di roared in his heart. He split a part of his mind to resist Lu Ming's main body. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel weighed hundreds of millions of pounds, which made Di's body shake. At the same time, Ming Lian's second body seized the opportunity to launch a storm of attacks. Get sleepy. There were at least 100 trapping formations in the formation picture. They all tried to trap D. D shouted angrily and tried his best to fight. Unfortunately, he was at a disadvantage in the end. After the Minglian clone took out the all formations diagram, the combat power of the main body and the clone had surpassed D. De tried his best to resist, but after dozens of moves he was completely suppressed and had almost no power to fight back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 phoenix feather flying swords pierced through the void. They were so fast that even ordinary emperors could not see them clearly. They were aimed at De's 5 vital points. De wielded his sword to block it. Although he managed to block it, the prison-guarding steel pressed down again. De shouted angrily and could only cover his body with his territory and vital essence. Boom. The realm and genuine vitality shook violently and were destroyed by the prison-suppressing steel. De's body shook violently. Even though he had cultivated the spirit body of 10,000 meridians, he could not withstand it. His face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. De's myriad meridians spirit body was very terrifying. If he cultivated it to perfection, its power would be amazing. Unfortunately, he had not cultivated it perfectly and had not completely succeeded. Therefore, he had always wanted to get Lu Ming's 9 dragon blood essence. De is injured. Many people's hearts trembled. De was injured and he was not Lu Ming's match. Was the winner going to be decided this time? Boom. Boom. De was injured. Lu Ming launched an even more intense attack. A phoenix feather flying sword almost pierced through De's heart and went through his shoulder, bringing out a stream of blood. De's face turned even paler. Although the phoenix feather flying sword did not hit his vital parts, the terrible sword chi and destructive power still made him more seriously injured. The more serious his injuries were, the more difficult it would be for him to resist Lu Ming. Under the pressure of the prison-suppressing steel, he spat out a mouthful of blood, staggered, and his breath was weak. I'm sleepy. The second body shouted, and the all formations diagram glowed. Large formations emerged one after another, enveloping De. De roared and tried his best to fight back, but this time he could not rush out. On his body, all kinds of true dragons and phoenixes were trembling, as if they would collapse at any moment. De, today is the day you die. Lu Ming's cold voice came from the prison defending monument's bloodline. Roar. With a dragon's roar, the 9-dragon bloodline flew out of the prison-suppressing steel. It opened its mouth and roared. The devouring power burst out and enveloped De and Martial Emperor. 9-dragon blood essence strip. Lu Ming shouted and his devouring power increased rapidly. One of the unusual signs on De's body was a 9-dragon. At this time, the 9 dragons were swallowed by the devouring power and involuntarily flew to the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming wanted to take away a drop of 9 dragons' blood essence from Martial Emperor De. Don't even think about it. Martial Emperor De tried his best to resist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 phoenix feather flying swords shot out. De blocked 4 of them, but he was stabbed by one which almost cut off half of his body. Roar. At this time the 9-dragon bloodline roared. The 9-dragon phenomenon on De's body flew toward the 9-dragon bloodline. At the same time, a drop of blood essence appeared on De's body. The dragon roared and flew toward Lu Ming. The blood essence of the 9 dragons was extracted. De was unwilling, but he could only watch helplessly. Whoosh. The blood essence of the 9 dragons flew into the mouths of the 9 dragons and disappeared. Roar. The bloodline of the 9 dragons let out a shocking roar as if it was very satisfied, and its aura bloomed. Xianxia, if you don't make a move now, when will you? Suddenly De let out an angry roar. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. 9 heavens bronze man, come out. Xianxia's loud voice came from the sky. Thump, thump, boom. As soon as Xianxia's voice fell, violent tremors suddenly came from 9 different directions in the sacred city. 9 powerful auras soared into the sky. Then everyone saw 9 golden rays of light rush up and fly into the sky. That's a bronze man. Lu Ming saw that the 9 beams of light were clearly 9 bronze men. They were golden all over and cast in brass. They were more than 3 meters tall and dense inscriptions appeared on their bodies. Their auras were extremely powerful and each of them was an emperor, equivalent to a first-level martial emperor. The 9 bronze men flew up into the sky and joined the battle, forcing the 9 sovereigns back. Combine with the bronze man. Xiaqian's voice was heard again. At this moment, from the Xia clan and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, 9 sovereigns flew towards the 9 bronze men. It was as though they were performing a bloodline fusion. The 9 sovereigns directly fused into the bronze men and disappeared. The auras of the 9 bronze men began to rise rapidly. He broke through the Level 1 Martial Royal Realm and stepped into the Level 2 Martial Royal Realm. He continued to improve until he reached the peak of the Level 2 Martial Royal Realm. Peak of the 2nd level Martial Royal Realm, 9 peak of the 2nd level Martial Royal Realm. Not good. Lu Ming was greatly shocked. Kill. Kill. The 9 bronze men roared and charged towards the heaven-suppressing divine army and the Emperor of Northern Plains. A peak Level 2 Martial Royal Realm expert was too powerful. An ordinary Level 1 Martial Royal Realm expert would not be able to resist him. Instantly screams were heard. Lu Ming saw that 5 sovereigns were killed in an instant. On the side of Northern Plains, there were mountain-breaking Martial Emperor, Heavenly Wind Martial Emperor, and the heaven-suppressing divine army was even worse off. 3 Martial Emperors were killed at once. 5 Martial Royal Realm experts were killed just like that. The other 4 bronze men were blocked by Zhou Xian, Xiaojuyang and the Baijian Martial Emperor. Otherwise the losses would have been even greater. Not good. That's the 9 heavens bronze man of the Xia clan. The 9 heavens bronze man of the Xia clan is still here. Retreat, quickly retreat. The heavens suppressing divine legion and Northern Plains experts all shouted in fear. It was said that when the ancient Saint dynasty was first established, the first Saint Emperor had gathered all the experts in the world and used countless precious materials to create 9 bronze men. Each bronze man was extremely mysterious and powerful. However, it was said that the 9 bronze men of the Xia clan had been destroyed in countless wars over the years. It was unexpected that they were still here. Chapter 1347. 1347 The Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron out. The moment the 9 bronze men appeared, they were controlled by 9 emperors. Their combat strength reached the peak of Level 2 Martial Royal Realm, instantly turning the tide of the battle. Boom. De took advantage of Lu Ming's distraction to burst out. His body was burning like a flame. He broke out of the encirclement and flew high into the sky. Lu Ming, you're the ones who will die today. You're no match for me. De roared, his body filled with cold killing intent. Gather, gather together. The warring martial emperor gathered everyone. The Xia family's foundation was too shocking. No wonder it was said that the holy city had never been breached in the history. Who could rival such a powerful foundation? Under the control of the 9 martial emperors, the 9 bronze men were equivalent to the peak of the 2nd level martial emperor realm. 9 peak of the 2nd level martial emperor realm. How powerful was their combat power? Baijian martial emperor, Zhou Xian, Xiaojuyang, barbarian emperor, Yuexing martial emperor, and the others gathered together and looked at the 9 bronze men cautiously. Kill, exterminate them. Xiaqian gave the order. Kill. Kill. The 9 bronze men were 3 meters tall. They stepped in the air and the air they stepped on exploded continuously. They formed an arc and headed toward the Baijian martial emperor and the others. Beside them were Xiaqian and the rest of the sovereigns. They've won. The Xia family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace will definitely win. There is no longer any suspense in this battle. From now on, the Divine Wilderness Continent will be the world of the Xia family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. In the sacred city, many people who were watching the battle sighed. They felt that there was no longer any suspense in this battle. The Xia clan and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would definitely win. With the appearance of the 9 bronze men, the outcome of the battle was set. Some people sighed. This battle was too exciting. In the battle of the emperors, even the lives of emperors were like grass. Up until now, more than 10 emperors had fallen. This battle would be recorded in history and spread throughout the ages. A battle to the death. The battle martial emperor roared. Kill. Zhou Xian held a battle axe in his hand as he charged towards a bronze man and chopped down with his axe. As for the bronze man, he punched out. Clang. Zhou Xian controlled the Emperor's spiritual weapon, and his battle strength was even stronger. He sent one of the bronze men flying with his axe. I'm not injured. The hearts of the warring martial emperor and the others trembled. Although Zhou Xian had sent one of the bronze men flying and had the upper hand, the bronze man was completely fine. Only a shallow mark had appeared on his fist. It was too hard. Even an emperor's spiritual weapon couldn't damage it, so how could they fight it? A hint of despair flashed in the eyes of the warring martial emperor and the others. 3 of us will deal with this puppet. The others kill them all. Don't let a single one of them go. A voice came from one of the bronze men. Buzz. Buzz. A few of the bronze men started to surround Zhou Xian, while the others attacked the Baijian martial emperor and the others. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in front of the warring martial emperor and the others. They were Lu Ming's main body and secondary body. At this moment, Lu Ming's main body had already returned to its human form. Leave these 9 bronze men to me. You guys go deal with the others. Lu Ming said. What? The warring martial emperor and the others were stunned. The 9 bronze men were given to Lu Ming. Lu Ming wanted to deal with the 9 bronze men alone? How was this possible? Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong and he might be able to deal with 2 or even 3 of them, how could he be a match for so many 9 heavens bronze men? These were 9 bronze men at the peak of the 2nd-level martial emperor realm. They were so hard that even an emperor's spiritual weapon could not break them. Even a 3rd-level martial emperor might not be able to do anything to them. Lu Ming, if we work together, there might still be hope. That's right. It's too dangerous for you to be alone. The barbarian emperor, martial emperor Yuexin and the others chimed in. Kill Lu Ming first. Since he's looking for death, then kill him first. High up in the sky, Xianxia shouted. Kill. Kill. Boom. 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 The 9 bronze men charged at Lu Ming one after another. When the 9 bronze men attacked together, they seemed to be able to shatter some of the metal. Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron, suppress. The bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head. They opened their mouths and roared. 9 huge cauldrons appeared from the mouths of the 9 dragons. As soon as the cauldrons appeared, they grew rapidly and were as large as mountains. They smashed toward the 9 bronze men. The Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. You brought the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. In the sky, Martial Emperor De shouted in fear. The Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron, which had never moved, was refined by an ancient expert to suppress the 9 dragon veins. In history, Lu Ming was the only one who had made the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron move once, and he had done so by relying on his 9 dragon bloodline. Even De, who had obtained a drop of 9 dragon blood essence, had refined it into his body in order to practice the spiritual body of 10,000 meridians. Therefore he could not touch the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. Moreover, if the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron was too far away from the 9 dragon veins, the dragon veins would riot, and the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron would fly back. Most importantly, why didn't anyone in 9 dragons tell Lu Ming that he had taken the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron? Roar. The 9 dragons roared, and the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron pressed down on the 9 bronze men. Break. The 9 bronze men attacked at the same time and punched out. Thump. Boom. It was as if 2 metal mountains had crashed into each other. The sound waves from the collision of metal made some ordinary emperors pale, and the true essence covering their bodies trembled. Bang. 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 Then the 9 bronze men were sent flying far away like a cannonball. How is that possible? Xianxia and the others were stunned. The 9 bronze men fell to the ground. They were no match for Lu Ming and were sent flying. How was this possible? On the other hand, the expressions of the warring martial emperor and the others were completely different. They were all ecstatic. Suppress. Lu Ming shouted as the 9 cauldrons continued to press down on the 9 bronze men. Back when Lu Ming was still in the spiritual ocean realm and his 9 dragon bloodline was only at the 2nd level of the divine level, he could control the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron to fight against a supreme. In the end, the 9 cauldrons gathered and he could even fight against De's avatar. Now Lu Ming's cultivation level was many times stronger than it had been in the past. His 9-dragon bloodline had also reached the 9th level of the divine level. Naturally, the power of the divine 9-dragon cauldron he controlled was many times stronger. He completely crushed the 9 bronze men. Boom, boom, boom. The divine 9-dragon cauldron pressed down on the 9 bronze men. The bodies of the 9 bronze men trembled violently. The patterns on them emitted a brilliant light as if they were burning. However, in just a few breaths, it seemed to have been completely burned out, and the light on the bronze man's body quickly dimmed. Then with 9 consecutive bangs the 9 bronze men exploded. The 9 heavens bronze men, the 9 bronze men forged by the first Saint Emperor of the Xia clan of the ancient Saint dynasty, finally exploded into pieces under the bombardment of the divine 9-dragon cauldron. The 9 sovereigns who had fused with the bronze men and controlled them didn't even have time to scream before they were turned into ashes. The 9 bronze men had been destroyed. The scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone seemed to be in disbelief at the scene they had just seen. Whoosh. At this moment a corpse fell from the sky. Di Hongqing, it was Di Hongqing, he was killed. A figure flickered and Xiao Wan appeared, his demonic qi soaring to the sky. Chapter 1348. 1348 Di escaped. After all, Xiao Wan was stronger than Di Hongqing. He had finally killed Di Hongqing. Xiao Wan had naturally been paying attention to the battle this entire time, so he knew everything that was happening. Let's attack together and decide the winner. Xiao Wan's voice rang out, his killing intent as sharp as a blade. Attack. Kill. The warring martial emperor, Xiluo barbarian emperor, and the others were all filled with fighting spirit as they charged towards the remaining sovereigns of the Xia clan and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. As for the remaining sovereigns of the Xia family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, they didn't have any fighting spirit at all. Lu Ming is invincible. Run. Let's go. The sovereigns of the Xia family and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were almost scared out of their wits. At this moment they no longer had any intention to fight and turned to run. Clang. Clang. The divine 9-dragon cauldron shook and suppressed all directions, blocking the way. Buzz. Martial Emperor De suddenly rushed in one direction. The battle was over and De was ready to escape. De, where are you going? Lu Ming shouted, and the 2 divine 9-dragon cauldrons pressed down on De. Thump. Thump. De blocked it with his king's spiritual weapon, but it was not of much use. The sword hummed and De spat out a mouthful of blood. Cracks appeared on his body and he almost exploded. Burn. Martial Emperor De roared, and the true dragons, phoenixes and other phenomenons around him suddenly burned. His aura suddenly soared several times. Buzz. Martial Emperor De turned into a rainbow light and rushed out of the encirclement, flying into the distance. Chase. Without hesitation, Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron and chased after Martial Emperor De. At the same time he secretly instructed Tu Qian to bring men to kill the remaining emperors of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia clan. After being surrounded by the divine 9-dragon cauldron, the remaining sovereigns of the Xia clan and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were surrounded by Tu Qian, the Baijian Martial Emperor and the others. He didn't need to worry about this place anymore. The overall situation had already been set. Although there were still some sovereigns left in the Xia clan and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, they were not too strong. Xia Zongqiong was being held back by the old general, but the 2 of them were still fighting. On Lu Ming's side there were experts like Tu Qian, Xiao Wan, the warring martial emperor and Xia Zhuyang. Whoosh. Whoosh. The 2 of them instantly left. In the imperial city, another battle broke out, but there was no suspense in this battle. The sovereigns of the Xia clan and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were all killed here. Lu Ming and De, one chasing and one escaping, traveled tens of thousands of miles in an instant. The second body took a step forward and disappeared between Lu Ming's eyebrows. At the same time runes appeared on Lu Ming's main body. These were all auxiliary runes that increased his speed. Lu Ming's speed increased greatly and he began to catch up with De and Martial Emperor. You've lost. Where do you want to go? Lu Ming's voice rang out. He activated the wind element technique and his speed increased. De's face was pale and his eyes were cold and full of killing intent. Without saying a word, he gritted his teeth and fled. His body was burning with flames which made him move at an astonishing speed. De was burning his spirit body of 10,000 meridians. Lu Ming, don't be happy too soon. I'm going to tear you into pieces this morning. De roared in his heart. His desire to kill Lu Ming was extremely strong. He had cultivated for 10,000 years, plundering all kinds of bloodlines and using the essence blood of various experts to cultivate the spirit body of 10,000 meridians. He was just a little bit away from completing his cultivation. But now all his previous efforts were in vain. In order to escape, he had burned the 10,000 meridian spirit body, turning all his hard work over the years into nothing. The two of them, one chasing and the other fleeing, broke through the void at an astonishing speed and traveled through the alternate dimension. Not long later he crossed Central Continent and arrived in Northern Plains. After that he flew towards the endless ocean. Damn it! Martial Emperor De roared in his heart and became more and more anxious. He was already seriously injured, and after the long journey his injuries had worsened. At this rate Lu Ming would catch up to him. He was not willing to die here. He wanted to tear Lu Ming into pieces. Suddenly he gritted his teeth and revealed a determined expression. Lu Ming, just you wait. De let out a roar and the flames on his body suddenly rose. Explode. Burn. De roared. Then his speed suddenly skyrocketed. He passed through layers of space and went far away at a high speed. The distance between him and Lu Ming was rapidly widening. This fellow. Lu Ming also admired De's decisiveness. He could see that De had completely burned his spirit body. His 10,000 meridian spirit body could be considered to have been cultivated in vain. Even if he escaped, De's realm might not be able to maintain it and would regress. In the future it would even be difficult to improve. In order to save his life, De had to give it his all. The distance between the two of them grew wider and wider. In the end Lu Ming could barely see De's shadow. After a while Lu Ming could no longer see or sense De's existence. Lu Ming had no choice but to stop. This fellow managed to escape. However, this fellow is seriously injured and has completely burned his spiritual body. His cultivation level will definitely decline and he will no longer be a threat to me in the future. However, Lu Ming frowned. He thought of Di Hongqing and the red-robed elder. Where did these two people come from? And he was using a unified emperor spiritual weapon. Could it be that there was a powerful force behind Di? Lu Ming was not worried about De himself. He was more worried about the possible forces behind De. Forget it, I'll deal with it when the soldiers come and I'll deal with it when the water comes. At the thought of this, Lu Ming turned around and headed toward the holy city. When Lu Ming returned to the holy city, the war had already ended. There was no suspense. With Tu Qian and Xie Wan around, the battle was almost one-sided. Almost all of the emperors of the Empyrean Divine Palace had been killed. Only a few emperors from the overlord forces of the Central Continent had surrendered to De and were controlled by Xie Wan and the others. They had to obey them obediently after the formation was set up. As for the Xie family's emperors, only a few were left. The rest had all been killed. Xie Qitian, the old divine emperor Xie Zongqiong, and a white-haired elder were surrounded by Xie Wan and the others. Xie Wan and the rest knew about the relationship between Lu Ming and Xianxia. They also knew that Xianxia was a member of the Xie family. Therefore they did not kill these people. They deliberately waited for Lu Ming to return. Xie Qitian and the others stood on the platform, their eyes listless and full of despair. He was defeated, utterly defeated. This time the Xie clan was even more miserable than when Xie Wan had thrown the world into chaos and betrayed the Xie clan 30,000 years ago. Last time they had at least suppressed Xie Wan and preserved some of their strength. There was still hope for them to slowly recover. But this time they had been completely defeated. All of their experts had died, and there was nothing they could do to reverse the situation. How did this happen? In the sacred city, countless disciples of the Xie family such as Xie Yan and others, were lying on the ground, their eyes listless. The Xie clan had been defeated and even the emperor had been defeated. The others were simply powerless to reverse the situation. If they made a move they would only be courting death. The other martial artists also had complicated looks in their eyes. Was the Xia clan of the ancient Saint dynasty, which had been around for millions of years, going to be destroyed? From now on, who would be the master of the divine wilderness continent's rise and fall? At the same time, many people's gazes turned to Lu Ming. Chapter 1349. 1349 The Dignity of a Saint Emperor. General Lu. General Lu. Seeing that Lu Ming had returned, the emperors saluted him one after another. They looked at Lu Ming with awe and respect. Be it the emperors of heaven suppressing divine army like 100 Battle Marshal Emperor or the emperors of northern plains, they were all the same. They had won this battle all because of Lu Ming. In the beginning, Lu Ming had displayed incredible combat power. He had killed the first emperor of the dead, the red-robed elder, and fought D. Slowly the situation changed and they slowly gained the upper hand. After that, the Xia clan summoned the 9 Heavens Bronze Man, and the situation changed drastically. At that time they thought that they were going to lose, that there was no hope for this battle. However, at the critical moment, Lu Ming turned the tide and destroyed the 9 Heavens Bronze Man in one fell swoop. He killed the 9 emperors of the opposing side. This time the situation was completely reversed. They had secured victory. Without Lu Ming, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hearing the commotion, Xianxia, the old divine emperor, and the rest trembled slightly. They also looked at Lu Ming with complicated gazes. It was all because of this young man that the Xia clan had fallen to such a state. Back then it was Lu Ming who had rescued Xiaowan. Xiaowan had thrown out the Heavenly King's token and changed the situation in the divine wilderness continent. It had also disrupted the Xia family's plans, directly leading to the great war that followed. And this time the Xia family had been completely defeated because of Lu Ming. Were we wrong? Was it worth it because of the purity of the bloodline? The old divine emperor seemed to have aged even more. He let out a long sigh, and when his voice fell into Xianxia's ears, it caused him to feel even more complicated. Yes, was it worth it? Speaking of which, he was not the cause of all this. If he had treated Xianxia well, Lu Ming might have been with the Xia family and even become one of them. Then it was not impossible for the Xia family to rule the divine wilderness again. It was all because of him. He had personally turned Lu Ming into an enemy. At this moment he did not know what to feel. Lu Ming, where's De? Xiaowan walked toward Lu Ming and asked him telepathically. He escaped. Lu Ming answered. He escaped. Xiaowan was slightly stunned. It doesn't matter. De's vitality has been greatly damaged. He can't cause any more trouble. Lu Ming nodded. General Lu, how should we deal with these people from the Xia family? Kill or not? An emperor asked Lu Ming. Everyone's gaze was on Lu Ming. After this battle, Lu Ming's position in the hearts of the crowd had become very important, even surpassing that of Xiaowan. Lu Ming's gaze turned to Xianxia. At this moment Xianxia was looking at Xianxia and the others. What was he thinking? Little Qing, I'll leave them to you. Lu Ming walked to Xianxia and said. Xianxia's eyes were filled with hesitation. Lu Ming sighed. He had already guessed this outcome. Xianxia's expression was cold and ruthless, like a demoness, but deep down he was still very emotional. Xianxia was her father after all. The old divine emperor was her grandfather, her family. Although the Xia family was heartless to her, she couldn't bring herself to do it. General Lu, Miss Nianqing, the Xia family has a long history, deep foundation and many masters. It'll be a disaster if we keep them. That's right. I suggest that we kill them to avoid any future trouble. The other sovereigns also voiced their suggestions. You don't need to do anything. All of a sudden Xianxia spoke as if he had made a decision. He stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura and dignity. This was the dignity of a sage emperor. Xianxia's gaze swept across the crowd and his voice rang out from afar. I am the Saint Emperor of the ancient Saint dynasty. Even if I die, I will not die in your hands and I will not die in the hands of anyone else. After saying that, Xianxia pointed his finger at his dantian. A powerful aura burst out from his body, but it quickly weakened. At first it was a martial emperor, then it dropped to a supreme martial artist, and then it continued to drop to a spirit god, a spirit embryo. In the end, Xiaqian's body did not have any true energy or true qi fluctuations, and he became an ordinary person. He had actually crippled his own cultivation. Xiaqian spat out a mouthful of blood and fell limply to the ground. He, as the sage emperor, had to die with dignity. Even if he died, he couldn't die at the hands of others. Finally, Xiaqian looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression, as if he was reminiscing. After a while he said, "Nianqing, I've let you down in this life. I've let your mother down." Xianxing's body trembled at his words. Xiaqian's age had long surpassed that of an ordinary person. Now that his cultivation had been crippled, he did not have much time left. Lu Ming held Xianxing's small hand and he slowly calmed down. "Zai, forget it, forget it. In this world there is no eternal dynasty and there is no family that will exist forever." The old divine emperor sighed, then looked at Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, the Xia family is willing to make a blood oath. All direct descendants of the Xia family are willing to seclude themselves in the palace. The palace will be sealed and they will not take a single step out of the palace for 10,000 years. From then on, we will no longer be involvered in the divine wilderness. Can you spare the Xia family? Seal yourself in the palace for 10,000 years and never step out." Lu Ming's gaze flickered. "All right, I promise you." After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming said. The Xia clan was no longer a threat, not to mention that they had sealed themselves for 10,000 years. Lu Ming was confident that he could destroy the Xia family with a flip of his hand in 10 years, let alone 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, Lu Ming's realm would be beyond imagination. Why would he care about the Xia family? The other emperors didn't say anything. It was a given that Lu Ming would become an emperor. He would have a lifespan of 10 to 20,000 years. After 10,000 years, Lu Ming would not care about the Xia family. What could the Xia family do? Immediately, the old divine emperor Xia Zongqiong and the others all took blood oaths. The other higher-ups of the Xia family, such as the supreme beings and the spiritual god realm experts, all made a blood oath. "Disciples of the Xia family, follow me into the imperial palace." As the old divine emperor's voice rang out, all of the Xia family's direct descendants followed the old divine emperor into the palace. After that, a light screen appeared outside the palace, enveloping it within. The Xia family would seal themselves for 10,000 years and would not be allowed to step out of the palace. The battle had finally come to an end. In this battle, more than half of the divine wilderness continent's sovereigns had fallen. More than 60 to 70% of the various overlord factions had been wiped out. It could be said that the divine wilderness continent had never been so weak with so few sovereigns. "Go. Let's go back to the 100 Beasts tribe." Lu Ming waved his hand, pulled Xianxia and left. The heaven-suppressing divine legion, the emperor of Northern Plains, followed Lu Ming and headed to Northern Plains. And news of this battle spread from the holy city to the entire divine wilderness continent at an unbelievable speed. The divine wilderness continent was shaken. Chapter 1350. 1350. Who's the master of the world? 100 Beasts Tribe Meeting Hall. The emperors of the heaven-suppressing divine army and the original emperors of Northern Plains were seated. Lu Ming and Xiaowan were sitting at the very top. In the hall it was silent. Everyone looked at each other but no one made a sound. What should we do next? Xiaozhiyang was the first to speak, breaking the silence. What should he do? All sorts of thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. Now the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was destroyed, and the Xia clan suffered heavy losses. They had sealed themselves as imperial palaces for 10,000 years. In the vast divine wilderness mainland, other than the western desert, it no longer had an owner. So what should they do next? In other words, how should they be distributed? In this boundless territory there were endless resources. Everyone wanted them. At a smaller scale, there were still some former overlord forces present, such as Xianxia Academy and the Floating Mountain. How should these forces distribute their territories? On a larger scale, it would be the heaven-suppressing divine army and the forces of Northern Plains. How would they get along and how would they be distributed? In fact, in Northern Plains there were two forces, Lu Ming and Xiaowan, but they were only in an alliance. Everyone fell silent again, especially the heaven-suppressing divine army. This was an important problem. If it was not wrestle-levered properly, it might lead to another huge battle. However, the heaven-suppressing divine army was no match for Lu Ming and the others. If they were to fight, they would only be destroyed. Therefore, the powerhouses of the heaven-suppressing divine army had the most complicated feelings, and they found it difficult to speak. Two tigers can't share a mountain. Would Lu Ming and Xiaowan be targeted next? In their hearts they were not confident. How about we form an alliance? After a long time Xiaowan spoke. Alliance. Many people's hearts trembled as they pondered. Let's form an alliance. All the factions will form one faction. Then the entire divine wilderness will be under our control. Why would we need to worry about territory and territory? Xiaowan smiled. I agree. I also agree. In the beginning it was Chu Luo Mo Yi and the others. Later on Xia Zhiyang, the barbarian emperor, the Moon Heart martial emperor, and the others all spoke one after another, expressing their approval. Chaotic Sky Emperor's suggestion is good. This old man also agrees. The old general of the heaven-suppressing divine army laughed and expressed his thoughts. In the end all eyes were on Lu Ming. Lu Ming had yet to speak. I also have no objections. Lu Ming smiled faintly. All right, then it's decided. Xiaowan smiled. Since we're in an alliance, we need an alliance leader. Who's the alliance leader? Suddenly an emperor spoke and the scene fell silent again. Who would be the alliance leader? Forming an alliance and forming a faction, there was no doubt that the alliance leader was the leader of this faction. He was also the master of the divine wilderness, ruling the world. The crowd could not help but look at the old general Xiaowan and Lu Ming. At the scene only these three people were the most qualified. The alliance leader's person, of course, it's Lu Ming. Lu Ming is young and his combat strength is unparalleled. There has never been anyone like him in the divine wilderness since ancient times. Who else can it be other than him? Xia Zhiyang was the first to speak, recommending Lu Ming. That's right. If not for Lu Ming we wouldn't be in this situation. It's Lu Ming who turned the tide and created this situation. I also recommend Lu Ming to be the alliance leader. One of the deans of the Xianxia Academy continued. I recommend Lu Ming too. Me too. Then another dean of the Xianxia Academy, the barbarian emperor and martial emperor Yuexin, recommended Lu Ming one after another. Behind Lu Ming, the heaven-suppressing divine ape and Tu Qian were exuding auras that were even more obvious. Everyone's heart trembled. Unknowingly, the forces and abilities that Lu Ming controlled had already become so shocking. Lu Ming picked up a glass of wine and sipped slowly. He did not say a word and no one knew what he was thinking. The emperors of the heaven-suppressing divine army Mo Yi Tu Luo, and the others were all calculating something in their minds. That's right. I'm also interested in recommending Lu Ming as the alliance leader. Xiaowan laughed heartily as he expressed his thoughts. As soon as Xiaowan spoke, Mo Yi Tu Luo, and the others also spoke up in support of Lu Ming. In the end, only the heaven-suppressing divine army was left. The emperor of the heaven-suppressing divine army sighed in his heart. He knew that they were weak and could not compete with Lu Ming. Now that Xiaowan was supporting Lu Ming, how could they say no? Old general, what do you think? Xiaowan looked at the old general with a faint smile. Brother Lu Ming, your talent is unprecedented and you have made the greatest contribution this time. It is the divine wilderness continent's fortune for Lu Ming to be the alliance leader. I have no objections. The old general said. As the old general spoke, the warring martial emperor and the others also recommended Lu Ming. Alright, then it's decided. This subordinate pays his respects to the alliance master. Xiaowan suddenly got up from his seat and walked down to bow to Lu Ming. This subordinate pays his respects to the alliance master. Xia Zhiyang, the barbarian emperor, and the others followed closely behind Xiaowan and bowed to Lu Ming. Following that, Xilua and the rest also bowed to Lu Ming one by one. Finally, it was the heaven-suppressing divine army and others. Alright, since the army holds it in such high regard, Lu Ming will take up the responsibility. Lu Ming stood up and accepted the position of alliance leader. He didn't decline and there was no need to decline. He needed this identity to better protect his family and friends. Alliance Master, since we want to form an alliance, what should we call it? Someone suggested. Alliance Master has awakened the bloodline of the 9 dragons and is famous throughout the world. In my opinion, why don't we call it the Dragon Alliance? Xia Zhuyang said after a moment of silence. Dragon Alliance? I think it's possible. It's concise and domineering. Xiao Wan said. Alright, we'll call it the Dragon Alliance. Finally, Lu Ming decided. Now that the name had been chosen, the problem was, where would the headquarters of the Dragon Alliance be? It can't be set in the Holy City, right? Eastern Barren, Northern Plains and Southern Nether were not good. The Dragon Alliance was bound to sweep across the world and unify the Divine Wilderness. Their headquarters should be in the Central Continent. Only then would they be able to look down on the world and shock the world. In the end, they decided that since the Dragon Alliance was going to be built, it would be best to build a new headquarters too. After some discussion, they decided to select disciples on the vast land of the Central Continent. In the end, they decided to build the headquarters of the Dragon Alliance on Mount Longyu, about 300 million li away, east of the Holy City. It was called the Imperial Dragon City. After the alliance leader and name were decided by the headquarters, they began to select the important leaders. Finally, Xiao Wan and the old general of the heaven-suppressing divine army were the deputy chiefs of the Dragon Alliance. The other emperors would protect the Dragon Alliance. Each protector could manage a territory. After the leader was set, they were assigned their respective tasks. There were 2 main tasks at hand. The first was to dispatch manpower to build the Imperial Dragon City. The second was to send an army to truly unify the Divine Wilderness continent. The Xie family had sealed Themslaviers and the Emperor Sky Divine Palace had been destroyed. The overlord forces that truly had an emperor were almost all from the Dragon Alliance. However, there were still countless other forces, big and small, below the overlord forces. All of these powers had to be in the hands of the Dragon Alliance. The entire Divine Wilderness continent had to be in their hands. Chapter 1351. 1351 Sweeping the world and returning to the East Continent. The next day when the news spread, all the forces in the Dragon Alliance cheered. The war was over and the Dragon Alliance dominated the world. The huge Dragon Alliance started to move. The original major forces had sent people to the Dragon Leap Mountain to build the Imperial Dragon City. A portion of them sent an army to conquer the world. A few days later, the news of the battle at the Holy City spread throughout the world. A magnitude 10 earthquake occurred in the Divine Wilderness. Countless cultivators and factions were stirred up. A few days later, the news of the Dragon Alliance's establishment and Lu Ming's appointment as the alliance leader spread throughout the Divine Wilderness continent again through the voice transmission Jade Talisman. Countless forces, big and small, surrendered and expressed their willingness to join the Dragon Alliance. Right now, the Xie clan had sealed Themslaviers off as the Imperial Palace for 10,000 years. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had been destroyed, and the Dragon Alliance was truly unrivaled in the world. No power dared to resist. After that, the Dragon Alliance's army split into 3. The old general led a large army and swept through the Central Continent. Xiao Wan led a large army to attack the southern underworld. As for Lu Ming, he would lead the army to the Eastern Barren Territory. There was almost no doubt about this. All the forces in Central Continent surrendered. When Xiao Wan attacked the southern underworld, he only received a little resistance. Those who resisted were easily killed by Xiao Wan, and the rest surrendered. Half a month after the battle at the Holy City, Lu Ming led his men and set foot on the Yin and Yang mountain again. Mount Liangyi has finally been taken back. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others stood high in the sky, looking at the vast land of Mount Liangyi in the distance. They were filled with emotions. When they were captured by De, they thought that they would never be able to take back Mount Liangyi. They did not expect that they would return to Mount Liangyi so quickly in just a few months. Zhongzi no Alliance Master. Bai Shijin and the rest looked at Lu Ming with complicated expressions. They did not know how to address him. Senior, since I'm Master Lian Song's disciple, I'm also the Zhongzi of the Talisman sect. You can call me Zhongzi in private. Lu Ming said. Yes, Zhongzi. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue and the others were overjoyed. Lu Ming was now the leader of the Dragon Alliance and ruled the world. They were afraid that Lu Ming would look down on the talisman amulet sect and did not know what to do with it. However, it seemed that Lu Ming had not forgotten his roots. There were many experts in the Dragon League. As for the talisman amulet sect, they still didn't have an emperor. They were afraid that the talisman amulet sect wouldn't be able to compete with the other experts in the Dragon Alliance. The other forces wouldn't be allocated enough resources and would eventually decline. However, they did not have to worry now. Lu Ming, the alliance leader, was the Zhongzi of the talisman amulet sect. The talisman amulet sect had an extraordinary status in the Dragon Alliance. They did not have to worry about not being able to obtain resources without an emperor. Senior White, Senior Du, from now on, you two will lead the disciples of the talisman amulet sect to guard the Yin and Yang mountain. Lu Ming said. Yes, Zhongzi. Bai Shijin and Du Songjue accepted the order. Let's go to 9 Dragons. Lu Ming waved his hand and the army set off for 9 Dragons. As for the divine 9-dragon cauldron, it would fly back to 9 Dragons after the battle of the Holy City and suppress the 9-dragon veins again. To Lu Ming's surprise, they did not encounter any resistance when they arrived at 9 Dragons. The forces in 9 Dragons had already opened their gates. When Lu Ming's army arrived, they all knelt down and surrendered to Lu Ming. We pay our respects to the Alliance Master of the Dragon Alliance. We are willing to return to the Dragon Alliance and serve the Alliance Master. There were 5 to 6 supreme martial artists standing at the very front, bowing and saluting in fear. Were all old acquaintances. Lu Ming stood high in the sky and looked down at the 6 supreme martial artists. Out of the 6 supreme beings, 3 of them were Lu Ming's old acquaintances. They were the 3 remaining family heads of the 6 great ancient families: the Dongfang family, the Kong family, and the Nangong family. The 3 clan heads broke out in cold sweat when Lu Ming's gaze swept over them. Alliance Master, we were blind in the past and offended you. From now on we'll be at your beck and call and do our best. The head of the Dongfang family said, his face covered in cold sweat. The pressure that Lu Ming was exuding made it difficult for him to breathe. They knew that as long as Lu Ming gave the order, not only them, but even their families would be exterminated. In the crowd behind him, many of the paragons who had dealt with Lu Ming before and even competed with him knelt on the ground. They had mixed feelings. For example, Dongfang Yu and the others. A few years ago Lu Ming was still competing with them. However, a few years later Lu Ming was already standing at the peak of the divine wilderness continent, ruling the world. There was really no way to compare. Lu Ming chuckled. The master of the Dongfang family and the rest trembled in fear. They did not understand what Lu Ming was thinking. Would he kill them? This kind of waiting was extremely torturous. After a long while Lu Ming said indifferently, all right, I will allow you to surrender. However, all of you will have to move out of 9 Dragons to the northern plains. Do you have any objections? No, I have no objections. Thank you, Alliance Master, for showing mercy. This subordinate is extremely grateful. The head of the Dongfang family and the others let out a long breath and thanked him repeatedly. For them, although 9 Dragons was their foundation and they had been developing here for nearly 10,000 years, it was a pity to move away. However, it was much better than the disaster of being killed and their families exterminated. Naturally, they did not dare to say anything. Not long after, the powerful forces in 9 Dragons started to use the inter-territory teleportation formation to head to northern plains. In northern plains there would naturally be someone to arrange for them. As for the small forces in 9 Dragons, they were not necessary. They could not cause any trouble even if they stayed. After that, Lu Ming left Xiajiang behind. Yan Kuangtu and the others took care of 9 Dragons, the original Heavenly Corpse sect and the Myriad Demon Valley. Lu Ming went to the east alone. Not long after, Lu Ming entered the Xianxia region. However, he did not go to the Xianxia sub-palace immediately. The first place he went to was the 100 Deities Slope. News of the Battle of the Holy City had already spread throughout the entire Divine Wilderness continent, including the Xianxia region. Out of all the sub-palaces of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, some of them were in chaos. Without any control, there were all sorts of incidents where people fought for the treasures of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Some of the sub-palaces were restrained and were waiting for news. They knew that once the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was destroyed, There would definitely be a powerful force that would take over the territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. There would definitely be someone who would take over their territory. Xianxian Subpalace was not in chaos. In the middle of Xianxia City, in a courtyard, a few people were drinking tea and discussing something. The leader was Mu Tian, the palace master of Xianxia Subpalace. On the side, Mu Yi and Mu Jing were there. I didn't expect that the vast Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, which has been passed down for 10,000 years, would collapse so easily. Mu Yi drank a cup of wine and sighed. A few days ago they had received the news and were extremely shocked. It was simply unbelievable. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was such a huge existence, yet it had fallen. The path of martial arts is fraught with danger. Even a cultivation emperor can still fall if he's not careful. Mu Jing also sighed. It's said that more than 20 emperors died in this battle. Mu Tian said, his voice slightly interfering. The three brothers had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Chapter 1352. 1352 Chapter 1352 Re-entering 100 Deities Slope. In their eyes, an emperor was like a god. He ruled the world and was invincible. With a wave of his hand the sky would collapse and the earth would crack. With a thought he could kill hundreds of millions of people. They had never seen such a figure in their entire lives. However, more than 20 of such figures had died in a single battle. They simply couldn't imagine it. Lu Ming is the one who is leading all of this. Mu Tian suddenly let out another sigh. Mu Yi and Mu Jing fell silent. Big brother, the Lu Ming you mentioned, is he the Lu Ming that walked out of our place? Mu Yi muttered to himself for a moment before asking. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It was said that the one who dominated that battle was a young genius named Lu Ming. He had killed more than 10 sovereigns and was terrifyingly powerful. That young man was called Lu Ming. Furthermore, after the war, almost all the emperors and powerful factions in the Divine Wilderness continent formed an alliance called the Dragon Alliance. The leader of the Dragon Alliance was also Lu Ming. I'm not sure. We're at the border and the information I received is not very detailed. I only know that Lu Ming was born in the East continent. Mu Tian said, his eyes filled with anticipation. From the East continent? Could it be the same person? Mu Yi and Mu Jing let out a long breath. Boom. Boom. All of a sudden, a violent rumble was heard outside Xianxia City. What's going on? Mu Tian stood up abruptly and his voice could be heard from afar. Buzz. A figure appeared and quickly reported, Palace Master, things are bad. The Palace Master of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace branch in the Black Knife region has led people to attack. What? The Black Knife region? Mu Tian's expression changed. Damn it, the Black Knife region is taking advantage of a burning house. Mu Jing shouted angrily. When the news of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace being exterminated spread, all the branch palaces were in complete chaos. Some of the branch palaces directly seized the treasures belonging to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, and even seized the treasures of the other branch palaces. For example, the palace masters of the Black Knife region's sub-palaces were like this, leading people to plunder everywhere. In any case, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had already been destroyed and no one cared about it. These people wanted to plunder a batch of treasures before escaping far away and hiding to cultivate. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. One figure after another rushed into Xianxia City, and powerful auras filled the air. Men welcome the enemy. Mu Tian shouted and soared into the sky. Mu Yi and Mu Jing followed closely behind. At the same time, figures flew out from various parts of Xianxia City and gathered with Mu Tian and the others. As soon as they gathered, a group of people flew over. They were all wearing black robes and carrying black sabers on their backs. The person in the lead had a fierce-looking face, a beard and a burly body. Dao Heng, what do you want to do? Mu Tian shouted angrily. What do you want? It's very simple. Hand over all the spiritual herbs, materials and treasures of the profound sky sub-palace, and I'll spare your lives. The big man, also known as Dao Heng, laughed. Don't even think about it. Dao Heng, how dare you? Although the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace has been destroyed, the Dragon Alliance has been established and is ruling the world. They will definitely come to take over the original power of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. If you do this, you will be hunted down by the Dragon Alliance. Mu Tian shouted. Oh, what a joke. The Dragon Alliance is such a huge organization. How could they notice our desolate land so quickly? Even if they did, we're just a small fight in their eyes. They won't pursue the matter. Cut the crap and hand over the treasure. Dao Heng said maliciously. Don't even think about it. Mu Tian's attitude was unyielding. You're looking for death, kill. Kill. Dao Heng shouted and took the lead in charging towards Mu Tian. The people he brought with him also charged towards Mu Yi and the rest. The aura of the third level of the spiritual ocean realm bloomed from Mu Tian's body. After all these years of cultivation, Mu Tian's cultivation had improved a little, reaching the third level of the spiritual ocean realm. Mu Yi and Mu Jing had also broken through their limits and entered the Spirit Sea realm. They were at the first level of the Spirit Sea realm. In addition, Xianxia Subpalace still had 2 martial artists at the first level of the spiritual ocean realm. However, the Black Knife region had even more experts, with a total of 8 martial artists at the spiritual ocean realm. Dao Heng's cultivation was also at the third level of the spiritual ocean realm. For a time, the Tianxian region was at a disadvantage. Kill. Kill. The battle between the two sides was very intense. People were constantly killed and their corpses fell to the ground in Tianxian City. However, although the Black Knife region had the advantage, this was Tianxian City after all. The Tianxian region had the home ground advantage and could still fight with the Black Knife region by using various formations. Buzz. 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 Mu Tian and Dao Heng kept clashing with each other. After dozens of moves, neither of them had a clear winner. Mu Tian, I didn't expect that you actually broke through to the third level of the spiritual ocean realm without a sound. Dao Heng's anxious voice was heard. In the past, the Black Knife region's strength was stronger than the Tianxian region's, especially Dao Heng, who had a cultivation at the third level of the spiritual ocean realm. He was considered strong even among the palace masters of the nearby large regions. He didn't expect that Mu Tian's cultivation had also reached the third level of the spiritual ocean tier without a sound and could contend with him. The battle situation had suddenly turned into a state of anxiety. Lu Ming, on the other hand, went to the 100 Deities slope. The 100 Deities slope was filled with gray mist, just like it was in the past. With a sweep of his spiritual senses, Lu Ming discovered that there were still people guarding outside the 100 Deities slope. However, they were only at the king's level and were miles away from Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure moved and he rushed into the 100 Deities slope. The guards did not notice him at all. As soon as he flew into the gray fog-filled area, Lu Ming felt a force acting on his body, preventing him from flying. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation level was much stronger than it had been in the past. By circulating his essential core, Lu Ming was able to offset this force and continued to fly in. The deeper he went, the stronger the power became. It was suppressing Lu Ming and trying to suppress his cultivation completely. Back then, when Lu Ming came in, his cultivation level was completely suppressed and he became an ordinary person. What powerful strength! Lu Ming could sense that the suppressive force from the outside world was not to be underestimated. It was very shocking. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation level, he had a feeling that he was about to be suppressed. Furthermore, the deeper he went, the stronger the feeling of suppression became. The intent realm floating here is also not simple. Lu Ming scanned his surroundings with his spiritual senses. Initially, when he entered, he was lucky and encountered many different types of intent. He used them to comprehend and increase the level of his intent. Those were all left behind by experts after they died. However, from Lu Ming's point of view, he saw something different. The artistic conception that floated between heaven and earth was indeed left behind by an expert after his death. However, Lu Ming could feel a terrifying pressure from it. Legend had it that the 100 Deities slope was formed when the sky split open countless years ago and corpses fell down. Lu Ming estimated that those corpses were definitely above the level of an emperor. They were most likely the corpses of saints. Therefore, even though so many years had passed, he had to suppress his cultivation base when he entered with his current realm. Chaos. Lu Ming had a thought and the chaos concept surrounded his body. As soon as the chaos concept was released, Lu Ming felt his body lighten. The pressure disappeared without a trace. The chaos intent is so mysterious. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Chapter 1353. 1353 The Air Frozen Bead. Since the chaos concept could block the pressure from the outside, Lu Ming had nothing to worry about. His figure flashed and he turned into a rainbow light, traversing the 100 Deities slope. The reason why he came to the 100 Deities slope was because he had obtained the lightning cauldron here. In addition, he had also seen a round bead here. There might be good stuff in the 100 Deities slope. That was why Lu Ming came to explore. However, after a round, Lu Ming was disappointed. Other than the floating concept, Lu Ming did not find anything, let alone any treasures. Lu Ming was a little disappointed. After all, the 100 Deities slope had been around for too many years. Furthermore, some treasures such as holy weapons were sentient and would fly away by themselves. There might have been some treasures in the 100 Deities slope in the distant past, but it had been too long. Some of them might have lost their spirituality and turned into yellow soil, while others might have flown away by themselves. Previously, Lu Ming was really lucky to have obtained the Thunder Cauldron. That's... All of a sudden Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a strong wind blowing in front of him. In the strong wind, there was a round bead floating up and down. Outside the round bead, there was a small green bird flying. It's that bead. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not expect to encounter the round bead again. Buzz. Lu Ming's figure moved and he pounced toward the round bead. The bird on the bead seemed to be frightened. With a cry, it flew into the bead and the bead flew away with a green light. Where are you going? Lu Ming cast the wind element technique and moved like lightning, closing the distance between him and the bead in an instant. The bead was shocked again. It shook and with a whoosh, its speed increased greatly, pulling away from Lu Ming. How can it be so fast? Lu Ming was shocked, then overjoyed. This bead was not ordinary. Even if it was not as amazing as the lightning cauldron, it was at least better than an emperor spiritual weapon. Since Lu Ming had seen it, how could he return empty-handed? Lu Ming increased his speed and chased after the round bead at top speed. Like two bolts of lightning, one chased and the other escaped. In a short while they had circled the 100 Deities slope several times. Buzz. At this moment Lu Ming waved his hand and stretched out his hand. A huge claw that was 10 miles wide and wrapped in chaos intent took shape and grabbed at the pearl. The large hand immediately enveloped the bead. The bead buzzed and charged in one direction. However, when the bead came into contact with the chaos wool, it suddenly stopped. It did not continue to escape. Instead, it approached the chaos will and trembled slightly. Lu Ming felt that the round bead was clearly enjoying it. Lu Ming sucked and grabbed the bead with his claws. Then he wrapped the bead with the chaos concept. As expected, the chaos concept resonated with the bead and a message appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Air Frozen Bead. The bead was called Air Frozen Bead, a wind attribute treasure. Buzz. The air frozen bead shook and flew into Lu Ming's glabella. It stopped not far from the thunder cauldron in his sea of consciousness. With a single thought, a green energy surged into Lu Ming's body from the air frozen bead. Lu Ming cast the wind element art and disappeared from his original spot with a single step, reappearing thousands of miles away. What a fast speed! The wind power in this bead can greatly increase my speed when I use the wind elemental technique. Lu Ming was overjoyed. An increase in speed meant that his ability to survive would be stronger. The air frozen bead is more powerful than an emperor spiritual weapon. There must be other mysteries to it. I'll study it slowly in the future. I'll go to Xianxia City first. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He then left the 100 Deities slope and headed towards Xianxia City. The Xianxia City's grand array was extremely intense and there were constant casualties. Even Mu Tian, Mu Yi and Mu Zheng were injured. The Xianxia City had suffered a great loss. However, the Black Knife region's losses were not small either. Damn it! Dao Heng roared in his heart. He didn't expect that Xianxia City would be so difficult to deal with. What a piece of trash. You can't even take down Xianxia City after such a long time. At this moment, a cold shout came from the sky. Boom! Then a powerful aura descended from the sky, causing Mu Tian and the others to turn pale. 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Mu Tian exclaimed and looked up. In the air, a figure wrapped in a black robe appeared. The shocking aura was coming from his body. "My lord, you've come." Seeing this person, Dao Heng was overjoyed. The hearts of Mu Tian, Mu Jing and the others sank. Dao Heng addressed the other party as Sir. It was obvious that the other party was in Dao Heng's group. Who was it that even Dao Heng addressed him as Sir? Could it be that a higher-up of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was taking the opportunity to plunder treasures? All sorts of thoughts flashed through Mu Tian and Mu Zheng's minds. "Leave this person to me. You deal with the others and end the battle quickly." The black-robed man's voice rang out. A thin and long black sword appeared in his hand, and he thrust it at Mu Tian. The speed of this sword was shocking. Mu Tian's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated. However, his body was not as fast as the sword light. The other party was at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean tier. His strength was much stronger than his. "Don't hurt my father." At this moment, a delicate shout came from Xianxia City. A fiery red sword light flew out and collided with the sword light of the black-robed man. Clang! The black-robed man's sword light was blocked, and the fiery red sword light was also sent flying. Buzz! A figure rushed out from below and stood in front of Mu Tian. "Lan, go!" Mu Tian called out. "Mulan." The figure that appeared behind her was Mulan. Mulan stood in the air, a powerful aura exuding from her body. She was also at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. "Father, why didn't you call me?" Mulan said. "Lan, you were in closed-door cultivation, so I didn't call you." Mu Tian said. I didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful girl here. What luck." The black-robed man's eyes were scanning Mulan's body with a fiery gaze. "You're looking for death." Mulan shouted coldly. With the battle sword in hand, he charged towards the black-robed man. The two of them began to fight. For a moment, Mulan had the upper hand. After exchanging more than 10 moves, the black-robed man was completely at a disadvantage. Although their cultivation bases were similar, Mulan's combat strength was obviously above his. The more they fought, the more frightened the black-robed man became. "Sixth brother, you've seen enough. Why aren't you attacking? Let's end this battle quickly. If we delay, there will be changes." The black-robed man suddenly shouted towards the sky. A second black-robed man appeared behind a cloud in the sky. This black-robed man's aura was even more shocking, reaching the 8th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Mu Tian and the others were shocked. The other party actually had so many experts. "This little girl is mine." The black-robed man who appeared from behind looked at Mulan with a fiery gaze and spoke coldly. "All right, it's yours then." The black-robed man in front gritted his teeth. Whoosh! The second black-robed man turned into a black light and charged toward Mulan. With the two black-robed men working together, in addition to the second black-robed man's cultivation at the 8th level of the spiritual ocean tier, the pressure on Mulan increased greatly, and she was at a disadvantage for a moment. Chapter 1354. 1354 Chapter 1354 Returning to Xianxia City. Lan O. Mu Tian shouted worriedly. However, Mulan and the two black-robed men's cultivation levels were far above his, so he could not interfere at all. "Mu Tian, you should worry about yourself." Saber Heng sneered and charged at Mu Tian. There was no longer any suspense in today's battle. As long as the two black-robed men could take down Mulan, it would be easy to deal with the others. As the battle continued, the situation became more and more disadvantageous for Xianxia City. Mulan was slowly falling into a disadvantageous position. This little girl is really beautiful. I've lived for so many years, but I've never seen such an alluring woman." The second black-robed man sneered. His attacks were like a violent storm, pouring down on Mulan. Mulan was panting heavily and sweating profusely. She couldn't hold on much longer. Boom! At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly descended from the sky. This aura was like the ruler of the universe, vast and unfathomable like the abyss and the sea. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire Xianxia city. Ah! 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 Everyone from the Black Knife region, including Dao Heng and the two black-robed men, let out a blood-curdling screech. It was as if they had been hit by hundreds of mountains and blood spurted out of their mouths. However, the strange thing was that Mu Tian Mulan and the rest of the Xianxia city people were completely fine. Everyone looked up into the sky and discovered that there was a blurry figure in the distant sky. It was shrouded in a halo like a god in the sky. He's the one. Mulan's expression changed. A complicated look flashed across her eyes. She bit her lip and flew down, disappearing from Xianxia city. And who was that? So strong. He's too strong. A heavenly deity. The martialists of Xianxia city looked up at the sky and spoke with dazed expressions. That aura made them look up to it and worship it. However, the aura only appeared for a very short time. As soon as it appeared, it was immediately retracted and disappeared. Then the figure in the sky descended. Lu Ming, it's you? Mu Tian was the first to exclaim when he saw the figure. Yes, the figure that had suddenly appeared was Lu Ming. Just now, as soon as he arrived at Xianxia city, he found that there was a great battle going on there. In a fit of anger, he released his aura and injured the black-robed man and the people from the Black Knife region. He had been merciful. Otherwise, the black-robed man and the others would have been reduced to ashes under Lu Ming's aura. Not even a trace of them would have been left. Lu Ming, it's really you. Mu Jing saw Lu Ming and flew over. What? Lu Ming, it's him. Lu Ming is back. Oh my god, that terrifying aura just now was actually emitted by Lu Ming. What realm has Lu Ming reached now? The rest of the people in Xianxia city exclaimed in disbelief when they saw Lu Ming. They could not believe that the godlike aura just now was emitted by Lu Ming. Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Mu Zheng and Mu Tian. Lu Ming, why did you come back so suddenly? Mu Zheng was extremely happy to see Lu Ming. The Dragon Alliance is currently taking over the territory and forces of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. I happened to be in 9 dragons before, so I came back to take a look. Lu Ming said. Oh huh. What? The Dragon Alliance. Mu Tian, Mu Zheng and the others started to nod. They suddenly thought of something and exclaimed. Mu Tian, Mu Zheng and the rest looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming. I heard that there was a world-shaking war in the holy city of the central continent. The one who dominated the war was called Lu Ming. Also, the Dragon Alliance has swept the world. I heard that the leader of the Dragon Alliance is called Lu Ming. Then, was it? Mu Tian stammered as he spoke. Mu Zheng and the rest were also staring at Lu Ming. Cough cough, that was indeed me. Lu Ming coughed dryly. Hiss hiss hiss. Mu Tian, Mu Zheng and the others gasped and were stunned. Even though they had such a guess before, they still found it hard to believe after it was confirmed. It was as if they were dreaming. The Alliance Master of the Dragon Alliance, the Overlord of the Divine Wilderness Continent, was actually Lu Ming, the Lu Ming who had come from the Xianxia region. It was too shocking. They were stunned for a moment before they reacted. Then they were overjoyed. They were certain that it was Lu Ming. That was because the aura that Lu Ming had just released was too shocking. He was like a god, like the master of the world. Compared to him, they were simply ants or even worse. However, one of them had a complicated look in his eyes. He was filled with anxiety. That was Mu Yi. In the past, he had targeted Lu Ming in every way. Now, if Lu Ming wanted to settle the score with him, he didn't dare to continue thinking. Seniors, let's take a look at these people first. Lu Ming opened his mouth and sucked with his palm. The 2 black-robed men and Dao Heng were sucked over. Spare me, Lu Ming, no, Alliance Master Lu, spare me. Dao Heng shouted in shock. The 2 black-robed men were also trembling and begging for mercy. They had also heard the conversation between Lu Ming and the group just now. They were almost scared to death. This young man who had suddenly appeared was the newly established Alliance Master of the Dragon Alliance. Why would such an important figure suddenly appear in the tiny Xianxia city? It seemed like he was acquainted with Mu Tian and the others. Dao Heng and the others thought that they were dreaming, a terrible nightmare. Speak. Who ordered you to do this? Lu Ming's gaze turned cold as he berated them. Dao Heng and the rest were so frightened that they trembled all over. It was obvious that there was someone else behind the two black-robed men. It's the Blood Vulture sect. We're disciples of the Blood Vulture sect. The Blood Vulture sect wants to take advantage of the destruction of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace to secretly plunder a batch of treasures and strengthen their strength. The black-robed man who appeared first called out and told everything, not daring to hide anything. So it's the Blood Vulture sect. Mu Tian's expression changed. The Blood Ridge sect was the most powerful force in the surrounding dozens of large domains. It was said that it had a spiritual god expert. In the past, it had always relied on the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and was a subsidiary sect of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Now that the news of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's destruction had spread, the Blood Ridge sect could no longer sit still and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. The Blood Ridge sect no longer needs to exist. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He then struck out with his palm. Boom! A huge crack appeared in the space under Lu Ming's palm, revealing a pitch-black void passage. Boom! The space passage trembled. Everyone could see that the other side of the space passage also cracked open, revealing an incomparably majestic mountain. Blood mist permeated the mountain. The Blood Ridge sect. This was the Blood Ridge sect. Die! Lu Ming shouted as he flipped his hand and pressed down. Everyone watched in horror as a huge palm formed above the Blood Ridge sect. It covered the sky and pressed down on the Blood Ridge sect. One after another, figures from the Blood Ridge sect flew out of the giant mountain in fear, trying to escape. However, they all collapsed under the palm, their bodies and souls destroyed. Chapter 1355. 1355 Mulan's thoughts. Mu Tian, Mu Zheng, Mu Yi, and the rest had never seen such an unbelievable scene before. They were completely dumbstruck as they stood there in a daze, their eyes as big as chicken eggs. The two black-robed men trembled uncontrollably as if they were sieves. In their eyes, such a technique was like a legend. In fact, such a method was nothing to an emperor. Any ordinary emperor could cross billions of miles to kill an enemy. However, the further the distance, the less powerful it would be. Ordinary sovereigns could cross the void to kill their enemies, and even supreme beings would not be able to deal with them. Therefore, ordinary sovereigns would not do this when they encountered a powerful enemy. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, it was a piece of cake for him to annihilate a sect that only had a spiritual god realm cultivator across hundreds of millions of miles. However, Lu Ming did not kill the Blood Ridge sect's martial artists with lower cultivation. The ones he killed were all above the Sea of Soul realm. Thousands of powerhouses were turned into ashes by Lu Ming's palm, including the spiritual god powerhouse who was the leader. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of blood-red light shot into the sky from the Blood Ridge sect and fled into the distance. Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall, so you're the one behind this. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and he shouted coldly. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that the beam of blood-red light from the Blood Ridge sect was the Blood Emperor from Cold Blood Hall. Back when Cold Blood Hall attacked the floating mountain, he led his men to rescue the floating mountain and besieged Cold Blood Hall. The Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall was severely injured by Mo Yi and Martial Emperor Yuexin, and only the spiritual god managed to escape. During this period of time, the Blood Emperor had not appeared. Lu Ming thought that the Blood Emperor's spiritual god had dissipated and his body and soul had been destroyed. He did not expect that the Blood Emperor's spiritual god would possess a body in a remote place like the East Baron. Until now, his cultivation had just recovered to the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. He was the one controlling the Blood Ridge sect from behind the scenes and plundering treasures from all over the place in order to help him recover. You want to leave? Where to? Lu Ming's glabella glowed. He took a step forward and rushed into the void passageway. At the same time he waved his hand and a phoenix feather flying sword flew out. It appeared on the other side of the void passageway in an instant and slashed at the Blood Emperor. The Blood Emperor let out an unreconciled scream as he was cut in half by the phoenix feather flying sword. He died on the spot. Buzz. He kept the phoenix feather flying sword and returned from the void passageway. It entered the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Lu Ming waved his hand and the space crack disappeared. However, Mu Tian and the others still had not recovered from their shock. They stood there in a daze. The series of events just now was simply too shocking. Was this the technique of the divine wilderness continent's peak experts? Was this the means of an emperor? It was like a legend. Some people even felt a chill run down their spines. Such a method was truly inconceivable. No wonder everyone was so respectful to the emperor and did not dare to show the slightest disrespect. That was because if you offended an emperor, the emperor could kill you from hundreds of millions of miles away. After a long while, Mu Tian and the rest came to their senses. When they looked at Lu Ming, their eyes were filled with deep respect. This was respect for power. Alliance Master. We already said that we can. Can you spare my dog life? One of the black-robed men said in a trembling voice. Did I promise to let you go? Lu Ming said indifferently. With a wave of his hand, the two black-robed men and the experts who had come to attack Xianxia City were turned into ashes in an instant. It seems that I have to take down these small sects as soon as possible. Lu Ming muttered. Now that the overlord forces had been destroyed, the small forces under them would definitely be in chaos and start fighting. Only by taking them down as soon as possible and tidying them up could they avoid unnecessary killing. Oh right, where's senior sister Mulan? Lu Ming asked. Lan O. Mu Tian, Mu Zheng and the others looked around but did not see Mulan. For a moment they stammered and did not know what to say. Is senior sister Mulan not here? Then forget it. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming smiled. Mu Tian and the others sighed in their hearts. Seniors, Lu Ming still has something to do and has to rush to 9 Dragons. If you want to leave the Tianxian region and move to the central continent in the future, feel free to send someone to inform me. Lu Ming said. We've lived in the Tianxian region for our entire lives and are used to it. We appreciate Alliance Master's good intentions. Mu Tian said. He had unconsciously changed the way he addressed her. Lu Ming naturally noticed it too. He sighed in his heart but did not say much. Now he was no longer the Lu Ming of the past, the teenager. He was now the noble leader of the Dragon Alliance and had dominated the world. Mu Tian and the others had changed their attitude towards him and were respectful of him. This was something that could not be helped. After that, Lu Ming bade farewell to Mu Tian and the rest and headed to 9 Dragons. After Lu Ming left, a figure flew out of a pavilion in Tianxian City. It was Mulan. Lan, why didn't you come out to meet me just now? Mu Tian asked. Mulan looked in the direction that Lu Ming had left in. Her eyes were filled with longing, but there were more complicated emotions in them. My talent is far inferior to Lu Ming's. As time passes, the gap between us will only grow wider and wider. He and I are people from 2 different worlds. Mulan sighed. Mu Tian, Mu Zheng and the others also sighed. Even if I come out and stay by his side, what's the use? We can't grow old together. Mulan continued. That's right, her current cultivation was only at the spiritual ocean tier. She was very clear about her own talent. In this lifetime, the spirit embryo realm was her limit. She had almost no hope of reaching the spiritual god realm. However, a spirit embryo realm cultivator's lifespan was only 3,000 years. On the other hand, Lu Ming had a long lifespan. Even emperors could live for 10 to 20,000 years. If Lu Ming's cultivation level improved, his lifespan would be even longer. Even if she got together with Lu Ming, they would not be able to spend the rest of their lives together. Moreover, the person in Lu Ming's heart is not me. In the end, Mulan let out a long sigh before she turned around and returned to Tianxian City. Back then, Mulan had entered a secluded sect to cultivate in hopes of catching up to Lu Ming. However, she realized that the distance between them was growing further and further. It was so far that she could no longer catch up. In the end, all the friendship he had turned into a long sigh. AI. Mulan was not the only one sighing. Hundreds of millions of miles away from Tianxian City, Lu Ming stood in the sky and sighed. Mulan was in Tianxian City, so he had naturally discovered her long ago. However, how could he not guess Mulan's thoughts? In that situation he could only play dumb. Otherwise, what could he do even if he met Mulan? How should they get along? Lu Ming could only suppress the ignorant friendship he had when he was young. He took a step forward and the space cracked open. Lu Ming disappeared into the space channel. After Lu Ming returned to Nine Dragons, he sped up the integration of the small forces and sections. Wherever the Dragon Alliance went, those small forces and sects naturally surrendered and joined the Dragon Alliance. Even if there were some obstacles, they would be suppressed by the lightning. The Dragon Alliance had officially infiltrated every corner of the Divine Wilderness continent and ruled the world. Of course, Lu Ming did not know that a crisis was approaching him. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.